The story begins and we see Tian continent's heavenly spiritual domain, Dongxin Kingdom. And today is the heavenly demonic sex empress wedding day. And the ceremony is about to start in some time. So everyone starts going inside the palace, and a lot of people gather inside the palace to see the wedding. And at this place comes a man, that is, Lin Xiaoyao. Its cultivation, Earth King realm. And its identity, Dongxin Kingdom's prince. And a servant is welcoming him, and he is saying, "Third prince, please take a seat at the VIP table." And as soon as the third prince goes inside the hall, people start talking after seeing him, and they all say, "That's Lin Xiaoyao, the third prince of the kingdom? He's so talented. I heard he is already a master of the Earth King realm at such a young age." And the other man says, compared to the Empress Immortal Emperor realm, it's still far behind. And the first man gets surprised and he says, "That's still better than Ning Tian, the loser who has been working here for 3 years and it's still a 1-star warrior. I can't figure out why the Empress who has both beauty and power could choose him as her husband." And the other man says nervously, "Keep your voice down, you dare criticize the Empress' husband, do you want to die?" On the other hand, the heavenly demonic sect Empress residence. A groom, who is very sad, and is going to get married soon. And this is the main character of this manhwa. And his name is Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is saying, "I have never thought that I, Ning Tian, would turn into a time traveler one day, and to travel to a cultivation world. But why am I still a 1-star warrior after working as a handyman for the sect for 3 years? Isn't that a complete waste? A loser like me is actually going to marry the Empress of the sect today. The outfit is quite stylish. Isn't that messed up?" Then someone knocks on the door, then she opens the door and comes inside. And a very beautiful girl comes to this place, who is Luo Wuqing. And Ning Tian is going to get married to this girl, I mean Luo Wuqing. And this girl asks Ning Tian, "Have you woken up?" And it's cultivation, Immortal Emperor realm, and identity, Empress of the heavenly demonic sect. And Luo Wuqing tells Ning Tian, "Then I will get straight to it. You have to understand that this wedding is just for show." And Ning Tian gets shocked after hearing this from Luo Wuqing, and Luo Wuqing further says, "If you dare have any dirty thoughts about me, don't blame me for being cruel." And hearing this, Ning Tian starts thinking, "Are you kidding me? I'm so miserable and even my marriage is a lie." And then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system. And Ning Tian's system has now been activated. And Ning Tian's system is a shocking system. And Ning Tian lowers his head, and he is thinking, "Great, with the system I can get rid of this horrible status, and change my destiny. System, explain to me how to use you. System, don't act dead and reply, okay? System. But the system is not giving any reply to Ning Tian, due to which Ning Tian gets worried. And Luo Wuqing is asking Ning Tian, "I will ask you again, did you hear me?" And Ning Tian shouts to Luo Wuqing and says, "Shut up, I am busy here." And as soon as Luo Wuqing hears this, Ning Tian is shouting at her. So Luo Wuqing gets very angry, and she releases her power. And a lot of spiritual energy is coming out from his body, seeing which Ning Tian gets scared. And he starts thinking, "I am finished, I was so into it that I forgot she was here. If this woman wants to strangle me, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant." And Ning Tian is very nervous and is about to say something to Luo Wuqing. But then Ning Tian again hears the voice of the system, and the system says congratulations to Ning Tian and tells Ning Tian, "Congratulations to the host for completing your first shock. Your reward is an aura suppression skill." Aura suppression. Suppress the opponent, no aura can be used for 3 hours. And seeing the system notification, Ning Tian is thinking, so this is how it works. Is this the reward for scolding her? Let's stay calm, we have a huge status gap, yet she wants to have a fake marriage with me. There must be something that she wants from me, so this woman would not kill me that easily before getting what she wants. I can definitely take advantage of this time to get more rewards. Then Ning Tian stands up, and goes closer to Luo Wuqing. And placing his hand on her face then tells her, "I said I'm yours husband, do you have any objections to me talking to you like this?" And as soon as Ning Tian does this, Ning Tian gets a notification by the system. Congratulations to the host for completing an ordinary shock. Yours the reward is a Chi blood pill. Chi blood pill adjusts the meridians and restores the physique. And seeing this notification, Ning Tian thinks, it's exactly as I thought. I have to strike the iron while it's hot. Then Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, since we're husband and wife, shouldn't we do what couples do? And on hearing this from Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing gets more angry. Then she says, what did you say? And due to Luo Wuqing's anger, Ning Tian gets a notification from a system, congratulating the host for completing an intermediate shock. Chi blood pill was taken automatically, meridians repaired. Awakening of God rank, 10-fold cultivation. Currently absorbing 10 times the spiritual energy per second. Martial arts understanding increased by 10-fold. Cultivation skill progress speeds up by 10-fold, and Ning Tian's power is increasing very fast, and Ning Tian is thinking, so cool. I don't have to be trashed anymore. And Ning Tian is feeling the power increasing inside him. But then Luo Wuqing moves forward to attack Ning Tian, and she attacks Ning Tian, due to which Ning Tian gets hurt. And Luo Wuqing again moves to attack Ning Tian, and Luo Wuqing sits on Ning Tian, and Luo Wuqing is saying, tell me, how do you want to die? And Ning Tian is thinking, it looks like she will really do it. And Ning Tian says to the system, activate aura suppression. And as soon as Ning Tian uses the aura suppression skill, energy starts coming out from inside Ning Tian. And that energy starts suppressing Luo Wuqing's aura. And Luo Wuqing starts feeling that her aura is being suppressed, due to which Luo Wuqing's energy reduces. And she starts feeling weak, and starts falling down. And Ning Tian is watching all this, and Luo Wuqing falls on Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is thinking, I almost died. Fortunately, the rewards given by the system worked. We only have 3 hours. Even if I run, I won't be able to get far. When the time comes, I will die for sure. I have to fight. Then Ning Tian puts Luo Wuqing down, and Ning Tian comes on top of her. And Ning Tian holds Luo Wuqing tightly. And Luo Wuqing is unable to understand what Ning Tian wants to do with her. And Luo Wuqing is getting very angry, but she cannot do anything right now, because her aura has been suppressed by Ning Tian's skill. And Ning Tian is thinking while looking at Luo Wuqing, at least I could find some pleasure while being in danger. Let me give you another great shock. And Ning Tian takes off his clothes and throws them away, seeing which Luo Wuqing gets shocked. And because of this, Ning Tian again gets a notification from the system, you have shocked the Empress of the Heavenly Demonic Sect. And Luo Wuqing is getting angry, and she is also feeling pain. And the system sees many notifications to Ning Tian, but this thing has no meaning right now. Because a very exciting match is going on right now. And after 3 hours, Ning Tian has full fun with Luo Wuqing for 3 hours. And now he is standing near the window drinking tea, and he is saying, what is done, it's too late to kill me now, it won't help you. I am still useful to you anyways, right? And Luo Wuqing is lying on the bed, and she is wearing a bedsheet to cover her body. And she's thinking, I have to be patient. If I kill him now, I won't get the Heavenly Demonic Manual. There will be no way for the sect to rise again. Then Luo Wuqing starts getting up from the bed and wears her clothes, and she says to Ning Tian, come to the palace in the evening and the wedding ceremony will be held. And Ning Tian is shocked, and Luo Wuqing starts leaving this place now. And seeing him leaving, Ning Tian takes a sigh of relief and says, Sure. Enough, I am still useful to her. I'm really crazy to dare treat her like this. And then Ning Tian gets another notification from the system. Congratulations to the host's completion of shocking the whole world. Your reward is 10 years of cultivation. And Ning Tian gets surprised after knowing this notification, and then a lot of energy starts going inside Ning Tian. And the system is telling Ning Tian, the host breaks through to the 2-star warrior realm. The host breaks through to the 3-star warrior realm. The host breaks through to the 4-star warrior realm. And Ning Tian's cultivation increases. And Ning Tian is thinking, a cultivation level that would take decades to achieve was actually achieved in a flash. My realm is increasing. And after an hour, the system tells Ning Tian, the host breaks through to the 6-star Black Warrior realm. The attribute panel has been activated. The host can view his attributes in the panel. And hearing this, Ning Tian is smiling and he is saying, my promotion is finally over. And the system panel appears in front of Ning Tian. Host Ning Tian. Strength, 6-star Black Warrior. Physique, godly physique. Skills, none. Cultivation methods, 10-fold cultivation. Martial arts comprehension, 10-fold comprehension. Aura absorption, 10-fold absorption. And Ning Tian starts gathering energy within himself. Then Ning Tian asks the system, godly physique? Explain that one, system. But the system does not give any reply to Ning Tian. And Ning Tian again calls the system and Ning Tian does not get any reply back. Then Ning Tian says, forget it if you won't answer. Anyways, now I have the means to counterattack in this world. No matter how useless I was become, I'm not going to be like that now. And Ning Tian is happy seeing the spiritual energy. And now Ning Tian starts leaving this place. And he is saying, so what if my wife is an empress? One day I will show them all. I, Ning Tian, am also capable and strong enough to stand on top of the world. After this, evening, the heavenly demonic palace. Now Luo Wuqing has come inside the hall, and seeing Luo Wuqing, everyone is saying, here is the 8th generation leader of the heavenly demonic sect. Empress Luo Wuqing. Wow! Is this the pressure of a person in the immortal emperor realm? My legs are shaking. She is worthy of being an empress, she has both beauty and power. And looking at Luo Wuqing, the third prince is thinking, the empress is indeed worthy of her reputation, but it is a pity she is to be married to that person. And the man next to him says to the third prince, I heard that the prince was secretly admiring the empress for a long time. In my opinion, only you, the dignified third prince, is worthy of her. His name Kuang Shou literally means a wild beast. And Kuang Shou further says, if I were you, I would definitely not accept watching the empress marry that loser. And the third prince is getting angry after listening to Kuang Shou's words. Then he drinks the wine, then he says, how can I easily interfere in her affairs? And the third prince is thinking, but I really want to see what this loser who dares marry her looks like. After this, an old man says, the empress has arrived, now let's welcome the husband, Ning Tian. A man is speaking about Ning Tian. I heard the chosen husband is a low-level disciple of the sect. And the other man speaks about Ning Tian. His cultivation level seems to be only a 1-star warrior. And the third man says, and apart from his looks, he has nothing else. And the old man is saying that he should come to this place quickly. And everyone starts talking, why has Ning Tian not come yet? Seriously, he's such a loser, he dares to be late for the ceremony? But then Ning Tian comes running to this place. And after coming inside, Ning Tian says, no one told me this place would be tens of thousands of meters away from where I live. I ran like crazy. And Ning Tian is thinking, fortunately, my cultivation has improved a lot. If it was still the same, I wouldn't be able to reach the palace even if I ran for a day. Then Ning Tian apologizes to all of them. Then he says, sorry for being late. This is my first time getting married, so I have no experience, please forgive me. And as soon as everyone hears Ning Tian's words, they all get shocked. And those people are thinking, please forgive me for getting married for the first time? This guy is so rude? I heard this guy is a handyman of the sect, so he really doesn't have any manners. And the third prince gets very angry after listening to Ning Tian's words, and the third prince shouts at Ning Tian and says, so reckless. You have made the empress wait for a long time in vain, and you dare give us that excuse? Then Ning Tian looks back, and replies to the third prince, are you sick? What are you shouting about during our wedding? Don't delay us any longer, or we don't be able to go on with our wedding festivities again. And everyone gets shocked by Ning Tian's answer, and they are saying, this guy still wants to be with her. Damn it, what a pity the empress has to be married to such a loser. That can't be true. I heard the empress doesn't approach men. This guy is so unrefined. Isn't he mad? Damn it. I feel a little envious of him. The system is giving many notifications to Ning Tian. You have shocked the third prince. You have shocked the holy maid of Tianqi. You have shocked the holy lord of light. You have shocked the leader of the Guangzhou sect. To the shock of many powerful people, Ning Tian acquires a new skill, and the system tells Ning Tian, "Congratulations to the host for completing the shock of everyone present. You have obtained the Earth-level martial arts skill Heavenly Demonic Palm. Comprehension of martial arts is being increased by tenfold. Heavenly Demonic Palm comprehension complete. The skill has been acquired." Ning Tian has shocked many people, and Ning Tian is feeling happy, and he is thinking, sure enough, this wedding venue is a huge treasure trove. Even the Heavenly Demonic Palm was learned instantly. But the third prince is getting very angry, and he is thinking, why him? Is he more handsome than me? In terms of power, I can definitely crush him. I am the third prince of Dongxing. And third prince hits the table, and is getting very angry, and he is thinking, can I compare to an ant like a handyman? Then the third prince shouts to Ning Tian, you stop. Right there. I want to uphold the dignity of the Empress and challenge you to a duel. Do you assert? And as soon as everyone listens to third prince's words, they become more shocked. And a man is speaking in terms of power. The third prince is the most outstanding of the younger generation. He might be unwilling. And a woman says, also, who would think the Empress would choose someone so different from her? And the man says, an Earth King cultivator will crush a one-star warrior, hee. And the third prince points a finger towards Ning Tian, and says to Ning Tian, I won't bully you, loser. I can use only half of my power. If you are a man, accept the challenge. And Luo Wuqing is watching their fight, but he does not say anything. And at the same time, Guangzhou is very happy. It seems that Guangzhou's plan from the beginning was to create a mess in this wedding ceremony. And the third prince is smiling and thinking, even with half of his power, he will defeat this trash easily. As long as he agrees, I can use this to show off in front of the Empress. And some people are saying, this is the third prince. Even if he uses half of his power, he is still far superior to the average person. And the other man says happily, there will be a good show. And Ning Tian accepts the third prince's challenge. And Ning Tian is thinking, I can use this guy to shock the strong people here. And the third prince is saying, you don't seem to want to live. Even if I use half of my power, it's still enough to crush you. Let me see how virtuous you are to be worthy of her. And the third prince starts releasing energy. And after listening to the third prince, people around are saying, what the prince? It makes sense. The Empress should be with someone powerful like the prince. And Ning Tian comes in front of the third prince, and Ning Tian is smiling, and he is thinking, since you are looking for a fight, you can't blame me for this. Then Ning Tian says to the third prince, you are a guest from far away, so go first. But the third prince says, humph. If I made the first move, I would be laughed at by everyone. I'd better let you go first, loser. And the third prince is smiling after saying this. And Ning Tian is thinking, that's what I was waiting for. And Ning Tian says, then I will. And Ning Tian starts gathering energy in his hands, seeing which the third prince says, the stance is bad. And so is your aura. This move of yours. It's so laughable. And everyone is watching Ning Tian, and two of them are leaders. First man who is a heavenly demonic sect great elder. And the other man, the heavenly demonic sect second elder. And both of them are surprised when they listen to his words. And the first leader says, it's a pity the majesty of the sect that has been established over the years will be thrown away by that trash. Then the second leader says, this little handyman is so unstable, he fell into the trap of provocation in a few words. Why isn't the Empress taking action? This makes me so anxious. And Ning Tian creates a dragon from his aura. Then Ning Tian says, my palm skill is really not that great. And quickly moves towards the third prince to attack him. And seeing Ning Tian's attack, the third prince is not bothered and is saying, ha! A bluff. It's not even a fart. With your level, the skill you can produce is not even. And Ning Tian attacks the third prince. And the name of Ning Tian's attack is Heavenly Demonic Palm. And as soon as Ning Tian's attack reaches the third prince, The power of the attack is very high, seeing which third prince gets shocked, and both the leaders also get shocked. And the first leader is saying, This is the heavenly demonic palm. And the second leader says he has this kind of skill. Seeing Ning Tian's attack, the third prince is thinking, he is only a warrior. How can he master an earth-level skill? I must remove the seal. And as soon as the third prince tries to remove his seal, it doesn't work. And the third prince gets even more shocked after knowing this. And the third prince wonders who is suppressing his aura. Then he looks at Luo Wuqing, then he says, It's the Empress who is suppressing me. And Luo Wuqing is suppressing the third prince's aura with the help of her power. Due to which third prince is locked with chains. And due to which the third prince gets hit by Ning Tian's attack, and he goes away and hits a pillar. And the third prince gets really hurt, and he thinks he is just trash, a handyman. Why can he defeat me? There is an uproar in the entire palace due to the third prince's defeat. And everyone is very shocked that how Ning Tian has defeated the third prince. And those people are saying, this loser actually. What just happened? The prince actually lost? It looked like this piece of trash used the heavenly demonic palm. That is a martial arts skill of the heavenly demonic sect. How can this be? How did he learn it? The first leader and the second leader are extremely shocked, and the first leader says this. How can this be? And the second leader says this kid actually won? He didn't embarrass us? And Luo Wuqing is shocked to see Ning Tian's power, and she is thinking, he actually is the key to the heavenly demonic manual? And in the afternoon, he dared to, could it have been him who caused my aura to disappear back then? Then Ning Tian gets many notifications from the system, you have shocked the Empress. Series of shocks completed. The elders of the heavenly demonic sect have a consecutive shock. The Holy Son of Heaven's vault has been shocked. You have completed 3 consecutive shocks. And Ning Tian is thinking, haha. This is the effect I wanted. Then the system tells Ning Tian, you shocked the whole audience. Group destruction completed. And the system also gives a reward to Ning Tian, and the system says, the host got the shocking achievement, shocking the whole audience. Your reward is a charming physique. Ning Tian becomes happy after seeing the rewards of the system. Then the system tells, charming physique, infinite charm. It allows the host to charm everyone effortlessly. And Ning Tian activates a charming physique, due to which all the girls are looking at Ning Tian. And they all start talking about Ning Tian. Suddenly he looks so handsome. My heart is beating fast. The skill of charming physique works on girls. And also charming physique works on men. And all the men are saying, ah, my heart is melting. Is this brother in need of a male cultivation partner? I love him so much, I really want him. Damn it, what is going on? And after listening to those people, Ning Tian himself gets shocked, and Ning Tian starts thinking, system, what are you doing? Now is my wedding, and Luo Wuqing is still watching from above. Then Ning Tian starts looking at Luo Wuqing and says, why is she not responding? Could it be that my charm doesn't affect her? Then the third prince says to Ning Tian, why, didn't everyone say you were trash? And hearing the third prince's words, Ning Tian starts smiling, then answers him, I am, indeed trash. Hearing this kind of answer from Ning Tian, more people get shocked and they start saying, what does he do? Mean, he thinks he is trash? Did this guy go crazy? Then Ning Tian gives a speech to all of them. As a cultivator, you can't expect to achieve instant success if that's not trash. Then what is it? Hearing Ning Tian's words, everyone becomes more shocked and starts saying, how difficult is it to reach the top in one step? How many people have been able to do this by now? And the other man says, according to you, we, the holy sons and princesses, are useless? And Ning Tian further says how vast the world is, and how small people are. There must be people in this world who are so strong they can sky into the sky, escape from the earth, move mountains and seas and turn over clouds and rain. They can do anything. I would rather be able to recognize my place. But you are so arrogant with your small achievements. In my opinion, you are just self-proclaimed geniuses. And hearing this, The third prince gets very angry. And also the number of people there. All of them start bleeding from their mouths. When they all listen to Ning Tian. Then those people are saying, as long as you can't reach the sky in one step, you're useless. What a ruthless method! And the second leader says, the holy sons and princess are usually treated as geniuses. One word from this boy will break their hearts. They will get furious. He is just a small handyman. Why does he have the grace of a saint? Everyone is shocked to hear Ning Tian's words. And for a while there is silence at this place. After this the first leader says to Ning Tian, where did you learn the poem from? And the first leader is thinking, if he continues to talk, I am afraid the Tao hearts of the holy sons and princess will shatter. And Ning Tian tells the first leader, the Buddhist scripture pavilion. And Ning Tian is thinking, I can't tell them about the system. After listening to Ning Tian, the first leader says, the pavilion is indeed the sex. So how long did it take you to master it? And Ning Tian is about to say something but he stops. And first leaders are thinking that it would have taken at least a year to learn this skill. And he gets shocked thinking this. Because it takes at least several years to master it. But Ning Tian is thinking, if I say 1 minute, it would be too much. I'd better say a longer period. Then Ning Tian says to the first leader, a day, 1 day. All in 1 day. And hearing this, all the people inside the palace get shocked. Those people do not believe that anyone can learn that technique in 1 day. And a man is saying, no way, absolutely impossible. And Ning Tian is surprised to see the reaction of all of them, and he thinks, is it such a surprise? I even made it more than 1,000 times longer than it really is. And the leader while going to Ning Tian says to Ning Tian, it is very hard to practice this skill. Ordinary people may not be able to practice it successfully even after a whole lifetime. Even the very talented Empress took 3 days, and you actually. Our sect finally has a disciple who is talented enough to rival the Empress. And a man is saying, just a second ago, he said he could not reach the sky in 1 step, and didn't dare call himself a genius. But he has mastered a very hard skill in 1 day. And the other man says, he is simply a genius among geniuses. And then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, you have shocked the elders of the heavenly demonic sect, you are rewarded with 1,000 aura cultivation. And seeing that notification Ning Tian is happy and he is thinking, a large amount of aura entered my body. And the first leader hugs Ning Tian while crying. And cryingly says to Ning Tian, these are just minor things, the major one can't be delayed. Then the first leader looks back and says, what are you doing? Then the man understands what the first leader said, and now the marriage begins. And now musical instruments also start playing, and everyone is very happy. And they all praise Ning Tian and Empress, and a man says to Ning Tian, a handsome man and a pretty woman, a match made in heaven. And Ning Tian is thinking after listening to her words, oh, I was trashed just now, but now we're a perfect match? Then now the wedding starts, and Ning Tian is thinking, it seems like no matter which world I am in, respecting the strong is true everywhere. And Luo Wuqing is thinking while looking at Ning Tian, I hope everything will. Just like the demon statue said, if I marry him, I can get the manual. A few months ago, the heavenly demonic sect back mountain forbidden region, evening. Forbidden land. Luo Wuqing is going through a tunnel, and there is a demon statue in front of her, and Luo Wuqing is saying in front of the demon statue, if I marry this loser, you will give me the manual as promised. In half a year, the 5 emperors, 3 lords and 2 emperors will come beside our sect. Only by reaching the god realm can I be strong enough to fight them. If I want to break through, I must first have the path to becoming a god. It is said this can be obtained by practicing the manual. Thousands of years ago, by the sect's canon law, for the leader to obtain the manual, they had to marry someone with the godly physique. Even if he is a loser who can't cultivate, I will still marry him. I won't let the sect collapse. Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing get married now, but people around are still talking about Ning Tian. The Empress is so insightful. That's right. I have been a fool. The more you look at him, the husband becomes more and more distinguished. In a few years, our sect will give birth to another powerful Emperor Realm cultivator. With his talent, he is definitely worthy of the Empress. Then we see Quang Shou, who is thinking something, and he is saying, without further ado, I will report this to the Alliance leader. After this the scene shifts and we see, Heavenly Spiritual Realm right out Alliance. And a man is drinking tea, and he's saying, Elders, the demon domain is going on a rampage these days, and the demons are left by that heavenly demonic sect. And 3 people are sitting at this place, and one of them says, about the female demon Luo Wuqing's beheading, how are the plans going? And this old man's name is Emperor Ning Tian. And its cultivation, Immortal Emperor Realm. Its identity, Leader of the Righteous Alliance. And we see 2 elders, and the first elder's name is Elder Xiu of Jianmei. And its cultivation, Celestial Realm. And its identity, Elder of Jianmei. And the name of the second elder is Elder Tianfeng. And its cultivation, Celestial Realm. And its identity, Elder of Heqi. The first elder is saying, everything is ready, we are just waiting for yours order. Elder Xiu of Jianmei cultivation, the female demon won't know what kind of drug is in the gourd, and the second elder says, she suddenly got married to a good-for-nothing handyman, so there is a lot of excitement in them sect today. Then the old man takes out the spiritual item, the psychic gem, and says, I have also heard about this, Quang Shou also just contacted me, let's listen together. And because of the psychic gem, Quang Shou is talking to the old man, and Quang Shou is telling the old man, Leader, something huge happened. And the old man says, you are also a sect master, why are you so panicked? And Quang Shou tells them, Luo Wuqing deceived us all. The person she married is not a piece of trash, but a peerless genius. And as soon as they hear this, both the elders get shocked, and they both say, peerless genius? I know it wouldn't be that simple. And Quang Shou further tells them all, the man's name is Ning Tian, he claims to be an useless handyman. I did what you asked and made Lin Xiaoyao have a duel with that loser. But who would have guessed he was not trash? He even defeated the prince with 1 palm. He learned the palm in 1 day, with 1 word he broke the hearts of everyone. And after knowing about Ning Tian, the first elder says, to achieve that is a legendary miracle, and the second elder says, Leader, this man must be taken seriously. Then the old man breaks the psychic gem, then he says, unexpectedly, that the girl has made a move. We must find out details about Ning Tian. The heavenly demonic sect must be eradicated or we will be in trouble. After this the scene shifts, the Empress' bedroom evening. And Luo Wuqing was taking off her makeup, and Ning Tian was sitting quietly. And Ning Tian was thinking, everyone in the hall reacted to the godly physics, but she didn't at all. And just in front of Ning Tian is his beautiful wife, and Ning Tian is thinking, Ning Tian, wake up. I became her husband out of nowhere. If the system didn't come around, I don't know how miserable that would have been. Who knows how much she will visit me in the future. If I want to gain a foothold in this world, I have to use my power. System. Activate charming physique. While no one else is around, let me try to shock you again. Let's see if it's the same as during the day. Ning Tian goes to Luo Wuqing and calls her, and Luo Wuqing looks at Ning Tian in the mirror, and she says yes. And Ning Tian has turned on the charming physique, and he is speaking to Luo Wuqing. A moment of a single spring night is worth thousands of pieces of gold. Should we do what we need to do? And Luo Wuqing turns her head back and she says to Ning Tian, I know of your special physique. You can do this with some little girls, but you can't handle me. Ning Tian is thinking after listening to Luo Wuqing. As expected of the Empress, her heart has reached an indestructible level. And Luo Wuqing opens her clothes, seeing which Ning Tian gets shocked and starts blushing. And Luo Wuqing turns back, and Ning Tian gets more shocked after seeing the sight in front. And Luo Wuqing starts coming near him, and while passing by him says to him, you want to do it, but don't dare to. And Ning Tian turns back and says to Luo Wuqing, who doesn't dare. And Luo Wuqing shows her power and says, who else is here but you? And after listening to Luo Wuqing's words, Ning Tian gets full enthusiasm and he says, for the sake of my dignity, I will prove myself right now. And then Luo Wuqing uses her power on Ning Tian, due to which Ning Tian stops at that place. And seeing that Luo Wuqing has used aura suppressed power on him, Ning Tian asks her, "What did you to do me?" And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian while sleeping, "Nothing, I just suppressed you with a little bit of aura. Tonight sleep standing up." And Ning Tian's dreams are shattered after listening to Luo Wuqing's words. And Ning Tian can only say this to Luo Wuqing, "Hey, let me go. We shouldn't compete like this. Let's fight on the bed with real swords and guns." And after this it becomes very late at night. But Ning Tian is still standing and he is thinking, it seems like she is not planning to let me go today. There's no way, the gap between us is too big. Let's just practice. Sooner or later, I will let you know that the world is big, the earth is big, but your husband is the biggest. And Ning Tian starts doing cultivation while standing, and the system tells Ning Tian, cultivation improvement increased by 3-fold. Next morning Ning Tian comes out of his bedroom. And while taking air, he is saying, "Damn it, Luo Wuqing, that woman is so ruthless, she made me stand the whole night. I cultivated all night and reached 7-star Black Warrior, but it's still only an upgrade of 1 star, I'm not fast enough." And then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, the host can choose a place with abundant aura to cultivate. And seeing the notification Ning Tian is saying, "Abundant aura? Based on my memories, I know of such a place." After this we are told, primary cultivation ground and all the aura of the heavenly demonic sect is gathered here, there is perfect feng shui. The disciples of the sect can accelerate their cultivation speed there. And many disciples are doing their cultivation at this place. And then we see Ning Tian. He is also increasing his cultivation by sitting at this place. And when all the disciples see Ning Tian, they all get shocked seeing Ning Tian, and are saying about Ning Tian, "Look, look, look, isn't that the Empress husband? That's right, it's him. He's the most popular person in the sect currently. Didn't they always say he's trash? Look how quickly he absorbs aura. He is clearly a cultivation genius, right?" And Ning Tian is thinking while doing cultivation at this place, "I didn't expect the aura of the cultivation ground to be so abundant and pure, it's truly extraordinary." But Ning Tian says sadly, "Still not fast enough." And as soon as Ning Tian says this, all the disciples get shocked after hearing this from Ning Tian, and they are saying, "Not fast enough?" The aura is slowly entering his body. Then Ning Tian says, "Looks like I can only release my 10-fold cultivation power. 10-fold aura absorption is fully activated." And a golden aura is coming out from inside Ning Tian, seeing which all the disciples get very shocked. They feel as if an earthquake is coming. And they are all saying, "He is absorbing the aura of the whole cultivation ground." And Ning Tian is absorbing a lot of aura inside himself. And then Ning Tian gets a new technique. And the system tells Ning Tian, "You shocked a group of disciples, your reward is a black-ranked movement technique, Water Dragon Step." And the system tells Ning Tian, currently cultivating the Water Dragon Step at 10-fold speed. Water Dragon Step successfully cultivated. And a lot of golden aura is emanating from Ning Tian's body. And Ning Tian is thinking, Water Dragon Step, sounds pretty good, with this movement technique, I will have no problems making my entry and exit. Now I have a lot of aura stored in my body, but without the addition of skills, my strength hasn't improved at all. Then Ning Tian goes to a girl, and asks that girl, "Hello, may I ask where the techniques of the sect are located?" And that girl tells Ning Tian, "Patriarch, they are at the scripture depository. Today is actually the day of opening." Yes, our heavenly demonic sect has a scripture depository, there are some techniques. And Ning Tian thanks that girl. But then he notices something, and asks the girl, "What did you call me? Patriarch?" And Ning Tian is thinking, I am still a young man in my early 20s, how can I be someone's patriarch? And the girl tells Ning Tian, according to the sect's rules, the one who marries the empress is named the patriarch. And Ning Tian smilingly says to that girl, "Patriarch sounds too old, I think my older brother is better." And I don't know what the girl feels after hearing this from Ning Tian, that she starts enjoying it. And all the disciples start fainting after listening to Ning Tian, or they don't know what is happening to them. And Ning Tian, while leaving that place, says, I won't disturb your cultivation training anymore, I'll take my leave. But all those disciples are saying, the aura has already been sucked dry by you, how can we train? And after this the scene shifts, heavenly demonic sect inside the scripture depository. And there is a very long line at this place, and Ning Tian asks the man in front of him, do you all want to enter the depository? Such a long queue, will it last until the horse of the month monkey year? The man tells Ning Tian, this depository is full of techniques and skills that successful leaders have searched for all their lives. It's not surprising there would be a queue for 3 days and 3 nights. And as soon as the man looks back, he gets shocked. Because behind that Ning Tian, I mean patriarch, and seeing this, all the girls start going to Ning Tian and start praising him. And she starts calling him very handsome. And a girl says, I want to marry you. And also all the boys are shocked to see Ning Tian. And all those people are saying, he is indeed very charming. Not only did he marry the Empress, but he has also captured the hearts of many of the female disciples. And another man says, damn it, I wish I could have 1/10 of his charisma. And then someone comes to that place and he says, there's a lot of noise in front of the depository. Are there no rules? And this heavenly demonic sect Elder Guyen happens, then the elders release their energy, due to which a pressure starts getting generated. Then the elder comes forward and says, he is known to be old-fashioned and strict. He was sent to the depository because he contradicted the Empress. And Ning Tian says, if he stares at you, you will definitely be left with nothing. And the elder's eyes become red in color, and start glowing. But then the elder bows down in front of Ning Tian, and says to Ning Tian, Guyen greets the patriarch. And Ning Tian is shocked to see the action of the elder, and the man behind him is also shocked, and he is saying, is he possessed by evil spirits? It's the first time I've seen him so respectful. And the other man says, the patriarch is now famous in the sect and his strength is unfathomable. It's normal for an elder Guyen to be impressed by him. Then the elder gives a token to Ning Tian, and tells Ning Tian, is the patriarch going to the depository? This is the key to access all the floors of the depository. The patriarch can view everything. And Ning Tian is looking at that token, and at the same time he is thinking, how can he be a strict one? He's handling things very well. And Ning Tian takes the token, then he says, I just need to hold on to this ancient plate. And the elder tells Ning Tian, yes, forgive me for my insolence, but the higher you go, the higher the level of the skills are. Correspondingly, the requirements for strength are also higher. I wonder which floor the patriarch will go to. Then as soon as the elder looks ahead, he sees that Ning Tian has disappeared from that place. And Ning Tian is moving very fast, and he says, of course, I want to go too. Then Ning Tian comes directly to the 5th floor. And seeing Ning Tian going to the 5th floor, people start talking, the 5th. I think in terms of strength, the 3rd is the patriarch's limit. Even the most outstanding disciples can only go to the 4th. Except for the Empress, the Great Elder and the Supreme Elder, no one else has been to the 5th floor, right? And the elders are thinking, he's worthy of being the patriarch who broke many Tao hearts with one word, he is indeed unfathomable. And Ning Tian opens the door, and while going ahead he is thinking, there is a mountain of aura in my body right now, so naturally I have to choose the best techniques. Black rank technique, star absorbing skill. Elementary earth rank techniques, thunderbolt technique, electricity mastery, spiritual vein opening, intermediate earth rank techniques, heavenly spirit skill, auxiliary aura absorption speed, appropriate skills for the opening of meridians that allow aura to flow. The more spiritual veins there are, the faster the aura flows, and so the strength increases. There's a mountain of aura in my body right now. Naturally, I have to choose the best technique. But these can only open up a dozen spiritual veins at most, it's far from enough. And then Ning Tian sees a technique, and Ning Tian takes that technique, and he is thinking, advanced earth rank technique, Demon King's technique? Then Ning Tian takes out that technique, and he uses his 10-fold comprehension power. And the system says to Ning Tian, 10-fold comprehension of the Demon King's technique. The host is comprehending the Demon King's technique, elementary level reached. The host is comprehending the Demon King's technique, level increased. The host is comprehending the Demon King's technique, pinnacle level reach, and that technique has gone inside Ning Tian. And also a notification comes to Ning Tian through the system. The host has fully comprehended the Demon King's technique, and a lot of aura is emanating from inside Ning Tian. Then a light starts shining on Ning Tian's forehead, and a very strong aura emanates from inside Ning Tian, which all the people outside can also feel. And those people are saying, "The patriarch has found an amazing technique." And the other man says, "I wonder how much he can take on at once." And because of that token, the elder is talking to Ning Tian, and the elder is speaking to Ning Tian. Through the rules in the depository, the ancient plate allows the ones inside to communicate with the outside world. Patriarch, there was a sudden occurrence. I was worried if you encountered a problem. And Ning Tian tells the elder, "There's indeed a problem. Too few spiritual veins opened." And the elder says, "Patriarch, don't be too depressed. Usually, if you open more than 10, it's good." And a dangerous aura is coming out from inside Ning Tian, and he is saying, "There's still more than half of the aura left. But only 100 of them opened." And when the elder hears this, he is shocked and he says, "The limit of the Demon King's technique is 100 veins. Only a heavenly being can achieve this. And in only 30 minutes, this comprehension skill is so incredible." And due to the elder being shocked, Ning Tian gets a new technique, and the system tells Ning Tian, "You shocked Elder Gu Yen, your reward is a God rank technique. God's Record. Obtaining the God's Record lets you unlock the godly physique." And that technique comes in front of Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is shocked to see that technique, godly physique, and also, this part starts and Ning Tian is looking at God's Record skill and thinking about, this world's martial arts are divided into 5 categories from high to low: God, heaven, earth, black, yellow. The God's Record is the strongest God rank skill. System, cultivate the God's Record. Then Ning Tian starts cultivating God's Record skills. And then Ning Tian feels something, and he says, "What's happening? Why isn't my absorption of aura continuing?" And suddenly Ning Tian is feeling a lot of pain. He is not able to breathe properly. And he is speaking, unexpectedly, "Cultivating a God rank skill would dissolve all of my previously developed spiritual veins. It's just like breaking my bones and rebuilding them again." Then the system tells Ning Tian, "The host has comprehended 30% of the God's Record. You have reached a minor success. Activation of godly physique, activated. Spiritual veins are about to be opened for the host." And a lot of spiritual energy is coming out, and Ning Tian is thinking, "Even though I have tenfold comprehension, I can still only get to 30%. I want to see this God rank skill. How many spiritual veins can open it?" And many people wonder, what is happening? And a girl asks the elder, "Elder, what's that?" But even the elder is not knowing properly, and he says, "A spiritual sea? When cultivating, the aura will gather in the dantian like a stream. The more aura is there, the more benefit if it is to one's cultivation. But only when the amount of aura is huge, will a sea be formed. Does the Patriarch Actali have such a high cultivation talent?" And seeing this, everyone is very surprised, and they are saying, "Look, the Patriarch and his spiritual sea have soared into the skies. Is the Patriarch trying to absorb all of the aura of the heavenly demonic sect?" And the elder is also very surprised, and he says, "At such a young age, he already possesses 50 much aura. It's truly enviable." Then an elder senses that energy. And he is coming fast towards Ning Tian, and that elder is saying, "So bold. Who is coveting the aura of my sect?" And when they see the elder coming, they are very surprised. And they say, "It's the Supreme Elder. Wasn't he in seclusion?" The Supreme Elder must have had a successful breakthrough, and reached the immortal Emperor realm. And this elder is the Supreme Elder of the heavenly demonic sect. And the elder also gets surprised after seeing the Supreme Elder. But the Elder Supreme says to the elder, "Congratulations to the Supreme Elder for breaking through the immortal Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Now that you and the Empress are both powerful immortal Emperor realm cultivators, who would dare to bully our sect?" But the Supreme Elder gets angry after listening to the elder's words, and the Supreme Elder shouts, "Breakthrough, my ass! It was so hard to reach that stage, and suddenly all the aura is being absorbed. How can one break through like this? Then the Supreme Elder asks, who on earth caused this mess? So the Elder says, Supreme Elder, you have been in seclusion for a year and don't know about it. The source of this strange phenomenon is the Empress' husband, the Patriarch. And hearing this, the Supreme Elder is surprised, and he says, that girl Luo Wuqing got marred? Who is her husband? The Divine, the Palace's Emperor, or the Holy Mist Lord. Then the Elder tells, it's not one of them, but a disciple of our sect. And hearing this, the Supreme Elder is surprised. Then he says, what? How can disciple be worthy of her? Being married to an ordinary disciple is not as good as being married to an emperor realm cultivator. This is not good for building connections for the sect. He is certainly worthy. And the elders become very angry. And he releases his pressure, due to which many people bend at the knees. But suddenly Luo Wuqing comes to this place, and seeing Luo Wuqing, the Supreme Elder says to her, you ruthless girl, the Righteous Alliance is eyeing our sect and may besiege us at any time. If you wish to get married, you should have chosen a strong husband. How can you afford to marry such a brat? Then Luo Wuqing says, Supreme Elder, please pay attention to what you say. I'm already the Empress. You don't need to worry about my personal affairs. Hearing Luo Wuqing's words, the Supreme Elder gets a little nervous and says, yes, Empress. And after listening to these two, a disciple asks the Elder, I didn't expect that the Empress would show no mercy to the Supreme Elder for the sake of the Patriarch. But the Elder asks the disciple to remain silent. Then suddenly thunder starts falling on Ning Tian, seeing which everyone gets surprised. And they say, it's the holy light thunder tribulation. Wasn't the Patriarch just cultivating a new skill? How did it turn into a tribulation? And a lot of thunder is happening above Ning Tian, seeing which the Supreme Elder says, that's not a thunder tribulation. The thunder dragon is forming and passing through the spiritual sea. He is using it to open up his spiritual veins. And the Elder gets surprised. Then he says, how is that even possible? I have never heard of anyone using the tribulation to open up their spiritual veins. And the Supreme Elder says to Luo Wuqing, ruthless girl, is your husband really just an ordinary disciple? With such talent, it is very possible for him to reach the Emperor realm one day. And the Elder is thinking, Supreme Elder, that's not what you said just now. And Luo Wuqing is smiling, and she is thinking, is it because of the godly physique that he used this calamity to open up his spiritual veins? If that is so, the road to becoming a god is just around the corner. And then a very dangerous thunder dragon attack is about to happen on Ning Tian. But then Luo Wuqing comes to save Ning Tian, seeing which people say, what's worse? Is that if the aura is not enough and the thunder dragon directly enters his body, he will explode and die. And Luo Wuqing is going to annihilate Ning Tian. And she is saying, you watch from here, don't come too close, I'll go and protect him. And Luo Wuqing uses her power to save Ning Tian. And she reaches out to Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is thinking, I didn't expect that transforming the thunder dragon into spiritual veins would require so much aura. But then Luo Wuqing gets surprised, and she thinks, to think he would actually forcibly absorb my aura? And a shield is formed between them, seeing which everyone is surprised. And those people are saying, the Empress is protecting him. That's the first time it has happened. Expect the ancestors? Who else can enjoy such treatment? And Luo Wuqing is thinking, so you want to drain me of my aura? You have a big appetite. I want to see how much you can absorb. And Luo Wuqing is releasing her energy. And Ning Tian is absorbing a lot of aura. Seeing which Luo Wuqing is saying, the thunder tribulation spiritual veins momentum is indeed out of the ordinary. But then a lot of energy comes out from inside Ning Tian, due to which Luo Wuqing's clothes get torn. But then Ning Tian reaches him, and catches him, because of which Luo Wuqing's boobs are not visible. And Ning Tian says thank you to Luo Wuqing, and says to her, thank you, my wife. Taking off your clothes to protect me. And Luo Wuqing is a little surprised to see Ning Tian's strange face. But she says to Ning Tian, will you not seen enough? Before I do something, let me go. And Ning Tian is thinking, I didn't expect her to protect me. It seems like she really doesn't want me to die. After this the sky clears. And the elder is asking the Supreme Elder, how many spiritual veins did you get at your first opening? So the elder tells, I was considered a genius back then, with a total of 80. This kid is extremely talented. He should be able to open up 40 to 50 of them. Then elder asks Ning Tian, Patriarch, how many spiritual veins did you open up? So Ning Tian says, let me check. And Ning Tian starts checking, then he says, there is obviously still more than half of the aura left. Only 199 were opened. And hearing this the Supreme Elder and the elders become very shocked. And let's end today. This part begins and we see Dongshin Kingdom, Imperial Court. At the same time we see two people, and one of them happens to be Dongshin Kingdom Emperor, Lin Bai. And the second one is physician, Tian Lao. And Tian Lao is telling Lin Bai, reporting to the Lord, the place where the tribulation occurred was the heavenly demonic sect. And Lin Bai says, it's that heavenly demonic sect again. After my son came back from that sect, he lost his spirit and suffered from worries incurable by medicine. He became like a cripple. Tian Lao, contact the Righteous Alliance this instance to discuss the matter of destroying the heavenly demonic sect. But Tian Lao says, but Emperor, the Empress is there. And Lin Bai gets very angry, and he says, what of it? The heavenly demonic sect is located in our Dongshin Kingdom, and now they are becoming more and more powerful. I have always worried that they would replace the imperial family sooner or later. If they aren't eliminated now, then when? And after this the scene shifts, and we see the same three elders. Who is watching the thunder tribulation? And the old man is saying, there was such a big thunder tribulation. Could it be that the Empress broke through to the God realm? Then the first elder says, the God realm? Not yet. If she had broken through, wouldn't that mean we are going to die if we go to suppress the heavenly demonic sect in 6 months? And the old man says, right, Lu Qingying has no way of becoming a god. How can she break through the god realm? Have you forgotten about the battle of the gods thrown hundreds of years ago? So many Emperor realm experts exhausted their lives trying to become a god, but in the end, they failed down the road of becoming a god and died full of grievance. Then the second elder says, the thunder tribulation was so loud this time, it must have alarmed the whole domain. And hearing this, first the elder is surprised, then he says, what could be the source? Then the old man says, whatever it is doesn't matter, it must have something to do with Luo Qingqing. Now the threat of the Empress is getting even bigger, the heavenly demonic sect must be dealt with as soon as possible. After this the scene shifts and we see Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing, which have now come out. And looking at them the Supreme Elder is thinking, I didn't expect our sect to have such a person. This boy will turn into a sharp weapon in the future, even reaching the God realm. And then Luo Wuqing extends her hand towards Ning Tian. And she tears Ning Tian's clothes with her hands, seeing which Ning Tian gets very surprised. And all the people present at that place are also very surprised. Then Luo Wuqing places her hand on Ning Tian's chest, and Ning Tian coughs and says, cough cough. Honey, isn't that a little inappropriate? So many disciples and elders are watching. And everyone is closing their eyes seeing the actions of Luo Wuqing and Ning Tian. But then Luo Wuqing uses her power, and uses some kind of power on Ning Tian's chest, due to which thunder starts emanating from Ning Tian's body. And Ning Tian feels a lot of pain. He screams loudly. Then he sits on the ground, then says to Luo Wuqing, dear wife, you are. Then Luo Wuqing tells Ning Tian, there was still hidden damage left from the thunder tribulation in your body. I helped you with that. And Ning Tian gets surprised after listening to Luo Wuqing and he says, hidden damage? It turns out my wife was worried about me and wanted to help me heal. I'm so touched, I will definitely, wife? But then Luo Wuqing throws Ning Tian in the air with the help of her power, and she says, you talk too much. Then the elder nervously asks Luo Wuqing, Empress, will the patriarch be okay? So Luo Wuqing says, I didn't even use 10% of my strength, he won't die. Then Luo Wuqing stares at all of them and says, no one is allowed to speak of today's events. The ones who spread rumors will be mercilessly killed. Got it? And Luo Wuqing releases her power, realizing that everyone gets scared. And he says, replying to the Empress, "We understand." There we see Ning Tian, which is still in the sky and is falling downwards. And he is screaming very loudly, then he falls into the water. Then he comes out of the water, and as soon as he comes out, we see some girls taking bath at that place. And seeing Ning Tian at that place, they all get very worried, wondering who he is. Then Ning Tian is saying, "Luo Qingqing, after all, I'm still your husband, you actually threw me so far away." And after hearing Ning Tian's voice, a girl recognizes Ning Tian and calls him Patriarch. And this is the same girl whom Ning Tian has met earlier. Then there are many girls also at that place. And one of the girls is saying, "Patriarch, why did you come to the hot springs?" And Ning Tian is thinking about looking at all those beautiful girls. It's over. My reputation as an upright and proper patriarch will be ruined. And Ning Tian tells those girls, "No, that's an accident. Please listen to my explanation. I'm not such a person." Then a girl says, "So it turns out the patriarch is a peeping Tom." And Ning Tian gets a little confused after hearing this. Then the girl further says, "If the patriarch really wants to see it, we will show you slowly. No need to peep." And this girl is giving an open invitation to Ning Tian. And also all the girls present at this place are saying, "Patriarch, let me lose your muscles." And all the girls start moving towards Ning Tian, and Ning Tian gets scared seeing all those beautiful girls coming towards him. And he jumps upwards to avoid the girls, and starts running away from this place. And seeing Ning Tian doing this, the eyes of those girls become moist. And those girls are saying, "Why did the patriarch leave so fast?" Yes, it would have been wonderful to soak into the hot springs with the patriarch. And Ning Tian is running very fast, and he is saying, "Damn Luo Qingqing. I was almost deemed a perverted peep because of you. And that godly physique, it makes it even more dangerous." And Ning Tian is thinking about those beautiful girls, and at the same time he remembers Luo Wuqing's face, and thinks, "Fortunately, I didn't cheat just now, otherwise my well-being for the rest of my life will be gone for sure." And as soon as Ning Tian looks ahead, Luo Wuqing appears. And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, "Did you wash up well?" And Ning Tian gets surprised after seeing Luo Wuqing. Then Luo Wuqing asks Ning Tian to follow her, and Ning Tian asks, "Where do we have to go?" But Luo Wuqing does not say anything. And after some time, Luo Wuqing has brought Ning Tian to a tunnel, and Ning Tian is looking at this tunnel and saying, "I didn't think the sect had such a place." And Luo Wuqing tells Ning Tian, "This is the forbidden region of the sect, the heavenly demonic cave, where the spiritual tablets of all previous leaders are." And Ning Tian is surprised to hear this, and he is thinking, "Why is she telling me this?" And Luo Wuqing is thinking, "As long as I get the manual for becoming a god, and break through the god realm, the sect will no longer be afraid of any wicked people." Then Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, "Ning Tian, I want you to do something for me." And Ning Tian says, "What is it?" Then when Ning Tian looks ahead, he is very surprised, because there is a huge statue in front of him. And Luo Wuqing is saying to Ning Tian, "I want you to drop some of your blood essence over the stone statue." And Ning Tian gets surprised after listening to Luo Wuqing, and he is thinking, the blood essence represents the cultivator's purest energy. In case of dropping it like this, it's used to control the other person, which requires blood essence. And Luo Wuqing is telling Ning Tian, "Don't worry, I don't wish to harm you. I would have done so a long time ago if I wanted to. How could you survive until now?" And after listening to Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian is thinking, what is she's? This saying is true. If she, a strong cultivator in the Emperor's realm, wants to kill me, even if I have the system, I will still perish. It's unusual for an empress to marry a servant. Now that I am asked by her to do something, it must be important. Does it have to do with the entire sect? And Ning Tian says, "Okay, I will do it." And Ning Tian is thinking, there is a big power gap between us, so let's see what she wants first. Then Ning Tian starts releasing his blood essence, and he brings his blood essence over his 2 fingers. And use your blood essence. And he applies its blue essence on the forehead of that idol. Due to which light starts emanating from that idol, and the eyes of that idol start glowing. And then a man appears at that place. And he is laughing very loudly, and he is saying, "My heavenly demonic sect, I have awakened." And Luo Wuqing and Ning Tian are surprised to see his power. And Luo Wuqing is saying, looking at that man, "Are you the sect's founder?" This part starts, and Ning Tian is looking at the heavenly demon and thinking, it's been at least several thousand years since the creation of the sect, and he is still alive? And the heavenly demon is laughing and saying, thousands of years have passed. Finally, someone with the godly physique was sent here. Someone with the godly physics is finally here. And Luo Wuqing is saying to the heavenly demon, what to do? You mean by this? Where is the manual and the way to become a god that you promised me? So the heavenly demon tells, "Haha, little girl, you're too naive. Do you really think that by practicing with the manual, you will be able to find the way to become a god? That's just a rumor that I made up. Thanks to yours foolishness, I was able to find someone with a godly physique, which saved me a lot of effort." And after listening to the words of heavenly demon, Ning Tian is thinking, so it turned out that she married me just for my godly physique, to get what? The way to become a god? And Luo Wuqing says to the heavenly demon, the ancestral teaching which has been passed down from generation to generation in the sect were actually fabricated by you, so, is the purpose helping you regain your body and return to the living? So the heavenly demon says, that's correct. The previous leaders were all useless, none of them could find them godly physics. But luckily for me, you silly girl did. And hearing this, Luo Wuqing gets very angry, and she releases her power, and she says, you wish to die. Then she attacks the heavenly demon with the heavenly demonic palm, and Luo Wuqing's attack releases a lot of energy, seeing which Ning Tian is thinking, this is the strength of an emperor. The power of her palm is much stronger than the one I could produce. But Luo Wuqing's attack does not make any difference to the heavenly demon, rather he says, little girl, even if you're a strong immortal emperor realm cultivator, you can't do a thing to me, yours ancestors. But I am currently, just in a spiritual state, so I won't be stupid enough to confront you head on. My target is, him. And the heavenly demon starts going to Ning Tian, and seeing her coming towards him, Ning Tian says, oh, he wants to take over my body? And Ning Tian is smiling, and the heavenly demon has come very close to Ning Tian. And Ning Tian is telling him, come at me. And Luo Wuqing heavenly moves forward to stop the demon. But now it is too late. Heavenly demon has entered inside Ning Tian's body. And Luo Wuqing is about to attack the heavenly demon, and she is saying, get away. But now the heavenly demon has entered inside Ning Tian's body, and he is saying, there's no way I'm getting out after entering. And now we see inside Ning Tian's body. And the heavenly demon is saying, it's rumored that the godly physique is the best of the cultivation physiques. The ancient holy physique, the heavenly palace physique, they are all beneath it. What is that? Spiritual C. He actually has a spiritual C in his dantian. So unexpected, he seems to have an amazing cultivation talent. It seems like I'm rather fortunate. Where does this thunder come from in his spiritual C? A thunder dragon's spiritual vein? I've never seen a cultivator with spiritual veins that turn into a thunder dragon. Since ancient times, thunder and lightning have been the nemesis of the spirit. The slightest carelessness can lead the spirit to fly away. No, I can't stay in this body. And the heavenly demon tries to escape from Ning Tian's body. But then Ning Tian says to the heavenly demon, old man, now that you're inside, it's not so easy to get out. And seeing the power of Ning Tian, the heavenly demon gets very shocked, and he thinks, this kid actually bested me like this. He must have known that my spiritual state is afraid of thunder and lightning the most. With a thunder dragon's spiritual vein, it is impossible to be taken by force, so he let me in on purpose. So vicious, what? A remarkable method. And then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system. And in that notification it is written, you have shocked the heavenly demon. Reward, Spirit Destruction Skill. Destroy the spirit, convert the spirit's power into your own, and get stronger. And Ning Tian becomes happy after seeing the notification, and he is thinking, Spirit Destruction Skill? That's interesting. Then Ning Tian starts reducing his size, and comes to the heavenly demon and says, Heavenly demon, you're not so arrogant now? And after listening to Ning Tian, the heavenly demon gets angry and says, You brat, even if I'm just a spirit right now, I'm still in the immortal emperor realm. How can I be captured like this? And the heavenly demon attacks Ning Tian with the heavenly demonic palm. But Ning Tian is watching the attack of the heavenly demon with a smile, and Ning Tian sends the thunder dragon to attack with just one gesture. And the thunder dragon destroys the attack of the heavenly demon. Seeing which the heavenly demon says impossible. But Ning Tian has made it possible. And Ning Tian now sends a thunder dragon to attack the heavenly demon. And a lot of energy is coming out from the thunder dragon. And Ning Tian has used spirit destruction skill, heavenly demonic 13 forms on the heavenly demon. And the heavenly demon forms a seal to stop Ning Tian's attack. And he is saying, Damn it, my spirit is completely suppressed by the thunder, I can't even exert half of my power. And Ning Tian is saying to the heavenly demon, stop struggling and just turning into power for my godly physique. And hearing this, the heavenly demon shouts and says to Ning Tian, You brat, I will kill you. And Ning Tian says, Devour him. And the thunder dragon would have broken the heavenly demon's shield. And the thunder dragon attacks the heavenly demon, and the thunder dragon is about to devour him. And the heavenly demon is saying, No, I don't want to. And the heavenly demon screams very loudly. And with this the game of heavenly demon ends. It becomes a resting peace. On the other hand, we see Luo Wuqing, which is very sad, and she is saying, the manual to become a god. It was all a rumor, all of it was just a scam, what about him? He touched my body, I can't let him live, forget it. I was the one being deceived, I can't let him be taken by the heavenly demon in front of my own eyes. And Luo Wuqing is about to attack Ning Tian. But then the seal imposed by the heavenly demon is broken. And seeing this, Luo Wuqing gets very shocked. Then Ning Tian calls Luo Wuqing his wife. And Luo Wuqing gets shocked after hearing this. Then she says, You weren't possessed? After all, the ancestor is a strong cultivator in the immortal emperor realm. You are just a black warrior realm, and you absorbed all the power of the heavenly demon spirit? And Ning Tian also gets shocked after seeing Luo Wuqing's action. But he smilingly says to Luo Wuqing, with so much spiritual power, I'll get a lot of aura, right? And then Ning Tian gets another notification from the system. And it is written in it, the host has crossed the realm boundary after forcibly absorbing the spiritual power of a strong cultivator in the immortal emperor realm. Because of the difficulty of the absorption, self-destruction is about to happen. And then Ning Tian's eyes shine very brightly. And Ning Tian is feeling a lot of pain. And he is saying, Ugh! It's too hot. My spiritual sea is boiling like lava. Too hot. I will explode. And seeing Ning Tian's condition, Luo Wuqing kisses Ning Tian directly, due to which Ning Tian gets very shocked. And with this, begins. And Luo Wuqing is still kissing Ning Tian. And both of them are enjoying orgasm. Then Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, If you don't wish to explode, stay quiet. And Ning Tian is enjoying and thinking, She is helping I suppress the violent spiritual power in my body? And Ning Tian has held Luo Wuqing's waist. After this, an hour later. Then Luo Wuqing said, It's all done now. And Luo Wuqing pushes Ning Tian away from her. And Ning Tian is smiling, and he is thinking, although the process was exciting, it was a bit abrupt. Then Luo Wuqing takes out something and says to Ning Tian, This is for you. And Ning Tian gets surprised to see that thing and he asks Luo Wuqing, What's this? So Luo Wuqing tells Ning Tian, This is the spirit pearl formed with the energy of the spirit, it contains the aura of the heavenly demon. You can use this as a daily absorption cultivation tool. Remember, your cultivation must be gradual and causes 2 ma at one go. I won't be there to save you every time you're in danger. And Ning Tian takes the spirit pearl. And he becomes happy. Then he says to Luo Wuqing, Okay, thank you. Ning Tian further says, Wife, now that we have destroyed the heavenly demon, doesn't that count as deceiving our ancestors? And as Ning Tian says, Luo Wuqing starts destroying this place, and she says, this guy has been deceiving generations of heavenly demonic sex leaders for his own selfish gains. A person who is not worthy of being a member of the heavenly demonic sect, it can't be said that we deceived anyone. And within some time, Luo Wuqing destroys this place, seeing which Ning Tian gets shocked. Then Luo Wuqing is thinking, but I did not expect the manual to actually be a fabricated lie. Without guidance on how to become a god, there is no way for me to break through. If the Righteous Alliance attacks, what will we do? Well, there's nothing we can do about it. If their people come, we will block them with all our might. Even if the heavenly demonic sect is destroyed, I will still make them culprits suffer in the future. Then Ning Tian's body starts glowing, seeing which Ning Tian gets shocked. And he says to Luo Wuqing, wife, I am breaking through? And Luo Wuqing also gets shocked, and she is thinking, it's really godly physics. Within a few days he had several breakthroughs and success. Such speed is truly a rare sight. Then Ning Tian sits down to do cultivation. And Luo Wuqing is saying while leaving, then I will leave you to cultivate in peace. After this, Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, and the system says, congratulations to the host for breaking through the 8-star Black Warrior realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 9-star Black Warrior realm. Host has undergone a breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for breaking through once again, 1-star spiritual realm. And Ning Tian is saying, after entering the spiritual realm, the difficulty of cultivation greatly increases. At that time, the aura needed will also increase. No matter what happens in the future, I have to stabilize my foundation first. After this the scene shifts and we see, Shadow Demonic Sect. And a man is saying to the sect leader, In Sanshur is here. And the sect leader becomes happy after hearing this. Then he turns back and says, Sanshur, you broke through again? And Sanshur is saying, yes, this disciple has already received the peak of the spiritual realm. I'm just one step away from entering the Earth King realm. Then the sect leader says, you are only 20 years old, but you can already be compared to those elders who are around 50 years old. With yours potential, our sect has found its successor. It's a shame that our sect is being suppressed by that heavenly demonic sect. We will never be able to get ahead like this. Since ancient times, the demons have respected the strong. Then Sanshur says, the heavenly demonic sect has their powerful empress who has been their leader for hundreds of years. And the sect leader is saying, the heavenly demonic sect follows the demonic path, and they also cultivate demonic arts. But how can a woman with a kind heart and a soft hand lead the people of the demonic path? The leader of the demonic path should be our shadow demonic sect. Sanshur, in 3 days, the heavenly demonic sect will be holding a Tao conference, and you will be there as a representative of our sect. You must remember, yours presence there is to elevate our sect's reputation. And Sanshur says to the sect leader, what do you mean, sect leader? Then the sect leader says, everyone in the demonic path has been unsatisfied with the Empress for a long time now. In addition, not long ago, dark clouds covered the sun and a thunder tribulation occurred. Many people were left restless, so they will send their geniuses there. And Sanshur says, so, we must trample the disciples of the heavenly demonic sect under our feet in front of everyone. Then the Empress will suffer a great loss. And the sect leader is saying, exactly, let's see how she can hold on to her position as the leader of the demonic path when that happens. On the other hand, Ning Tian has made a breakthrough. And he is saying, I was lucky this time, the heavenly demon was just in a spiritual state, and he happened to be restrained by the thunder and lightning, otherwise I might have been killed by him. According to what I've heard, the various forces are constantly fighting. We will definitely encounter dangerous situations in the future. She was right, there won't be someone to help me every time there is danger. Then Ning Tian gets a notification by the system. And the system says, host, the night of the full moon is full of aura. It's a good time to cultivate. And Ning Tian is saying, I have to work hard and increase my strength as soon as possible. And Ning Tian sits down to do cultivation again. And as soon as some people see Ning Tian doing cultivation, they all get very shocked. And those people are saying, huh? It's so late, and there are still people cultivating on the moonlight cliff? And a man notices something, then he says, looks like the patriarch? And a girl is saying, it really is him. On a full moon night, he is cultivating here instead of enjoying the night with his empress, he is so hard working. And the other girl says, men who work hard are so handsome. And seeing Ning Tian doing cultivation, all the men get very dangerous motivation. And those people are saying, our patriarch is working so hard. How can we fall behind? Yes, we should all cultivate too. Just then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, and the system tells Ning Tian, you shocked all the disciples and motivated them to cultivate. Reward, tenfold moonlight aura absorption speed. And Ning Tian gets surprised after seeing the system notification, and he is thinking, what are? They were shocked about it. Whatever, let's cultivate in peace. Start tenfold moonlight aura absorption. And Ning Tian gets another notification by the system, and the system says, tenfold moonlight aura absorption speed, begin. And Ning Tian is absorbing a lot of spiritual energy. And seeing this, everyone becomes even more shocked. And they all are saying, heavens, look! Even the moonlight is going towards the patriarch. And a girl says, the patriarch is truly divine. Just then the great elder arrives at that place. And looking at those people they say, what are you all doing gathered together in the middle of night? The girls are surprised to see the great elder. But a girl says to the great elder, please keep your voice down, we don't want to disturb the patriarch's cultivation. And the great elder gets shocked after hearing this. And when he looks ahead, he gets even more shocked. And he is saying, are my eyes seeing right? The patriarch is actually cultivating? And these brats too? And we see that many people have sat at that place to cultivate. And Ning Tian is cultivating while sitting on top of the peak. And a man tells the great elder to shut up. Then Ning Tian is absorbing the pearl given by Luo Wuqing, and a lot of energy is being released from that pearl and Ning Tian is absorbing it. Then the system gives a notification to Ning Tian, and it says the host has broken through. Congratulations to the host for breaking through again, and reaching the 2-star spiritual realm. And Ning Tian is saying, not bad. If I continue like this, I should be able to reach the Earth King realm within 2 months. Then the great elder, looking at Ning Tian's cultivation, says it took me 2 years to break through from the spiritual realm to the Earth King realm, and he's planning to reach it in 2 months, even saying this as if it's as easy as drinking water. This is abnormal, Brad is really. Then a disciple says in shock, everyone, look! What is that on the patriarch? And we see that Ning Tian has created a huge spiritual body of his own. And Ning Tian gets a reward from the system, and the system says, you shocked all the disciples and the great elder. Reward, faith cultivation. Or faith aura cultivation, this part begins. And the system rewards Ning Tian, and tells him, faith cultivation. When you are surrounded by your followers and cultivate with them, the followers' asterisk cultivation speed will be doubled and the aura cultivated by the followers will replenish the host. And Ning Tian starts smiling after listening to the system. And he is thinking, replenish the host, that is good. There is no shortage of followers. But if I can get the great elder too, with his strength, the aura that replenishes me will be even stronger. Then Ning Tian comes down from the peak, and seeing Ning Tian's increased power, the great elder becomes very surprised. And he is a little nervous. Then Ning Tian says to the great elder, I saw the night sky, and the moonlight tonight is particularly bright. The aura is also abundant. Why don't we cultivate together, maybe we can gain a lot. Then the great elder says to Ning Tian, there's no need, I have somewhere else to be. But the great elder is thinking, in former days, the moonlight was the same, what could you gain? Then we see some disciples who is becoming very happy, and one of the disciples is saying, heavens, the patriarch is amazing. I broke through. And a female disciple says, me too. The patriarch is truly amazing. And as soon as the great elder listens to those disciples' words, he becomes extremely happy. And they are thinking, what kind of luck did they have tonight? Not only collective cultivation but even collective breakthrough. And then the great elder says to Ning Tian, ahem, since the patriarch has invited me so kindly, I can't refuse. And then the great elder sits down with the disciple to do cultivation. But they are thinking, weird, why don't I feel anything special? Then a disciple says to the great elder, you need to shout. The patriarch is the coolest. First, as the heavenly demonic sect's great elder, I can't say such shameless words. But after listening to that disciple's words, the great elder is getting angry. But he raises his hand, and he says, the patriarch is the coolest. And he passionately says, double the aura entering my body? The patriarch is truly the coolest dash. Then we see Ning Tian, which sits down again for cultivation, and a lot of energy is coming out from inside it. And he is thinking, yes, with the aura of the moonlight, the pearl, and the power of faith, the effect is indeed greater. And seeing Ning Tian doing cultivation, the great elder's eyes become moist. And he is saying happily, with the patriarch here, the heavens have truly blessed our sect. After this the scene shifts. And we see, heavenly demonic palace. And Luo Wuqing is sitting at this place. Then the great elder is saying to Luo Wuqing, greetings to the Empress. Forgive me, I am late. Then Luo Wuqing asks the great elder, what happened, great elder? And the great elder explains, replying to the Empress, I followed the patriarch to cultivate at Moonlight Cliff last night, so I was late. And hearing this, another elder is surprised, and he says, with the patriarch? He is only a black warrior realm. Then the great elder explains, no, you don't understand. I cultivated with the patriarch, and the aura was more abundant and effective than usual. Then a second man says, although there hasn't been a breakthrough yet, your aura has definitely consolidated a lot. And a third man says, great elder, take me with you next time. And Luo Wuqing is a little surprised after listening to his words, and she is saying, this guy didn't come back all night and made such a fuss. Then Luo Wuqing says to all the people present at this place, everyone, let's get back to business. The Tao conference is about to begin soon. At that time there will be countless geniuses coming to our sect. Even if it's a friendly matter, the disciples of the heavenly demonic sect must not fall behind others. Elders, do you understand? And they all say yes after listening to Luo Wuqing. Then, 3 days later, we see that many cultivators are gathering in the heavenly demonic sect. And they all are saying, Great Stone Sect, greeting the heavenly demonic sect. Splitting Mountain Sect, greeting the heavenly demonic sect. Heaven Soaring Sect, greeting the heavenly demonic sect. Shadow Demonic Sect, greeting the heavenly demonic sect. And the disciples are very shocked to see so many cultivators. And one disciple is saying, so many people have come to the conference this time. Then the other disciple says, even the 3 great demonic geniuses are here. That is the genius of the Heaven Soaring Sect, Ling Tian. A genius swordsman, cool and calm, I heard he is the young master of the sect. The chief disciple of the Shadow Demonic Sect, Yin Sanshi. He is so vicious that he once slaughtered a whole village on his own. However, the Shadow Demonic Sect and our Heavenly Demonic Sect have always been at odds. It's difficult to say if he's here with good intentions or if there's something else brewing. And then someone enters that place. Seeing what another disciple is saying, it smells nice. And the female disciple is saying, it's the saint of Yaoqi. They have no disputes with anyone, they didn't come to the Empress wedding either. But this time, a saint has come. And indeed saint is looking very beautiful. Then a man welcomes all of those cultivators, and says to them, welcome to the heavenly demonic sect, everyone. I'm Li Changxing, I will take you to the conference stage. And saint says to that senior brother, I saw many disciples of the heavenly demonic sect cultivating on the cliff peak over there from a distance. May I ask which genius disciple of your sect is on top of the cliff? And the senior tells, oh, that's our patriarch who is leading them. And as soon as he listens to the 3 seniors, he is thinking, the patriarch, the husband of the empress? And Ling Tian says, just in the spiritual realm. He can't even take care of himself and he is leading others? That's nonsense. Then we see some disciples, who are becoming very happy. And those people are saying, I broke through. The patriarch is truly a god. And a female disciple says, ha ha ha, I broke through. The patriarch is truly a god. And the seniors are saying happily, such a pretense. Then we see Ning Tian, who is leaving, thinking, this chance to improve my skills, how could I miss it? Then we see, conference stage. And many cultivators gather at this place, and all those people are sitting and watching the competition. And one participant breaks a rock very easily. And he is saying happily, the great mountain sect's power is infinite. Please guide me, heavenly demonic sect senior brother. And after listening to him, his brother is smiling and he is saying, of course, junior brotherly. I will gladly guide you. And she shows off her muscular body. Then he punches the rock, and very easily breaks the rock into pieces. And seeing the power of that man, the other man gets very shocked, and he says, I give up. Then we see the great elder, who is laughing very loudly. And next to him is his daughter Luo Wuqing. And the great elder is saying, we have elite disciples, so they will definitely achieve a total victory in this conference. And Luo Wuqing says, don't be too happy, the 3 most difficult opponents haven't taken the stage yet. Then Ning Tian comes behind Luo Wuqing, and he says to Luo Wuqing, 3 most difficult opponents? Let me see them? Then Yin Sanshur is flying in the air, and he is saying, some people cultivate with the Tao of swords, some with the Tao of music. Each path of the Tao has its own characteristics. I am Yin Sanshur, and I don't care about any of them today. Let's just talk about what is Tao. And as soon as the crowd sees Yin Sanshur, they all start saying, is the shadow demonic sect here to cause trouble? What is this question even? The Tao is truly mysterious, no one can solve this question. And Yin Sanshur is saying, no one has thought of the answer for thousands of years. And at the same time he is thinking, today I will let your heavenly demonic sect get on stage, and not get off. And Luo Wuqing is thinking after listening to Yin Sanshur, it is said that if one understands even a bit of the Tao, they can break through without even cultivating. The shadow demonic sect has come prepared today. We then see the elders, who are extremely shocked. And one of the elders is saying, what should we do? Drive him away for cause trouble? And the great elder says, no, in that case, won't our sect lose face? This is what the shadow demonic sect is waiting for. And the second elder says, then should we just admit defeat today and let them slap us in the face like this? Then we see Ning Tian, who is eating an apple. And he is smiling. Then he says to Luo Wuqing, wife, are all the shadow demonic sect disciples sissies like him? Such a pity, just like a woman in men's clothes. And as soon as Ning Tian says this, the reaction on Yin Sanchi's face changes. And he thought to be so close to Luo Qingqing, he must be the patriarch, right? Such a worthless man for her. And the crowd is saying, wow! He hates being called a woman the most. Who is that crazy? If you offend him, you will be in big trouble. Then Yin Sanshur says, so? No one in the entire heavenly demonic sect can answer me? Then in response Ning Tian says, sissy, is such a simple question worthy of being asked at a Tao conference? And this part begins. And we see Yin Sanshur, who is thinking, he is so calm, does he really have an answer to my question? That's impossible. I have been preparing this question for a long time now. This stupid patriarch is only in the spiritual realm, how could he know? And the great elder is saying, do you know the answer, patriarch? Then Ning Tian says, what is Tao? I don't know what's so difficult about this simple question. Just take a good look. And Ning Tian starts going down rapidly. And he reaches the stage. And seeing Ning Tian, the crowd starts saying, the patriarch has entered the stage. The patriarch has shocked us too many times now. And a female is saying, how will he shock us this time? And Yin Sanshur says to Ning Tian, I see that you are young, and your level is low. Does the demonic heavenly sect really wish to be as hasty as to send you to answer my question? And Ning Tian says, sometimes, some things are not determined by age. Then we see Ling Ao, which is saying, it's stupid to call this question simple. I suppose he is just talking nonsense. Sissy, I will now tell you what Tao is. And then Ning Tian starts telling Yin Sanshur, Tao, it's formless, soundless and scentless. It's vast with no boundaries, and tiny with no space. Tao, it creates all of heaven and earth. It's the whole energy that dominates everything in the world. And the crowd starts getting very surprised after listening to Ning Tian's words. And an old man starts speaking, as expected of the patriarch. His understanding of the Tao is so deep and unfathomable. And the other guy says, why couldn't understand the patriarch's words? And a woman says, regardless, he looks so cool, and Yao Qi Saint is thinking, he is worthy of being the legendary patriarch. He stabilized the situation with just 2 sentences. And after listening to Ning Tian's explanation, Yin Sancher tells him, do you think you can get away with it by spouting some words that no one understands? And Ning Tian says to him, what are you talking about? Hey, it's bad to be that uneducated. Listen carefully. For you, there won't be a lesson like this again. There are 3,000 paths, each of which have their own understanding. Take the sword Tao for example. This path uses the sword intent. It is the swordsman's understanding of the sword. If the person who is practicing swordsmanship understands sword intent, he can be said to have understood the sword Tao. By analogy, what is Tao? I don't need to explain them one by one, right? What the patriarch is saying is that there are 3,000 kinds of Tao among those paths, right? Every one of them is unique in its own way? And the crowd gets very shocked after hearing Ning Tian's explanation. And Ning Tian further explains, the Tao is simply the path you choose. Among the 3,000 paths, when you succeed in cultivating one, the Tao is already in your heart. Otherwise, how could you succeed in cultivation? Then, the crowd gets very excited after hearing this. And they all start saying, I get it. The patriarch's words have enlightened me and solved all my issues. I am going to break through. Yin Sancher along with the crowd gets very shocked after hearing Ning Tian's words. And he is saying, it can't be, it's impossible. To cultivate the Tao, to understand the Tao is in the heart. If it was that simple, I would have. And then, after listening to Ning Tian's words, Yin Sancher makes a breakthrough. And he becomes even more shocked. And Ning Tian is smiling, and he is saying, he doesn't admit it with his mouth but his body is honest. At the same time Ning Tian is thinking, I didn't expect that my casual talk could shock these talented people, they must be easy to fool. And then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, and the system says, you are shocked. Everyone present. Bonus skill card, Great Emperor Strike. Great Emperor Strike. You can use the strike of a peak immortal Emperor realm. After use, the skill card becomes invalid. And seeing the system notification, Ning Tian is thinking, the strike of a peak immortal Emperor realm cultivator. If I encounter a powerful enemy whose realm has several stages higher than mine, this is equivalent to having a life-saving trick. And the Great Elder is very shocked, and he is saying, in the past, one wise thought from him shook the hearts of many talents. And now, he cleared up everyone's doubts. Having such a patriarch is truly a rare blessing for us. But Luo Wuqing is watching Ning Tian's moments carefully. Then Yin Sancher says to Ning Tian, I admit, it is my loss today. And saying this, Yin Sancher starts leaving the stage. And the crowd is saying, the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect is amazing. But while Yin Sancher is saying, the plan failed, so the sect leader has to make a move. Humph! So what if you can answer it? After I return to the sect, you and your sect will suffer a huge loss of face. After this, Ling Ao says to Ning Tian, the heavenly soaring sect, Ling Ao. Please guide me, patriarch. And Ling Ao comes on stage. Then he says, I wish to discuss the sword Tao. And seeing Ling Ao in front of Ning Tian, the crowd starts saying, the show is starting. Ling Ao is the most powerful among these 3 geniuses, and his strongest point is swordsmanship. Can the patriarch still stand victorious? And Ning Tian says to Ling Ao, bring it on. At the same time Ning Tian is thinking, great. Just in time to test the martial arts given by the system. Then Ling Ao takes his sword out of its sheath, and he is saying, the shadow sword in my hand is a treasure-grade weapon. And he attacks Ning Tian with the sword. And seeing this the crowd starts saying, heavens! In the entire heavenly spirit domain, The treasure weapon is one of the most powerful. The sect leader really values him giving him such a sword. Treasure grade? Is that so powerful? Weapons of the domain are generally divided into 5 grades. Magic weapon, spiritual weapon, treasure weapon, immortal weapon, and artifact. I heard there are grades above artifacts, but no one has seen them. And Ning Tian starts smiling after listening to the crowd. And he is thinking, I see. However, the weapon is secondary, its effectiveness still depends on its user. And Ling Ao turns his sword towards Ning Tian. Then he says, Patriarch, why don't you have a sword? If you don't, how can we discuss the sword Dao? And Ning Tian says, I don't have one. And hearing this, the crowd wants to give their weapons to Ning Tian, and those people are saying, Patriarch, I have a good one. And the other man says, use mine, Patriarch. Mine is good, it's a spiritual weapon. Then we see that energy starts coming out from inside Ning Tian, which is thunder. And Ning Tian is saying, although I have no physical sword, I have other ones. And as soon as Ling Ao feels Ning Tian's aura, he gets extremely shocked. And he is saying, aura turning into a sword, your swordsmanship has reached complete perfection. And we see that because of Ning Tian's power, a thunder dragon has been formed. And Ning Tian is saying, sword intent dragon. And Ning Tian attacks Ling Ao with the dragon. And Ling Ao gets very nervous after seeing this. Then the crowd is saying, such a fierce sword intent. It's like a blue dragon bursting out of the mountain Plahar, it's incredible. Then Ning Tian apologizes to Ling Ao and says, sorry, my hand slipped. Even if I have understood sword immortal practice to master it. And Ling Ao is very nervous. And he is saying, the sword intense Patriarch and I have mastered are not at the same level at all. There's really always someone better. Patriarch, I surrender. In this exchange I've lost. And as soon as the crowd hears Ling Ao saying that he has accepted defeat, they all become very happy. And they all are saying, he won. I know it. The Patriarch would definitely win. He actually defeated the most powerful genius of the demonic path. The Patriarch is truly strong. And Ling Ao starts leaving the stage. And while leaving he is saying, Yaoqi Saint, will you come next? And seeing Ling Ao leaving, Ning Tian is thinking, I at least got the chance to fight with someone and test the sword's intent. Then we see Yaoqi Saint, which is speaking to Ning Tian, Patriarch, I'm not here to discuss Dao, I'm here to. And as soon as Yaoqi Saint says this, purple-colored energy starts coming on the stage, seeing which Ning Tian gets surprised. And he's thinking, this is bad, my aura is being suppressed. I can't move. Damn it. And due to that energy, Ning Tian's power starts getting suppressed. And he comes on the stage by the hair of his knees. And he's thinking, it's an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. But it can't be the Luo Wuqing. Who is it? And this part begins. And we see that because of purple energy everyone is feeling a lot of pressure. Luo Wuqing then uses her powers to suppress the purple energy, bringing relief to all of them. Then those people are saying, the aura vanished? And a man says, the Empress is as strong as ever? And the other man says, it's fortunate that the Empress took action. Then Luo Wuqing said, old shadow demon, now that you're here, why bother hiding like a rat? And then a man opens the portal and comes out. And he is laughing. Then the man says to Luo Wuqing, our 5 major sects have been long dissatisfied with your sect being the leader of the demonic Dao. If you know about current affairs, then you would hand over your position as leader. And many of the old man's friends also come to that place, Poison Valley leader Snake Venom, Demonic Soul sect Elder Soul Destroyer, Yin Yang sect leader Wei Vinyang, Scorpion Gate Lady Scorpion, Shadow Demonic sect leader Old Shadow Demon. And looking at them the elder says, 5 strong cultivators of the immortal Emperor Realm all come together to force the heavenly demonic sect. And looking at those people, Ning Tian is thinking, the 5 of them are all immortal emperors. Such strong people are forcing their way into our sect. Can my wife stop them? Then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, there is no need for the host to worry. You underestimate your wife's power. This system recommends the host to enjoy the show. And Ning Tian is thinking, at worst, I will have to activate the Emperor's punch skill to give my wife a helping hand. And after listening to those people, Luo Wuqing starts getting angry, and she says angrily, "Oh, you want to be the leader, are you worthy of it?" And after listening to Luo Wuqing, a man says she didn't pay them any mind at all. Could it be that the Emperor's cultivation is so high that far surpasses theirs? And Yao Qi says, "Looks like that battle today is inevitable." And Ning Tian becomes very happy when he listens to Luo Wuqing. And he shows his thumb and says, "She is indeed my wife. So domineering." Then this scorpion lady says, "Luo Wuring, since you're so arrogant, don't blame us for attacking. Elder Soul Destroyer, why don't you bring out the treasure of your sect?" And the old man is the one using the soul-destroying diagram. And he does, due to which many skeletons move forward to attack. And that man is saying, "This is a low-grade, immortal weapon. It took 9,999 souls to refine. Their souls will be trapped in it forever, unable to reincarnate. Although I can't summon that many souls for the time being, I can still summon a mere 3,000. And seeing that attack, a man from the crowd says, "Immortal weapons are extremely strong. It is said that some are even able to let the holder cross realms and defeat their enemies." And a woman says, "Right, even if one appears, all sects would fight for it to death." And a man says he actually took out such a weapon. The Empress is in trouble. And seeing that attack, Ning Tian is saying, 9,999 souls to refine this. This diagram is truly wicked. And the system tells Ning Tian, "Don't worry, host, your thunder tribulation can subdue this soul destruction technique. These 3,000 souls are a good resource. Each one can power up your soul pearls." And Ning Tian is thinking, "Not bad, system. I have to get this soul destruction diagram." And Luo Wuqing is smiling, and she is saying, "A low immortal weapon, it seems like you have been carefully preparing for a long time." And the old man says, "Of course, in order to beat you, each one of us has prepared an immortal weapon. Let's see how you can resist." And Ning Tian is shouting, "Don't be afraid, wife, these old guys are just bragging right now. How the weapon is used depends on its master. Leave that old soul destroyer to me." Then the man says to Ning Tian, "You brat, without Luo Wuqing protecting you, I could kill you with one finger." But then a bright light from the sky falls on Luo Wuqing. Then Luo Wuqing is saying to them, "1 divine realm, 7 stars. 4 divine realms, 3 stars. I wonder what will happen now. Do you dare to challenge me?" And seeing Luo Wuqing's power, the man says, "She is at the peak of the immortal emperor realm? Old ghost, you didn't mention she had reached 9 stars. So what? We are attacking with all we have. I don't think she can withstand it." But the old man says, "Elder Soul Destroyer, use the 3,000 souls to deal with the others." But the man doesn't listen to his partner, and is about to use 3,000 souls to attack. And all of them together move forward to attack Luo Wuqing. But then Luo Wuqing attacks them, and seeing this, the old man says, "Elders of the heavenly demonic sect, follow me in killing these souls." And Ning Tian is also ready to use his power, these 3,000 souls again. "If you meet me, you will turn into ashes in the end." And a man looks at Ning Tian and says in shock, "Each of the souls is comparable to the existence of the Earth King realm." And the other man says, "The patriarch is just in the spiritual realm, yet he is so relaxed when facing the souls." And Ning Tian is getting notification through the system, "You shocked all the elders. Reward is the Thunder Tribulation Restrainment. 10-fold comprehension of the Thunder Tribulation Restraint Formation. Comprehension complete." And Ning Tian is now completely ready. And he is saying, "Thunder Tribulation Restraint Formation." And as soon as Ning Tian activates the formation, a lot of thunder starts coming out, which directly hits the person, due to which he is experiencing a lot of pain. And Ning Tian is saying to her, "I want you to give you a helping hand finding true freedom. What I do is not that much." And everyone gets very shocked after seeing Ning Tian's power. And they all are saying, "He created the formation in seconds. Is the patriarch a formation master?" And the lady says, "The patriarch becomes even more mysterious." And then Ning Tian takes the scroll from that man and catches him. And he is saying, "Old man, thank you for the 3,000 souls. And the man says, Shadow Demon. Where did the brat come from? He actually refined my diagram. And his partner says he is by no means trash, and the old man says, it must have been pretending to be weak. He deceived us. And Luo Wuqing is ready to attack those people, and she is saying, you don't have the power to have time to chat? You 5 die. And the old man gets scared after seeing Luo Wuqing's attack, and he shouts, watch out. Use your spiritual power quickly. And then he gets attacked by the heavenly demonic palm. And we see that they all fall very far. And blood is coming out of their mouth. And they all get badly injured. And a man says we must have fallen into their trap. Now the 2 of them have joined forces, and the old man says, we can only sacrifice the immortal weapons, kill her first, then deal with the rest. And his partner says, yes, if we don't unite, this will be our end. And they stand together again to attack. And Luo Wuqing also notices this thing. And all of them together attack Luo Wuqing with their respective techniques. And the old man is saying, Elder Soul Destroyer, take action quickly. And the man moves forward to attack Ning Tian, saying, brat, you refined my diagram. And as soon as Luo Wuqing sees that the man is about to attack Ning Tian, she gets scared. And now Luo Wuqing has become very angry, and she is saying, if you dare hurt him, I'll tear you to pieces. And very dangerous energy is coming out from Luo Wuqing, due to which those people start facing a lot of problems. And Luo Wuqing attacks him with a heavenly demonic palm, due to which they all get injured even more. And that man is about to attack Ning Tian, and Luo Wuqing is quickly going to save Ning Tian. Besides, the great elder would also have become very distressed. And the elder behind him is saying, is the legendary patriarch of our sect destined to die today? And Ling Ao says, the shadow demonic sect and the other sects are simply too wicked. And the Yaoqi saint is saying, don't act rashly. Yet, this is a battle between immortal emperor realm cultivators. It's not something we can interfere with. And that man is about to attack Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is saying, you old bastard system, activate the great emperor's strike for me. And the system activates the skill card, due to which Ning Tian's power increases a lot. And seeing this, the man becomes very shocked, and he says, an immortal emperor's power? This kid, is he an immortal emperor? And Ning Tian says to that man, old man, it's you who deserves to die today. Then Ning Tian attacks the man, due to which a huge explosion occurs at that place. And Ling Ao gets very shocked after seeing this, and he says, a strong cultivator of the immortal emperor, the realm was turned into dust with just one strike. And Ning Tian stands quietly at that place. Then after this, Luo Wuqing comes to Ning Tian, and Luo Wuqing is thinking, Ning Tian is clearly only in the spiritual realm. How did he release the aura of an immortal emperor? And then blood starts coming out of Ning Tian's mouth, and Ning Tian is about to fall. But Luo Wuqing catches him, and Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, are you hurt? And Ning Tian is thinking, my heartless wife, you still care for me. Then all the elders come forward to help Ning Tian, and Luo Wuqing tells them he's right. He just passed out from exhaustion. Next, it's time to settle our accounts. And now Luo Wuqing wants to kill them all. And we see that those people are running away in fear. And the old man is telling them all to get out of this place quickly, but Luo Wuqing takes out the bow and arrow and she says, you want to escape from my hands? Do you think that's a possibility? And Luo Wuqing attacks them with an arrow, which directly hits all of them, due to which they are killed. But the old man still survives, and he says to Luo Wuqing, you are crazy. Blood escapes. And the old man runs away from this place, using the blood escape technique. And Luo Wuqing says to Great Elder, now that the immortal emperors of the 4 sects have been taken care of, go and finish them off. After this the scene shifts and we see, Righteous Alliance. And a man is saying, all 4 major sects are gone? The shadow demonic sect of the demonic Dro led the 4 immortal emperors to force the heavenly demonic sect. Unexpectedly, only the old shadow demon escaped with serious injuries. The good-for-nothing husband of the Empress summoned the power of an immortal emperor to kill Elder Soul Destroyer with one strike. And the old man says, Luo Wuqing is also extremely powerful. At the peak of the immortal emperor realm. How many would dare to provoke her? As for that good-for-nothing, maybe she had given him some means of protection. And the man says, despite this, the names of the heavenly demonic sect and that patriarch are now spread throughout the heavenly spirit domain. Then the old man says it is not an issue. When the void god heavenly palace's leader comes out from seclusion, with us being at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, how can Luo Wuqing be our opponent? Also, tell everyone, the many disciples that have been sent out for training, if they meet the heavenly demonic sect's disciples, kill without mercy. There. Heavenly demonic sect. Holy pool. 3 days later. Ning Tian slowly opens his eyes, and he is saying, ugh. I'm still alive. My whole body feels like it is falling apart. I thought I was going to meet my end with that old man. This part begins. And the system says to Ning Tian, as the host has shocked everyone in sight, the level of faith cultivation has been improved, and faith energy has been stored. When your faith energy reaches its full capacity, it can be used as a means of attack. Faith energy absorption +1, faith energy absorption +2. Current faith energy storage, 30/100. And seeing the system notification, Ning Tian is thinking, that's great. Not only does it counter aura, but it can also store faith energy and turn it into an attack. Then the great elder says to Ning Tian, Patriarch, you have finally awakened. We're all so worried about you. And the second elder says, yes indeed, a strong person of the immortal emperor realm was killed by the Patriarch with a single move. Patriarch, you are truly amazing. And Luo Wuqing has taken out some treasures, seeing which the great elder gets shocked and he says, Empress, aren't these the immortal weapons taken from those 4? The Wind Dragon Spear, a low-grade immortal weapon that emerges like a dragon with immeasurable power. The Black Tortoise Shield, a low-grade immortal weapon, as black as ink and indestructible. The Red Sky Sword, a middle-grade immortal weapon, red like a blazing flame. Then Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian helped immensely with the annihilation of the 4 sections. The heavenly demonic sect doesn't treat its disciples poorly. So please choose one of these 3. And Ning Tian is thinking, all 3, no, with my current strength, I can't control all 3 of these weapons. The Red Sky Sword, a middle-grade immortal weapon, red like a blazing flame. Then Ning Tian grabs the sword and he says, then, I choose the Red Sky. With this deep aura, it's indeed an extraordinary weapon. And Ning Tian starts making a blood contract with the Red Sky using his blood. And the Red Sky immediately recognizes Ning Tian as his master. And Ning Tian is saying, he is worthy of being the Patriarch. The blazing flame aura is so strong. And a lot more starts coming out from inside the sword, seeing which everyone gets very shocked. And those people are saying, what a powerful reaction. Who would have guessed that the Patriarch's sword intent would be so great? But Ning Tian feels something strange and says, weird, the aura suddenly weakened? It became like an ordinary spiritual weapon's aura. Then Luo Wuqing tells Ning Tian, Red Sky has that specific trait. Its grade changes together with its master's strength. And Ning Tian says, so the master's strength is what determines its grade? And Luo Wuqing further says, yes. The stronger you become, the stronger it will become with you. The weaker you are, the weaker it will become. Everything depends on your strength. And Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, thank you, dear wife. At the same time Ning Tian is thinking, as long as I continue to improve, there is no limit to it. Red Sky will eventually become an immortal weapon stronger than any other immortal weapon. And Luo Wuqing says, Ning Tian, I have something to ask you. That day, your great emperor's strike, where did it come from? I know that it's not possible to summon the emperor's shadow by just relying on your physics. And after listening to Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian is thinking, above the immortal Emperor realm, there are even stronger people, and this heavenly spirit domain is simply one of the 3 heavens and 9 realms. Even if I can trust Luo Wuqing right now, the system is involved in this as well. Even if one less person knows about it, that will lessen the danger for me. Then Ning Tian said to Luo Wuqing, I don't wish to lie, but right now. And after listening to Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing says, forget it, since you won't wish to tell me, then don't. Shortly put, the treasures you must not hide be exposed. Remember, there's always someone greater and stronger. And Ning Tian becomes happy after listening to Lu Wuqing, and then he says, "Thank you for being so considerate, dear wife. Don't worry, I will tell you if I have the chance in the future. It's just that I don't know when that will be." And then someone says, reporting to the Empress, "Yaoqi's saint is asking for an audience." And Lu Wuqing says, "Please ask her to wait for me in the main hall. I will be there right away." After this the scene shifts and Yaoqi's saint is saying to Lu Wuqing, "Your Majesty the Empress, by order of the Queen Mother of the West, I am here to borrow the heavenly mirror of your sect." And Lu Wuqing says to Yaoqi's saint, "The heavenly mirror is a precious treasure of our heavenly demonic sect. Why does the saint needs to borrow it?" And Yaoqi's saint says, "Forgive me, Empress. This involves a secret of our Yaoqi's holy land, so I can't tell you. However, by the Queen Mother's order, if your sect is willing to lend us the mirror, we are willing to provide you with a Yaoqi immortal elixir." And Lu Wuqing gets a little surprised after listening to Yaoqi's saint's words, and she says, "A Yaoqi immortal elixir? That's unexpected. Yaoqi's holy land is even willing to take out their elixir in order to borrow the heavenly mirror. In the holy land of Yaoqi, there is a unique immortal dew lotus. It takes 10 years for one flower be formed, and it's full of spiritual energy. It can even allow someone at the peak of the immortal emperor realm to step into the demigod realm, and that's why it's called the Yaoqi immortal elixir." Then Yaoqi's saint says, "I wonder if the Empress willing? If you can get it elixir and successfully break through, you will have a better chance of winning against the Righteous Alliance's siege." And Lu Wuqing says, "I can lend you the mirror, but you have to agree on one condition." And Yaoqi's saint is asking, "What is it?" But we are not told what Lu Wuqing said to Yaoqi's saint. After this the scene shifts. And Lu Wuqing has come to Ning Tian, and Ning Tian says to Lu Wuqing, "You want me to take the mirror to Yaoqi's holy land? And the elixir can increase the probability of my breakthrough?" And Lu Wuqing says, "No matter how slim the chance is, it's worth the try. In addition, I know you've been working very hard to improve. I won't miss this chance to aid you. There's a sacred place in Yaoqi where you can improve your physique. When you take the mirror to them, mention this to the Queen Mother of the West, and she will approve." And Ning Tian is thinking, "Right, if it hadn't been for Luo Wujing, I might have died in someone else's hands already, even if not in the hands of that old man's soul destroyer. Only by improving my physique will I not exhaust myself in the future when using advanced techniques." And Ning Tian says to Lu Wuqing, "Thank you for your consideration. By the way, dear wife, it's said that all of Yaoqi's disciples are women. Aren't you afraid?" Then Lu Wuqing says, "No, if you do something bad, you will pay for it." And Ning Tian says, "So, you are not afraid of becoming a widow?" But Lu Wuqing says, "Of course not. Are you planning on going to the cliff to continue to cultivate? Or will you go to bed?" And as soon as Ning Tian hears Lu Wuqing's lovely words, he becomes very happy. And he quickly makes Lu Wuqing lie down on the bed. And tells him, "Of course, I'll go to bed." And Ning Tian is about to kiss Lu Wuqing. But Lu Wuqing asks Ning Tian to stop. Then she says, "You are not allowed to do that to me, I'm not ready." Then Ning Tian agrees to it. And Ning Tian hugs Lu Wuqing. And Lu Wuqing says, "But I can still sleep in your arms." This part begins. And we see, heavenly demonic place. And many people gather at this place, who are talking about Ning Tian. The patriarch didn't go to the cliff last night, so he must have been cultivating somewhere else instead. Such a hard-working patriarch, he's truly worthy of being a role model for our entire generation. Then Ning Tian says, "No matter where, I always need to work harder." And Luo Wuqing says to the Great Elder, "Great Elder, please take out the heavenly mirror." So the Great Elder takes out the heavenly mirror from the storage bag, and Luo Wuqing tells Ning Tian, "This is the treasure of our heavenly demonic sect, the heavenly mirror. Nothing can be hidden from this mirror. Give me your hand." And Ning Tian moves his hand, and Luo Wuqing further tells Ning Tian, "I will carve a formation onto your palm that can be used to control the mirror. The heavenly mirror has the power of the Emperor, others cannot snatch it away from you. So rest assured." And Ning Tian understands Luo Wuqing's words. Besides, he is also very happy. And Luo Wuqing says to the saintess, then, you can go to Yaoqi with the saints. Then the saintess calls her heavenly Pegasus. Then she says to Ning Tian, Patriarch Ning Tian, please. But Ning Tian is imagining something different, and he is thinking, isn't this place a bit too cramped? Then Ning Tian says to the saintess, I thank the saintess for her kindness, but I can't go inside your heavenly carriage. And as soon as the saintess hears this, she gets a little surprised and is thinking, many young heroes have wanted to ride the Pegasus with me. And the president, but he declined? And then Luo Wuqing starts calling spirit feather sparrows, and within some time a bright light starts glowing at that place. And a very big sparrow comes there. And Luo Wuqing tells Ning Tian, this is the spirit feather sparrow, a level 6 monster. It's equivalent to a cultivator of the Sky King realm. It will take you to Yaoqi. Then the Ning Tian goes near the big sparrow and starts caressing it. At the same time he is saying, a level 6 monster is equivalent to a cultivator of the Sky King realm. Then Ning Tian sits on the sparrow and he says to Luo Wuqing, dear wife, we'll come back as soon as I can. And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, stay safe. Then Ning Tian says to the sparrow, spirit feature sparrow, let's go to the Yaoqi Holy Land. Then both of them start leaving this place. And Ning Tian is very happy sitting on the sparrow, and he is saying, this is the first time I have left the sect after coming to this world. I heard that there are 3 heavens and 9 realms. The heavenly spirit domain is located in the 2nd heaven, and it has been divided into 2, righteous and demonic Tao. The Yaoqi Holy Land has always maintained neutrality, and the 2 sides never bothered them. If there's truly a place to improve one's physique in the Holy Land, I'm definitely not the only one who wants to go there. I wonder what kind of trouble I'll encounter when we arrive. And the saintess looks at Ning Tian and thinks, Patriarch Ning Tian, the heavenly spirit domain is vast, and the Yaoqi Holy Land is far in the west. So this trip will take about 1 day and 1 night. And Ning Tian is saying to the saintess, thank you for letting me know, saintess. And Ning Tian takes out the treasure given by Luo Wuqing and is thinking, since there's so much time left, I can't waste it. I'll cultivate instead. And the saintess feels something and says, why is there such a rich aura at such a high altitude? Ning Tian? Is he really only in the spiritual realm? Why can he produce such a heavy aura? And then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, and the system tells Ning Tian, you shocked the saintess of Yaoqi, you have been rewarded with the joyful Tao of 3,000. And Ning Tian is thinking, feel free to get shocked by me, it doesn't bother me. I just have to continue my cultivation, and the journey of both of them continues like this. And now it's night time. And even now Ning Tian is doing cultivation. But then the system tells Ning Tian, the host has broken through. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and reaching the 3-star spiritual realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through again and reaching the 4-star spiritual realm. Then Ning Tian is saying, after accumulating aura for several days, I've finally broken through 2 minor realms at once. After this the scene shifts and we see Yaoqi Holy Land, and there are some people at this place. And 4 girls in the front, and one of them a woman says, on the order of the Queen Mother of the West, Yao Ke is here to lead our guests to the immortal spirit spring for body tempering. And a man says, thank you, Miss Yao Ke. But then strong winds start blowing at that place, seeing which the man gets surprised, and he says, what's this sudden gust of wind? Then we see that the saintess and Ning Tian are coming to this place. And both of them come to the ground. Then the saintess says to Ning Tian, Patriarch Ning Tian, we have arrived at the Yaoqi Holy Land. And Ning Tian sees this place and says, it's indeed beautiful, it's not an exaggeration to call it a wonderland. But as soon as she sees the female Ning Tian, she asks the saintess, this person is. Then the saintess tells them, this is the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect, Ning Tian. And as soon as all those females see Ning Tian, they become very happy. And she is saying, is this the famous legendary patriarch? I didn't expect the patriarch to be so young and handsome. Yes, the patriarch is really handsome. I feel like I can't take a breath. And then the saintess tells Ning Tian, I didn't expect the patriarch to have such charm. And Ning Tian says to the saintess, ahem, of course. At the same time Ning Tian is thinking, it's definitely not because of my charming physics. Then we see the man who is getting very angry, and he is thinking, damn it. The way Yao Ke looked at me just now was special, but she is praising another man for being young and handsome the next second. Unexpectedly, the patriarch who stole the spotlight at the Empress wedding is actually only in the spiritual realm. The Empress must have found her husband too weak, so she sent him here to take a dip in the spring and avoid embarrassment in the future. Then the boy comes forward, and says to Ning Tian, as we have met at this Yaoqi holy land, this holy son humbly greets the patriarch. The patriarch's words broke through the heart of the original holy son of our heavenly vault holy land. There's an uproar in the heavenly spirit domain. At the same time he's thinking, ha, I'm not trash like the previous holy son. As long as you admit this, I will definitely test you. But Ning Tian tells him, I don't remember this. There were so many holy sons that day. And the man gets surprised after listening to Ning Tian and then he says, you don't remember? And that man is thinking, you are the reason why we lost all face, and you were able to forget about it. To not even recall our heavenly vault holy land, it's so disrespectful to us. Then the saintess says to Ning Tian, Patriarch Ning Tian, please come with me. I'll take you to see the Queen Mother of the West. And Ning Tian says to the saintess, thank you, saintess. And Ning Tian is thinking, I wonder what kind of a person the Queen Mother of the West is. Then the saintess is taking the Ning Tian inside, and telling him, Patriarch, this is our Yaoqi palace. And when Ning Tian sees the scene inside, he is very surprised. And he is thinking, unexpectedly, there is such a scene in this place. Then we see the Queen Mother of the West. And the Queen looks at Ning Tian and says, I wonder what the legendary patriarch thinks of my Yaoqi palace? And as soon as Ning Tian looks at the Queen, he is thinking, being able to break through the void like this, she seems to be an immortal emperor. And Ning Tian greets the Queen, and he says, I greet the Queen Mother of the West. At the same time Ning Tian is thinking, I thought she would be an old lady. I didn't expect her to be so young. And the Queen says to Ning Tian, at first, I thought the Empress was crazy, but it seems that her husband is quite nice. And hearing this, Ning Tian starts blushing. And he's thinking, damn it, what's going on? Why is my heart racing? I shouldn't be that excited. Then the system says to Ning Tian, Host, the Queen Mother of the West has an extremely charming fox physique, which is the natural enemy of the godly physique. Only by using the godly physique can you resist the power of the charming physique. And Ning Tian is thinking, resist the power of the charming physique with my godly physique. I have to relax. And the Queen is thinking, even a strong cultivator of the celestial realm might not be able to resist my extremely charming physique. He is only in the spiritual realm, but he's actually able to resist it. Then Ning Tian says to the Queen, is such an attitude from the Queen Mother of the West acceptable? I am here representing my sect? And Ning Tian is thinking in his mind, I'm still Luo Wujing's husband. Then the Queen laughingly says to Ning Tian, I'm just joking, Patriarch. Please forgive me, I was being careless. And Ning Tian says, let's get back to business. I wonder what the Queen Mother of the West wants our heavenly mirror for. And the Queen starts moving forward, and says to Ning Tian, please follow me, Patriarch. Then the Queen brings Ning Tian to another place. And a female in front is saying, what should we do? We can't delay it any longer, that thing in the spring definitely can't be kept under control. The Queen Mother of the West has sent someone to borrow the heavenly mirror, but we don't know when it will be brought back. And the Queen says to those females, everyone, this is Patriarch Ning Tian of the heavenly demonic sect, he is here escorting the heavenly mirror. And Ning Tian asks the Queen, why is the spring so dark and unusual? So the Queen says to Ning Tian, the Patriarch doesn't need to worry. Our disciples accidentally polluted the water source while cultivating. We can't handle it on our own, so we have to borrow your heavenly mirror. Then Ning Tian says to the Queen, even the Queen Mother of the West can't deal with it? And the Queen laughingly says to Ning Tian, although I am a strong cultivator in the immortal emperor realm, I know nothing about dealing with such things. And after listening to the Queen, Ning Tian is thinking, the Queen Mother of the West and these elders, they must be hiding something from me. Whatever, the affairs of other holy lands are not my business. I just need to complete this task, enhance my physique, and get the immortal elixir. Then Ning Tian takes out the mirror. Then he says, so, I just need to use the heavenly mirror in the spring, right? And the queen is looking at that mirror. At the same time she says to Ning Tian, yes. But the heavenly mirror is an immortal weapon. Patriarch is only in the spiritual realm. Will you be able to exert its full power? Then Ning Tian starts moving forward and he is saying, ha, you are underestimating me and my wife. Since my wife carved the formation into my body, that means I'm able to use the heavenly mirror. And then, a female looks at Ning Tian and says, the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect actually has a spiritual sea while in the spiritual realm. And the other female says, not only does he have a spiritual sea, but also 199 thunder tribulation spiritual veins. He is extremely talented, his future is limitless. And then Ning Tian gets a notification by the system, and the system tells Ning Tian, you shocked the Queen Mother of the West and Yaoqi's elders. Buff card earned, powerful physique card. And Ning Tian uses the heavenly mirror, due to which golden-colored light starts entering the black water from the heavenly mirror. And Ning Tian is thinking, the black aura that's gushing out of the spring must be what the Queen Mother of the West is hiding. Is that black aura resisting me? Shine light upon Yaoqi, eradicate all filth. Then we see that now the water has become normal. And Ning Tian recalls the heavenly mirror. But now Ning Tian is very tired, due to which he starts falling down. But the saintess catches Ning Tian, and the queen says to the saintess, Yao 11, the patriarch has exhausted himself. Please help him recuperate. I will come back later to thank the patriarch for his help. Also the queen says to those females, pass my orders, no one is allowed to approach the immortal spring without my permission from now on. Then they leave this place. And after some time, we see Ning Tian, who is sitting in the room and doing cultivation. And he's thinking, no wonder Luo Wuqing refused to give me all 3 immortal weapons at that time. Just activating the heavenly mirror at full power drained my aura completely. Fortunately, my recovery is quicker with God's record. And then the saintess comes to that place, and the saintess says to Ning Tian, Patriarch, haven't you exhausted your aura? To get up now, I'm afraid that. And Ning Tian stands up. And he says to the saintess, no problem, I am almost fully recovered. And the saintess is surprised to see Ning Tian, because Ning Tian has recovered very quickly, and hence the saintess is thinking, I clearly saw him exhausting his entire spiritual sea just now, he was completely dried up. And the system says to Ning Tian, you shock Yaoqi's saintess aura cultivation plus 300. And then the queen comes inside Ning Tian's room, and the queen says to the saintess, Yao 11, you can't say such casual things to a man. And the saintess looks at the queen and says, I greet the Queen Mother of the West. But then the queen comes close to Ning Tian, and starts touching his cheeks. At the same time she is saying to Ning Tian, boy, your physique looks good. To express my gratitude, would you like to stay in my Yaoqi Holy Land for a few days? You can choose from all of my Yaoqi Holy Land's elixir. This part starts, and Ning Tian is speaking to the queen, ahem, no need for that. Thank you for your kindness, Queen Mother of the West. At the same time Ning Tian is thinking, the Yaoqi Holy Land is full of female disciples. If Luo Wuqing finds out about this, I'll definitely get punished for it. Then Ning Tian further says to the Queen Mother of the West, before departure, my wife specially recommended to me the Holy Land that can enhance my physique. She said that you, the Queen Mother of the West, would not refuse this request. And the Queen says so, she wishes to go to the immortal spring. We from the Yaoqi Holy Land always repay the kindness we receive. The preparation of the elixir will take 2 months, we will send it to the heavenly demonic sect when it's done. As for the immortal spring, I won't refuse. I only need the patriarch to answer one question for me, and Ning Tian says, what is it? And the queen starts touching Ning Tian's cheeks, and says to him very lovingly, Luo Wuqing or me, who is prettier? And then Ning Tian says to the queen, is it something I need to consider? The Queen Mother of the West is pretty. But my wife is naturally the best. And as soon as the queen hears this, she directly slaps Ning Tian, and tells him, okay, fine then. You can go to the immortal spring now. And Ning Tian is talking to the queen, wait, so suddenly? I'm not ready yet. Then Saintess says, Queen Mother of the West, did you just? And the queen says to Saintess, don't worry, he won't get hurt. I just sent Luo Wuqing's darling to the spring through another way, that's all. After this the scene shifts and we see, immortal spring. And two people are moving towards the spring, and the man is saying, I've long heard that the immortal spring water contains an extremely rich aura, which can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the body. And the girl says, yes, that's right. But that's not all, Holy Son. The aura of the immortal spring is contained in the immortal waterfall. Once it falls into the pool, it changes to ordinary water. So, the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land sit under the waterfall to cultivate. Then the man says, the waterfall is coming down from the sky. Falling from such a height, wouldn't the impact make it? And the girl says, yes. If you stay under the waterfall for a long time, your body might be washed away by the spring. And then someone comes out from inside the tree and says, this is the immortal spring, men must not go any further. And seeing that elder, the girl bows her head and says to him, Elder Qinglin, this is the Holy Son of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land. He has come here to cultivate in the spring after receiving permission. And that man also bows his head, and says, this presence. It's a celestial realm cultivator. And the elder says, since you have permission, you may continue. And the girl says, thank you, Elder Qinglin. Then both of them are moving forward, and the man is saying, all disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land are truly remarkable cultivators. Beauties, your brave holy son is coming. Then we see that cute babies are bathing in the waterfall. And they all are enjoying it very much. And as soon as the man sees those friendly babies, his nose starts bleeding. And he is saying this is amazing. And as soon as all the babies see that man, they become very angry. And start shouting, ah! A pervert! Someone help! Pervert! Quickly hit him! And many things are thrown at him. Then the man is saying, Senior sisters, calm down. I'm not peeping at you, I'm just admiring the waterfall. And the girl comes in front of the man, and asks the babies to stop. And she is saying, wait, everyone please stop. The Holy Son Su Xing has permission from the Queen Mother of the West to come to the immortal spring. Then they are saying, babes, the permission of the Queen Mother of the West? Then I guess. And the other girl says, but why is he so obscene? Humph. He looks like a pretty beta Omicron Upsilon, but he's just a pervert. And that man is thinking, I'm the mighty Holy Son of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land, how many times have I even looked at you? But then Ning Tian falls down from the sky. And he's going to fall all over those cute babes. And he is asking to remove those babies. And it falls directly into the water. Then they are saying, babes, who is it this time? Then Ning Tian comes out of the water, and has opened his clothes a little, and is saying, damn it, why does every woman act like this? And as soon as the man sees Ning Tian, he gets surprised. And he is thinking, Ning Tian? Ha! I was allowed to come here only after getting permission from the Queen Mother of the West. And the man says to Ning Tian, the majestic and legendary patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect did not hesitate to descend from the sky to spy on the female disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land. At the same time he is thinking, the heavenly demonic sect will now become a laughingstock of the entire heavenly spirit domain. And as soon as all the babies see Ning Tian, they become very happy. And they are all saying, so handsome, this is the legendary patriarch? And all the babies surround Ning Tian. And all of them are talking to Ning Tian, patriarch. Did you come to bathe in the spring too? Patriarch, let me rub your back. Patriarch Ning Tian is enjoying it very much. And he is also very happy. But then we see that someone attacks Ning Tian. And he says, the one who trespassed into the spring, die. But then someone saves Ning Tian from the attack of that elder, and says to that elder, Elder Qinglin, stop. And the one who saves Ning Tian is Saintess, and she comes forward, and says to the elder, this is the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect, he was permitted to enter the spring. And the elder stops and she says, he's the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect? I didn't know it was the patriarch who had arrived. Qinglin has offended you. I ask for your forgiveness. And Ning Tian starts coming out of the water and he says, it's fine, nothing happened. And that man is thinking, what is this? I am also the new Holy Son, I'm going to lead the heavenly vault Holy Land in the future. And my treatment is worse than someone who was born as a handyman. Then the elder says, since both of you have come to the immortal spring to cultivate, please proceed. And babies are thinking, I wonder if the patriarch can break the record of our Yaoqi waterfall. I think the last person to break the record was the saintess, she lasted 1.5 hours. With such handsome looks, he can definitely do it. And that man is thinking, patriarch this, patriarch that, what's the use of these lovely words? To be both handsome and strong is the most vital thing. Then the man says, since we've both come here to cultivate, how about competing to see who lasts longer? At the same time he is thinking, with cultivation in the spiritual realm, whether you accept or not, you are destined to lose to this holy sun. But Saintess is speaking, the power of the immortal spring is extreme. This kind of competition is not needed, but Ning Tian says to the man, fine, let's compete. Then the man sits under the waterfall and is thinking, ha, you group of women with no insight, I'll show you what a true man looks like. 30 minutes later, we see that all the man's clothes are torn, and blood starts coming out of his mouth. And seeing this all the babies close their eyes, and Ning Tian is speaking, his clothes exploded, he failed. Then the man is covering his private parts and saying, why did it end up like this? But Ning Tian is smiling too much, and so the man says to Ning Tian, stop smiling, spiritual realm, you won't last longer than me. This part starts, and Ning Tian is going near the waterfall, and he is saying, it's indeed an immortal spring that is coming from the heavens, both its aura and pressure are overwhelming. God's record activates. Then Ning Tian sits under the waterfall, and starts cultivation. And seeing Ning Tian doing cultivation, the man is thinking, brat, I will witness your failure with my own eyes. In the beginning, the water of the spring feels like pebbles falling on your body. There was no pain or discomfort. But as time passes by, it unexpectedly falls down on you like a whole mountain, and after some time, Ning Tian's entire clothes get torn. And seeing this the man becomes very happy, and he says, look, I knew he wouldn't last long. He will fail, he will fail. And as soon as the girls see, Ning Tian's entire clothes are torn. And when her entire body is visible, they all become very happy. And a girl is saying, the patriarch is so amazing, he actually lasted for half an hour already. And the other girl says, look, the patriarch has 8-pack abs. Then the third girl says, yes, it's so sexy, I want to touch them. And the man gets very shocked after listening to those girls, and he says, ha! You have such double standards. Then a girl looks at the man and says, what are you angry about? Are you that weak? And the other girl says, yes, that looks like he's really not that great. Then we see that a golden-colored dragon comes out from inside Ning Tian, and is trying to reduce the water pressure, so that Ning Tian is able to do cultivation comfortably. And then he feels something, and he's thinking, there seems to be a Tao tone connected to its aura. Is it the Tao of music? Yes, since there are 3,000 paths of Tao, there are also 3,000 spiritual veins. If I open up spiritual veins for each path, won't I be invincible? And as soon as Saintess sees this, she becomes very shocked, and she says, the music dragon's spiritual vein? The immortal waterfall is too much for ordinary people to resist. But he is actually opening up new spiritual veins? And when the man sees this, he gets very shocked. And blood starts coming out of his mouth. At the same time he is saying, what did you say? Opening up new spiritual veins? Then he becomes unconscious. And the female is speaking, Holy Son, why did you pass out so suddenly? Wake up. And the girls are saying, is it because of his anger again? He will be fine after drinking a tonic. And then Ning Tian's wine starts changing, and Ning Tian is thinking, the aura in this waterfall is so abundant, but why did the spiritual veins break all of a sudden? And then the system tells Ning Tian, host, Your spiritual sea has not absorbed the essence of the Tao of music, so the formed spiritual veins that we opened are weak. The host can play music on his own to cooperate with the aura and music of the spring to open up the spiritual veins of music. And Ning Tian gets very surprised to hear this, and he says, "Play music? The system just gives me the mastery of the Tao of music. This is really a blessing from God." Then Ning Tian said to Saintess, "Saintess, can you lend me your guqin?" And the Saintess says to Ning Tian, "Ah? Yes, sure." At the same time Saintess is thinking, why would he need a guqin when tempering his physique? And Ning Tian starts playing music, and then the system says to Ning Tian, 3,000 paths, the Tao of music is being activated. And Ning Tian starts playing music, and after listening to Ning Tian play, the girls are saying, "What a gentle and deep tone." Don't expect the patriarch's proficiency in the Tao of music to be so advanced. And the music that Ning Tian is playing can be heard from a long distance. And then an elder listens to Ning Tian's music and says, "That sound of the guqin, it must be Yao 11 playing," and the queen is thinking. However, Yao Shi's understanding of the Tao of music is far less profound than this. Then the queen says to all her elders, "Everyone, follow me to the immortal spring." And Ning Tian is thinking while playing music, although the spiritual veins of the Tao of music that have been opened up are now much stronger than before, it still feels like something is missing. And then Queen reaches Ning Tian, and she says to Ning Tian, "Interesting, so you are tempering your physique and opening up your spiritual veins while playing the guqin at the same time." And as soon as all the girls see the queen, they are very surprised, and they are all saying, "Queen Mother of the West?" Then the queen is speaking to Ning Tian, "Patriarch, do you want your senior sister's help?" And the queen gets very close to Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is saying to queen, "Strengthening and tempering my physique is my own matter. I wouldn't bother the Queen Mother of the West with it." And queen says to Ning Tian, "Don't refuse me so quickly. Don't you feel like the spiritual veins of the Tao of music that you have opened up can't reach their ultimate form?" Then the queen starts playing music for Ning Tian, and she is saying, "I will tell you now, there's something missing." And because of the queen's music playing, many beautiful elders come around Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is saying, "What's happening? The spiritual veins in me feel like they are boiling," and now Ning Tian's power starts increasing very fast. And a lot of energy starts going inside Ning Tian. And seeing this, the queen is thinking, "I originally wanted to help him improve a tiny bit, but I didn't expect he would actually succeed." After some time, Ning Tian said, "Good. A total of 20 spiritual veins have been condensed." And the system is speaking to Ning Tian, "You have shocked the Queen Mother of the West. Skill card earned, fast as lightning, you can carry out 3 long-distance shifts." Then Ning Tian says to the queen, "Thank you, Queen Mother of the West." And the queen says to Ning Tian, "Only by cooperating with each other can we reach greater heights. The gentle sound of the guqin and the desolate sound of the flute simply complete each other. Just like us, don't you think?" And Ning Tian says to the queen, "Queen Mother of the West, please control yourself. I have a wife." So the queen says to Ning Tian, "Ha, so boring, you are no fun." Then the queen starts leaving this place. And Ning Tian is a thinking system, using the powerful physique card. And the system tells Ning Tian, "A powerful physics card has been used." 2.5 hours later. Then we see that the girls are talking about Ning Tian. Condensing spiritual veins consumes a lot of aura, but the patriarch shows no signs of being done. It's been so long, isn't he tired already? He's indeed a true man. I wonder if the patriarch has ever been able to persist for so long before. And the system tells Ning Tian, "The powerful physique card is preparing to replace the aura in the host's spiritual sea. Host, please get ready." And hearing this, Ning Tian gets a little surprised and says, "Huh? Replace the spiritual sea's aura?" But then Ning Tian feels something, and he says, "Wait, without aura, I can only rely on physical strength to resist the waterfall's overwhelming power." And we see that blood starts coming out of Ning Tian's mouth. And he starts feeling a lot of pain. This part begins. And we see Ning Tian, who is still sitting under the waterfall and doing cultivation. But blood is coming out of his mouth. And he is thinking, if it only strengthens the physique but does not raise the realm, isn't it a bit too much? Seeing this, the saint is saying to the queen, Queen Mother of the West, Patriarch Ning Tian's completeness doesn't look that good. Should we go and help him? So the queen says, the ones cultivating the Tao are fighting against heaven and earth. We should wait and see. And Ning Tian is thinking, this damn system is the process of replacing the aura not done yet? I can't stand this anymore. And then the system says, replacement complete, connection with the host established. And a lot of spiritual energy starts going inside Ning Tian, due to which Ning Tian starts flying in the air. And he is saying happily, I can feel that my physique is filled with explosive might. And the system is saying to Ning Tian, congratulations to the host for breaking through and reaching the 5-star spiritual realm. And seeing the strength he has grown, Ning Tian is saying, I strengthened my physique, opened up more spiritual veins, and even had another breakthrough just now. What a triple blessing this is. And seeing Ning Tian's growing strength, all the girls are becoming very happy. And all of them are telling Ning Tian, the patriarch is so amazing. And the saint is saying, great, the patriarch broke through. Yao Shi lost her composure for a bit. Then we see the man, who has regained consciousness. And he is saying, how long have I been unconscious? Where's Ning Tian? Is he failing soon? And a girl tells the man, the patriarch persisted for 5 hours. And the man gets very shocked after hearing this, he is not able to understand anything. Then he is saying, no way, that's impossible. You're lying to me. Stinky women, so what if he's handsome? He's just a spiritual realm weakling. He can't last longer than me. I am the dignified holy son, Su Xing. I am the world's #1. Then the saint says to the queen, Queen Mother of the West, And the queen says, his Tao heart has been broken, I'm afraid he might be crippled. Get someone to take him back to the heavenly vault Holy Land. And the saint sees a girl, who is very shocked. And she points her finger towards Ning Tian and says, the patriarch. He is naked. And all the girls are looking at Ning Tian with their eyes wide open. And we see that Ning Tian's entire clothes are torn. And that's why he becomes naked. And he remains sitting in water. And he is saying, I didn't mean to do this. Damn system. How will I explain this to my wife? And seeing Ning Tian's condition, the queen is saying to Ning Tian, don't worry, patriarch, we won't speak of this matter. But I have to say that Luo Wuqing is truly fortunate. And hearing this, Ning Tian says to the queen, let's forget this matter and not mention it again. But then some movement starts happening at that place. A lot of spiritual energy starts flowing at that place. And seeing this, saint becomes very surprised, and she says, strange, the immortal spring which originally didn't have any aura is actually bursting out with such a strong aura? And the queen is saying to the saintess, if nothing else, it should be related to our patriarch Ning Tian. And Ning Tian is saying, after seeing that aura, I feel that it contains the aura of thunder tribulation and the aura of immortal music. Could it be caused by the replacement of aura just now? The water is actually filled with vitality as soon as it enters and exits? And the saint is saying, Queen Mother of the West, can we cultivate in the immortal spring? Then the queen says, there's aura in the water, which won't do you any harm. So of course you can. Then we see that in spring all the girls jump without clothes, and starts bathing in it. And seeing this, Ning Tian is becoming very happy, and he is thinking, this aura was replaced by me, so why are they using my bath water to cultivate now? And those girls are saying, patriarch, you are really amazing. The immortal spring is so full of aura, just like the energy of the patriarch. And Ning Tian is happily looking at those girls. Then we see that the girls are now starting to break through, making them all very happy. And all of them are saying thank you to Ning Tian. And a girl is saying, the patriarch is so strong, thanks to the patriarch, we got to break through. And all the girls catch hold of Ning Tian and start hugging him. And seeing this, Ning Tian is not able to understand, what should he do now? And then the system gives him a notification and tells him that your faith energy is increasing. And faith energy increases to 100%. And because of which Ning Tian starts coming out of the spring, and he is saying, why you guys take your time cultivating, I'll go first. And Ning Tian wears his clothes with the help of his power. Then he says to the Queen, Queen Mother of the West, the matters of the Yaoqi Holy Land have been settled, so I'll be taking my leave. So the Queen says to Ning Tian, demon beasts run rampant in the heavenly spirit domain at night, so it's not safe to travel. It would be better for the Patriarch to stay the night in my Yaoqi Holy Land. Then Ning Tian says, forgive me, but I have to go. And Ning Tian starts leaving this place very fast. And seeing him go, the Queen says, he was actually able to fill the immortal spring with such an abundant aura? Ning Tian, Ning Tian, I'm getting more and more interested in you. After some time, the Queen is speaking to Ning Tian, can't the Patriarch stay longer in my Yaoqi Holy Land? My Yaoqi disciples are reluctant to let you go. And Ning Tian says to the Queen, I shouldn't. My wife must have missed me after being away for so long, it's best if I go back early. At the same time Ning Tian is thinking, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand this if I stay. And Ning Tian recalls what happened to him during the night. While he was sleeping, some girls had come to him and were saying to Ning Tian, Patriarch, there's something this junior sister is confused about. I'd like to request the Patriarch to help me. And the other girl says, Patriarch, I want to discuss matters of life with you. And Ning Tian is listening to all of them while sleeping. Besides, he is very happy from within. Then we see the girls, who are looking at Ning Tian and saying, men should also watch over themselves when going out alone. And Ning Tian gets ready to leave this place. And he is saying to all those girls, everyone, as the mountains are high and the rivers are long, we shall meet again if destined. Then Ning Tian leaves this place. And he is looking at the map while going. And he is saying, it takes a day of flying to reach the dark mountain range, and it's still only half the distance to the heavenly demonic sect. I just solidified my realm, I can surprise my wife with this when I return. And when Ning Tian is moving forward, then a warning notification comes to Ning Tian from the system, and it is written in it, a combined attack of 2 people in the Immortal Emperor realm. Host, please watch out. And Ning Tian gets very shocked after seeing the notification of the system. And he is thinking, Immortal Emperor realm? And 2 at that? And then something is moving forward very fast in front of Ning Tian, seeing which Ning Tian is thinking, damn it. If I get hit by this, I probably won't survive. But then Ning Tian's system gets activated, and the system says to Ning Tian, System, activate the Fast. As a lightning skill card. Currently in use, Fast as a lightning card. 1/3. And as soon as that attack is about to hit Ning Tian disappears from that place. Due to which Ning Tian is saved from that attack. Then we see the 2 people who carried out the attack on Ning Tian. And one of the elders is saying, where is he? I didn't hold back when sending this attack, it should have killed him for certain. But it actually didn't work out, and the second elder is saying, that kid must have something that helped him escape. But with his strength, he can't go very far, blood trace skill. Then the first elder starts searching for Ning Tian with the help of his skills, and both of them are moving forward very fast. And the first elder is saying, in that direction. Let's chase him. Then we see Ning Tian, who is running away from this place very fast in his sparrow. And Ning Tian is saying, I actually encountered 2 Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators joining hands to fight against me. Who on earth are they? There are only 2 uses left for the lightning skill card now. Then the system tells Ning Tian, 2 Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators are rapidly approaching the host. And hearing this Ning Tian is saying, they're so quick. The speed of the Immortal Emperor is truly terrifying. Even if I use my skill card to distance myself from them, it's only a matter of time before I get caught. The spirit feature sparrow is only in the celestial realm, its flying speed is far inferior to that of an Immortal Emperor. There are still 2 chains that must be used wisely, I need to find a way out. But then Ning Tian is attacked, due to which blood starts coming out of his mouth. Some kind of pressure is being used on it. And it is the second elder who does this. And that elder is saying, quack, quack. Boy, where do you think you're going? Heavenly Vault. Destroy him. And Ning Tian looking at that elder is saying, the master of the Heavenly Vault? So you've joined forces. And the first elder comes behind Ning Tian, and he is saying to Ning Tian, brat, don't blame me for this. You ruined 2 of my holy sons. This is the price you have to pay. And Ning Tian is thinking, looking at those 2 elders, damn it. At this rate, I won't be able to move and the meridians in my body will be severed. And the first elder attacks Ning Tian from behind, which also hits Ning Tian directly. Due to which Ning Tian starts suffering a lot. Besides, that attack also hits his sparrow. And Ning Tian and his sparrow are falling downwards. And Ning Tian is thinking, only when they think their kill is successful can I use the fast as lightning skill card. I have to buy myself more time. And Ning Tian and his sparrow fall on the ground. And seeing this, both the elders are feeling happy. And the first elder is saying, he must be dead now. And the second elder says, that kid is indeed very tough. He managed to hold on for a long time, but, no! He's not dead yet. And we see that lightning starts happening at that place. And seeing this, the second elder is very surprised. Then the system is saying to Ning Tian, you have shocked the Shadow Demon and the Heavenly Vault Master, the Rejuvenation Pill earned. Rejuvenation Pill, as long as the host is still alive, it can help him defend his meridians from damage and repair any internal injuries. And Ning Tian is saying to those elders, you old bastards, just wait for me, there's only one chance left. This time, as long as I don't die, I'll definitely kill you. Then the system says, system, activate the final use of the Fast as Lightning skill card. The Fast as Lightning skill card has been activated. The host has consumed all uses of the card. 3/3. And we see that lightning starts happening around Ning Tian. Somewhere beneath. And Ning Tian is running fast, but still both the elders are not giving up on Ning Tian. And the first elder is saying, to be able to make 2 immortal emperor cultivators join hands to hunt him down, just who is that person? He's worthy of the title of the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect. He managed to escape us 3 times. And both of them come in front of the elder Ning Tian. And the second elder is saying, I'd like to see how you'll escape now. But Ning Tian also prepares an attack of his own to attack the elder. And he is saying, since death is imminent, I'll at least scrape a layer of your skin off. System, activate the Power of Faith skill. And the system says, Power of Faith skill activated. Then Ning Tian attacks both the elders, who are about to hit them. But he easily survives his attack, and the elder is speaking, you brat, you dare to attack me? And the second elder is going to attack Ning Tian with a blood shadow ghost claw. And seeing this, Ning Tian is thinking, is it going to end here? But then Ning Tian's sparrow knocks Ning Tian down, and the other elder attacks. But his attack hits Ning Tian's sparrow instead of hitting him. Due to which the sparrow is killed. And seeing this, Ning Tian gets very angry, and the other elder is saying to Ning Tian, so it's a beast that loyally protects its master until the end. No one can protect you now, Ning Tian. It's time. But now Ning Tian is very angry, and he wants to kill those 2 elders at any cost. And Ning Tian shouts to those elders, I must kill you. And the second elder is saying to Ning Tian, what can you do alone? But then we see that Ning Tian has started a formation, and Luo Wujing comes behind him, and she is saying, he said you must die, so of course you must be taken care of. And as soon as they see the elder Ning Tian's formation, they become very nervous. And the second elder is saying, a space-shifting formation. Quick, kill that brat. Luo Wujing will come to his aid through that formation. And then the queen also comes to that place, who is behind them. And she uses her power, due to which both the elders are not able to move. And they are saying, ugh! I can't move. It's the Queen Mother of the West's affliction of the flood. Damn it, why did she suddenly appear? And the queen is speaking to those 2 elders, 2 cultivators of the immortal emperor realm actually join hands to hunt down a cultivator of the spiritual realm. You are truly thick-skinned. And as soon as both of them see Elder Luo Wujing and Queen, they are very shocked, and they are saying, Luo Wujing and Queen, Mother of the West, are the 2 closest to the God realm. And Luo Wujing has also come to that place, and Ning Tian is looking at Luo Wujing and saying to her, the spirit feather sparrow died protecting me. And now Luo Wujing gets very angry, and she moves forward to attack the 2 elders. And she is saying, damn it. They deserve to die. I will make your souls vanish from this world. But Ning Tian holds Luo Wujing's hand and stops her. Then he says to her, wife, you two should not interfere. I'm going to kill them myself. This part starts, and we see, heavenly demonic sect. Half a month later. And Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing are in their room, and Luo Wuqing is saying to Ning Tian, your injuries are almost healed. And Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, wife, you care so much for your husband. How should this husband repay you? And Ning Tian makes Luo Wuqing lie down on the bed and comes on top of her, and Luo Wuqing is saying to Ning Tian, such a smooth talker, didn't you say earlier that the third great sage left you a storage ring? And Ning Tian says, yes, she told me all of her treasures are in it. I wonder what good stuff lay in there. And Luo Wuqing says, you'd better be mentally prepared for that. And Ning Tian says, what do you mean? And then a very bright light starts coming out of the ring, seeing which both of them are very surprised. And some kind of energy starts coming out from inside it, which starts going inside Ning Tian. And Ning Tian is very surprised. What kind of storage ring is this? And what is inside it? And he is saying, is that within the storage ring? It's completely empty. Did that old woman cheat me? And then a treasure chest comes in front of Ning Tian, and Ning Tian starts moving forward, and he is saying, the treasures must be within this big treasure chest. And when Ning Tian opens that treasure chest, there is another treasure chest inside it, and Ning Tian is completely shocked to see this, but he wants to see what is inside it. Then as soon as he opens that treasure chest, there is another treasure chest inside it, and in the same way, while opening the treasure chest, Ning Tian finds a small treasure chest, seeing which Ning Tian becomes very frustrated, and he is saying that senior put them like matryoshka dolls. And Ning Tian opens that small treasure chest, and as soon as Ning Tian opens the treasure chest, third great sage comes out from inside it, and she is laughing, seeing which Ning Tian is shocked even more. And the third great sage is saying to Ning Tian, youngsters shouldn't be greedy. The most precious treasure in my tomb is my inheritance, whatever, as this elder's final act of affection for the younger generation. And the third great sage gives Ning Tian a scroll, and Ning Tian takes it and holds it in his hands. As soon as he holds that scroll in his hands, a lot of energy starts coming out from inside him, and Luo Wuqing is watching this carefully, and Luo Wuqing is asking Ning Tian, how was it? So Ning Tian says, wife, did you know that there is nothing inside the storage ring? And Luo Wuqing says, it said that the third great sage was not only the poorest emperor, but also very stingy. If you wish to find gold, silver, treasures, magic weapons or skills, you are doomed to be disappointed instead. And Ning Tian, looking at the scroll, says, it's only one parchment scroll. And Luo Wuqing starts opening the scroll, and she is saying, I didn't expect the third great sage to leave behind such a good thing. If the written prescription is made into a pill, it should be able to aid you into reaching the middle stage of the minor success in your physique. And Ning Tian says, it can actually nourish my physique? And Luo Wuqing is looking at the scroll after opening it, and she is saying, the heavenly demonic sect has all the ingredients that are listed, but the thunder heart fruit and the 9 phoenix ice grass. I'll have to look for them from somewhere farther away. And Ning Tian is thinking, I can't always rely on my wife's power. I need to grow strong quickly. And Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, you don't have to worry about finding them for me, dear wife. And Luo Wuqing says, but if you get my help, you'll get it done sooner. But Ning Tian says, our sect is currently at the center of a controversy. If we cause a dispute trying to find the ingredients, it will attach attention to us. If I can do it, I wouldn't bother you with it. And Luo Wuqing is thinking, this guy seems to have become more reasonable. And Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, but I am still not sure about the details of the prescription. How about my wife accompanying me to study it carefully again together? And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, So, we'll study the prescription? Ah, you hothead. And Ning Tian again makes Luo Wuqing lie on the bed and comes on top of her. Then they both enjoy the whole night. Next morning Ning Tian gets ready and comes out of his room, and he is very happy because he has enjoyed the whole night. And he is thinking, we should arrange more such activities in the future. He. My wife was quite happy about the prescription study last night. Now, I have mastered the Tao of music, the sword and the palm. The only thing I haven't mastered is the Tao of the fist. I will go to the depository for help. Then we see a man, who is standing at a place, and then he notices something and he looks back. Ning Tian has come there. And he greets Ning Tian after seeing him. But then he notices something, which shocks him a lot, and he is thinking, in just a few months, the patriarch has reached the 9-star Earth King realm. And then the system says to Ning Tian, "You shocked Elder Gu Han, reward function earned, martial art restoration. Martial art restoration. Incomplete martial arts can be fixed through comprehension." And Ning Tian gets surprised when he gets a reward from the system. Then Elder Gu Han is saying to Ning Tian, "Which floor is the patriarch going to this time?" So Ning Tian tells Elder Gu Han that he has to go to the 5th floor, and Elder Gu Han is saying, "Quickly move all the martial arts skills from the 1st to 4th floors." And Ning Tian says to Elder Gu Han, "I'm just practicing martial arts. Why do you need to act like a crisis is going to happen? Not like I am going to wreck everything, right?" And Elder Gu Han says, "Patriarch, please forgive me. I'm just trying to be on the safe side. Please enter." Then Ning Tian goes inside, and while going he is saying, "Demon God Fist, Rock Fist, to bring out the intimidating and violent fist of the 3rd great sage, I have to find a skill book that matches it. Intermediate Earth rank, Tyrant Flame Fist?" And then Ning Tian sees some scroll, from inside which golden-colored aura is coming out, and the system is telling Ning Tian, "It has been detected that Tyrant Flame Fist is incomplete. It can be completely restored by the host's Tao of the First. Does the host wish to restore it?" And Ning Tian takes the scroll in his hands and is very happy to see it, and he is saying, "Unparalleled dominance, a divine flame burning. It's you! Restore it." And the system says, "Restoring? Restoration successful. Tenfold comprehension of the complete version of Tyrant Flame Fist. New fist skill. Tyrant Flame Fist comprehension is successful." And then there is a blast at that place, which can be seen from outside. And all the people were looking at it, and they were very shocked. And Elder Gu Han also comes out and sees, he is also shocked, and he is saying, "Who?" Fortunately this time the patriarch only shook the building without destroying it. "Look! There's fire coming from the 5th floor." And then a very bright light starts going towards the sky from that place, seeing which Elder Gu Han is saying, "No, this is not fire, that aura is the Tyrant Flame Fist? Wait, how did the patriarch learn that skill? Remember that it's incomplete." And the system says to Ning Tian, "You shocked Elder Gu Yan and Elder Gu Han, reward earned, sunlight aura absorption. Does the host wish for the sunlight aura to be used for the divine flame of the Tyrant Flame Fist? Yes or no?" And Ning Tian is thinking, the Tyrant Flame Fist requires the combination of domineering Qi and divine flame aura to reach its full might. What would be the effect if the powerful sunlight aura was used as the divine flame source for the Tyrant Flame Fist? Absorption of sunlight aura, and a bright light starts coming from the sky, and Ning Tian starts absorbing the sunlight aura. And everyone is surprised to see this. And Elder Gu Han is saying, "Heavens, is the patriarch ascending? Holy sunlight is coming down. The patriarch is actually the aura of the sunlight to cultivate?" And Ning Tian gets a spiritual body, and the girls are getting very happy, and those girls are saying, "Look! The patriarch's clothes are in flames. Wow, his 8-pack abs are perfect. I really want to lay on them." And a man says, "The flame is getting stronger and stronger. I hope the patriarch is okay." And the girl says, "It's the patriarch, how could he not be okay?" And Elder Gu Han is thinking, the sun and moon's aura is not comparable to ordinary aura. It's very difficult to absorb and use it for your own benefit. There's also a chance it might backfire. Even if the patriarch is mighty, he's still an Earth King realm cultivator, and Ning Tian is still absorbing the sunlight aura from you. And then Luo Wuqing comes to that place, and seeing Luo Wuqing, Elder Gu Han greets Luo Wuqing, and he is thinking, the Empress is here, the patriarch and the repository should be safe. And Ning Tian's spiritual body becomes very big, and seeing this everyone is surprised. And Luo Wuqing is also seeing this thing, and she is saying, yes, it's the great Tao's body. And Elder Gu Han is saying, it's said that it will only appear when the great Tao evolves to its limits. Could it be that the patriarch has already comprehended the tyrant flame fist to its limits? And Luo Wuqing says, Ning Tian has not yet comprehended it, he's pursuing it. And the system is speaking to Ning Tian, deduction of the great dad. When deducing the great Tao, the host can form the great Tao's body, which can elevate the host's mastery to its limits. Cultivation, the third great sage's skills, starting the deducing of the Tao of the fist. Cultivation, the third great sage's skills, starting the deducing of the Tao of the fist, and then a lot of aura starts coming out of Ning Tian, seeing which Elder Gu Han gets very shocked, and he is saying, heavens, what's the patriarch trying to do? The repository can't be saved, and Luo Wuqing tells them to keep calm, and she uses her power, by which she takes out many treasures, and she is saying, Elder Gu Han, please keep these skills safe and inform the disciples of each hall to watch out. He's at the deduction stage and cannot be disturbed, let alone interrupted, otherwise all his previous work might go to waste. And Ning Tian starts testing his power. How big is his power? And he starts training in this way. And everyone is shocked to see this, and Elder Gu Han is saying, Heavenly Demonic Hall, Sword Hall, Flame Hall, Blade Hall. They all collapsed. The patriarch is indeed a building destruction demon. And Luo Wuqing is saying happily, we can just tear it down and rebuild it. Ning Tian is currently developing his martial arts. That includes the Tao of the fist and music. Why don't you comprehend them too? And a man says, thank you, Empress, for the enlightenment. And Luo Wuqing says, don't worry your mind, his Tao of the fist is extraordinary. If you can pass through the Tao of the fist through the Tao of music, it would be a fortune. After a stick of incense. And Ning Tian is saying, unparalleled dominance, a divine flame burning, sweeping flames, peerless divine. And the system says, deduction of the Tao of the first is complete. Great Tao's body is dissipating. And Ning Tian says, finally the domineering qi and the divine flame of the tyrant flame fist are combined. And the system says, you shocked everyone in the heavenly demonic sect, immortal weapon earned, meteorite gloves. Meteorite gloves, upon wearing, they become invisible, making it seem as if they are not there. Meteorite gloves are equipped. And Ning Tian gets happy and he says, good, they are an exclusive fist set and an immortal weapon. My punching power has increased a lot. And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, how do you feel? So Ning Tian says, I'm fine, but I feel like I haven't deduced enough. This wasn't done by me once again, right? And Luo Wuqing says, it doesn't matter, as a member of the sect, your cultivation is more important. And Elder Gu Han is thinking, Empress, you're spoiling him. And then a man comes to that place and he says, it's odd, who could make such a big fuss in the heavenly demonic sect when the Empress is present? Greeting the Empress, the Tianbao Holy Land invites Patriarch Ning Tian to Shenzhou City to attend the annual Tianbao auction. And Ning Tian says, auction, why would you invite me? This part starts, and we see, heavenly demonic sect whispering rain tower. And Luo Wuqing is saying, forgive us for the unfortunate timing, Holy Son of Tianbao, the heavenly demonic sect is going through reconstruction right now, and you've come to discuss the matters of the Tianbao auction. And Holy Son says, it's okay, Empress. I'm sure the Empress knows best. And Ning Tian says, when is that Tianbao auction you mentioned? So Holy Son says, it's the largest auction in the entire domain, held by our Tianbao Holy Land. All the thesaurus of the domain are auctioned there, so it's worth the visit. And Ning Tian says, I see. I can understand why the Tianbao Holy Land would invite our sect, but why would you invite me especially? And Holy Son says, of course, it's because of the Patriarch's fame. After the battle at the great Emperor's tomb, my admiration for the Patriarch has been immeasurable as well. Therefore, I begged the Master again and again to let me come visit. I want to make my sincerity clear. And Ning Tian says, stop with the flattery and speak seriously. And Holy Son says, Patriarch, you're so ruthless, I was being honest. The Holy Lord sent me over, and the first comrade in my mind to come with me was you. I heard that the girls in Shenzhou City are all so pretty, and the patriarch is a charmer. If I'm with you, I will find someone for myself soon, hee hee. And Luo Wuqing says the Tianbao auction has always been known for its top-tier treasures. You can try your luck there, maybe you can find the herbs you need. And Ning Tian says, since my dear wife thinks so highly of this auction, I should go and see it for myself. And Luo Wuqing says, although the relationship between the Supreme Divine Kingdom and the Heavenly Demonic Sect isn't ideal, they wouldn't attack you. But just to be sure. And Luo Wuqing is staring at Ning Tian. Then she grabs Ning Tian's collar and beats him up. She kisses him. And seeing this, Holy Sun gets very shocked and he says, damn. Is this something I should see? And when Luo Wuqing kisses him, a bright light comes out. Then she says to Ning Tian, I have planted a formation in your body. It will block an attack for you in a critical moment. And I will also be informed. There are some spirit coins within the ring, so don't have to worry about not having enough money. And this ice silkworm mask? Wearing it will change your looks and hide your original aura, so you don't have to worry about exposing your identity. Ning Tian applies the mask and his appearance changes. And Ning Tian's face is glowing, and as soon as Holy Sun sees Ning Tian's face, he gets shocked, and says, Patriarch, the way you look is. And Ning Tian says, what is it? And as soon as Ning Tian sees his face in the mirror, he gets very shocked, and he is saying to Luo Wuqing, wife, do I have to wear this mask? After all, I'm a member of the Heavenly Demonic Sect. I can't tarnish our image. And Luo Wuqing says, when you wear it, no one will know you're the patriarch of the Heavenly Demonic Sect. That will keep you safe. Or are you trying to hook up with some pretty girl in Shenzhou? And Ning Tian gets very scared hearing Luo Wuqing's angry voice, and he refuses. Then he goes to Luo Wuqing and holds her waist. And says to her, my dear wife, you gave me this mask because you're jealous, right? And Luo Wuqing says, who is jealous? And Ning Tian says, I'm just afraid that your emperor's attractive physique will cause trouble again. And Holy Sun is very surprised to see the romance between these two, and he is thinking, I was hoping to finally get a woman with his charm, but now he's not even as handsome as me. I shouldn't have come. After this the scene shifts. And we see another place. And Ning Tian is saying to Holy Sun, your shadow wind horses are great. It only took us half a day to reach Shenzhou City. And Holy Sun says, don't underestimate them just because they are a second-level monster, they can travel for thousands of miles a day. They are the treasure of our Tianbao Holy Land. Then we see some people who are very happy and are saying, hey, did you hear? The Thunder Wind 9-step terrace is open again. And Ning Tian is asking a man, excuse me, what's the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace? And the man says, you don't know about it? Are you an outsider? Legend says that the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace contains the most mystic divine thunder Tao among the 3,000 great Taos. Although there are only 9 steps, a few have been able to reach the top. If you reach the 8th step, you will get the chance to dine with the princess. And as soon as Holy Sun hears that man's words, he becomes very happy, and he is saying, the princess? Do you mean Princess Yueling, one of the 3 great beauties of Shenzhou? And that man says, exactly, it's her. Then Holy Sun starts running very fast, and he is saying, Patriarch, let's go quickly, no time to waste. And Ning Tian says to Holy Sun, shouldn't we find a place to stay first? Then Holy Sun ties the rope of his horse to a peg. And he is saying, where can we find a better place than with the princess? No, not as important as the divine thunder Tao. Let's go, we should join the rush. And Holy Sun starts going forward with Ning Tian. And both of them have made the horse stand at the same place. Then we see a girl, who is saying, Tianbao Holy Land sent a horse from 1,000. Then the scene shifts to Supreme Divine Kingdom. And many people gather at this place, and there are many soldiers too. And Ning Tian is saying after seeing this place, there are so many soldiers guarding the square. This city's security is very tight. And Holy Sun says, after all, the Supreme Divine Kingdom is the heart of the heavenly spiritual domain, and this city is under the Supreme Divine Kingdom's rule. And Ning Tian says, is the Supreme Divine Kingdom that powerful? And Holy Sun says, of course, compared to them, the Eastern Kingdom is just third-rate at best. Like the heavenly demonic sect that is located in Shizhou, each major sect has its own region where they rule as they wish. Shenzhou City is also full of sects, but behind these forces there are officials that interfere. Even great emperors have to rely on the power of the nation, so cultivators have to be more cautious here. Then we see a girl, and it is a princess, and her name is Yueling, and she is saying, "The Thunder Wind 9-step terrace is open again. I hope everyone tries their best to reach the top." And everyone becomes very happy after seeing Yueling, and they are saying, "It's Princess Yueling. She's truly worthy of being called one of the 3 greatest beauties. Even her voice is heavenly music. If I get to have dinner with the princess and see her true face, I would die with no regrets." And Ning Tian says, "Then, why don't you just reach the 8th step?" And a man says to Ning Tian, "You think that's that easy to climb the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace? With each step, it gets twice as hard, it's like climbing to the sky." And the other man says, "But due to the Tianbao auction, many powerful outsiders have been appearing recently. Maybe someone might be able to do it." And Yueling is saying, "I wonder which fellow cultivator would like to try first?" And then a man comes in front, and he is saying, "I'm Shugayu, and I'm willing to try." And seeing this man, all the girls are getting happy and they are saying, "'Tis the Xiaoyao Holy Land's holy, young Master Zhuge. I love you. So handsome. Is there any man in this world more handsome than the young Master Zhuge?" And Holy Sun is saying, "These women have not seen the world, Patriarch. Take off your mask quickly. Show them the truth. But tell Ning Tian, lower your voice." And Yueling says, "Holy Son of Xiaoyao, please move forward." And Zhuge says, "I have long heard of the fame of Shenzhou City's Thunder Wind 9-step terrace. Today, I shall experience its power myself." Then Zhuge takes his first step forward, and seeing this Holy Sun is saying, "Although the 9 steps of bluestone look simple, the power within them is the divine thunder Tao. Ignorance is bliss indeed. Someone can get blown to pieces if they are not careful while stepping on this terrace." And Ning Tian says, "How do you know so much?" And Holy Sun laughs and says, "I have actually tried it before. I just stepped on the 7th step, and as I was about to step on the 8th, the power of the thunder in the bluestone suddenly increased several times. Fortunately, I had a life-saving magic treasure to save myself. Only because of that did I escape being struck by the thunder and dying on the spot. I never want to experience this tingling feeling again." And a girl says, "Look, young Master Zhuge has already stepped on the 7th step." And the other girl says, "Young Master Zhuge is at the Immortal Emperor realm. He will definitely be able to reach the 9th step." Another girl says, "You can do it, young Master Zhuge." And Zhuge is thinking, "Every time I climb a step, I can feel the pressure rising. There is indeed something special about this Thunder Wind 9-step terrace." And then an old lady comes to Yueling, and she says to Yueling, "Princess, maybe this Zhuge you can." And Yueling says, "Do you think so?" Then we see Zhuge, who is tired. Then he says, "I'm not talented enough to continue. I'm sorry to disappoint the princess." And Yueling says, "It doesn't matter, Holy Son of Xiaoyao, you're already strong. It's a pity though." And Ning Tian says, "Interestingly, I want to give it a try." And Holy Sun says, "Patriarch, please don't be too cocky. Zhuge Yu is an immortal emperor. If anything happens to you, how can I explain it to the Empress?" Then Yueling says, "Are there any fellow cultivators who would dare try?" So Ning Tian comes forward and says that I want to try. And looking at Ning Tian, a girl says, "Who is that guy?" And a man says, "I don't know. He looks average, but he dares to try to challenge the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace?" And another girl says, "He doesn't look that good, totally incomparable to the Holy Son of Xiaoyao." And Yueling is asking Ning Tian, "May I ask who you are?" So in reply to that, Holy Sun says, "This is the handsome young Master Ning, my good friend." And everyone gets very shocked hearing this, and the girls are saying, "How dare you brag when he doesn't look handsome at all?" And one man says, "But he's a good friend of the Holy Son of Tianbao, he must be strong." And the other man says, "So what? Didn't the Holy Son of Tianbao get electrocuted, burned on the outside and tender on the inside, when he tried it?" And Yueling says, "Holy Son of Tianbao, long time no see. It looks like you're doing well. And Holy Sun says to Yueling, I am going okay. And Yueling says to Ning Tian, since you're the Holy Son of Tianbao's friend, you can come forward and try. And Ning Tian starts moving forward, and he is thinking, this divine thunder Tao, I must get it. Then he takes his first step, then he feels a lot of pressure, and he is thinking, why do I feel like I can't move anymore from the moment I step onto the stairs? And looking at Ning Tian, people are saying, what happened? He's not moving? The pressure of the first step is very weak, could it be that he can't even pass that? And listening to their words, Holy Sun is saying to those people, what do you know? My friend won't stop at the first step. And then the system tells Ning Tian, host, the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace has a contrary effect on people with the godly physique. And Ning Tian is thinking, on the contrary, doesn't that mean my first step is the 9th step? This part starts, and the system tells Ning Tian, host can now immediately absorb the divine thunder Tao's comprehension. But the host has to withstand the pressure of the 9th step during the comprehension process. Do you wish to absorb? And Ning Tian tells the system to absorb divine thunder Tao. And the system says it's detected that the host is absorbing the divine thunder Tao's comprehension. Tenfold comprehension. Host, please hold on. And then there's a lot of thundering at that place and a lot of energy starts coming out, seeing which everyone gets very shocked, and they are saying, a thunder wind transformation? Isn't this the legendary phenomenon that only occurs when one reaches the 9th step? How could this happen at the first step? And Yueling also gets shocked, and she is saying, Master Nanyan, what's happening? And the old lady says, I don't know either, this has never happened before. And we see that there is a lot of thundering around Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is thinking, fortunately, I have already been blessed by the thunder, and have thunder spiritual veins. Otherwise, I might not have been able to withstand this. And a dragon aura starts coming out from Ning Tian. And everyone is shocked to see this, and they are saying, these descending strongest men, the celestial realm will probably perish. He didn't die, he must have an amazing defense. And Holy Sun is saying, Patriarch, please don't get in trouble. And Ning Tian now starts moving forward, and the system is saying to Ning Tian, you shock the cultivators of Shenzhou City. Reward, thunderproof pill, resists partial effect of thunder after consumption. Reward, miraculous healing pill, quickly recovery from injury after consumption. And Ning Tian says to the system, use the thunderproof pill and the miraculous healing pill. And as Ning Tian is moving forward, a dragon aura is coming out from inside him. Then now he starts moving forward very fast, and the system says to Ning Tian, divine thunder Tao comprehended, current comprehension level is at beginner level. And Ning Tian is thinking, the 8th step, which was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, is now so easy. Then, the 9th step. And the crowd is saying, the 8th step. He stepped on the 8th step. It's not over yet, look, he's trying to go up. What? On the 9th? That's impossible. Who is he? And the system is saying to Ning Tian, you shocked everyone, reward Thunder Wind Tao comprehension point +1. Currently, Host has made minor progress in the Thunder Wind Tao, and Ning Tian is thinking, there are many people here, and since I have already obtained the comprehension of the Thunder Wind Tao, I don't need to step onto the 9th step, which will help me avoid needing to explain myself later. And Ning Tian has completed all the steps, seeing which one man says, see, his cultivation doesn't seem to be enough for him to reach the 9th step. And the other man says, but he stepped on the 8th step already. Besides being a bit weird, the next 7 steps are easy for him. Damn it! And Holy Sun is getting very happy, and he is saying, he has reached the 8th step, doesn't that mean he gets to have dinner with Princess Yueling? And on hearing this, the people sitting next to him get very angry, and they are saying, I won't allow this. I won't allow the princess to dine with an ugly man. It's like a bunch of flowers poked into a pile of manure. Angry. I'm so angry. Then Ning Tian asks Holy Sun to leave from here, but Holy Sun is saying, Pa Master Ning, are you going to leave like that? You're not going to dine with the princess? And Ning Tian is saying, she's not as pretty as my wife, why should I dine with her? And Holy Sun says, The EMPO wife is very pretty indeed. And on hearing this the crowd gets even more angry. And they are saying, ridiculous, he actually said that one of the 3 beauties of Shenzhou is not as good as his wife? Wild boars can eat fine bran, how pretty can his wife be? Ridiculous. Could it be that his wife is the most recognized beauty of the heavenly spiritual domain, the heavenly demonic sex empress? Then Yueling says to Ning Tian, fellow Taoist, please go to the small residence to dine with me. But Ning Tian tells Yueling that I am busy right now. So Yueling says, when is this fellow Taoist free? And Ning Tian says, it depends. Then he starts leaving from here, and Yueling is thinking, how many holy sons and princes have been flocking to me. It's interesting to see such an average-looking man reject me. And then an old man comes there, Supreme Divine Kingdom Third Highness. And the old man says, Yueling, did someone just step onto the 9th step of the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace? Don't worry, we're just talking among one another, no one else can hear. And Yueling says to that old man, no one reached the top out, one person reached the 8th. And the old man is thinking, I clearly felt a strong reaction from the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace just now. And the old man says, the 8th step is nothing special. And Yueling says, Master Nanyan, please help me find that friend of the Tianbao Holy Sun. Then the scene shifts and Holy Sun is saying to Ning Tian, Patriarch, why did you reject Princess Yueling? So Ning Tian says, are you dumb? After reaching the top of the 8th step, would a princess be willing to have dinner with you? How can it be that easy? And Holy Sun says, are you saying the princess has ulterior motives? Regardless of if she does or not, I didn't even think of that. As expected of the Patriarch, you thought of that too. I'm really. And Ning Tian says to Holy Sun, stop flattering me and find an inn for us to stay in. And Holy Sun says, don't worry, Patriarch. I have already found an inn for us and tied the horses outside. And as soon as he looks in front, he finds that his horses are not there at the place where he had tied them. And seeing this, Holy Sun starts crying a lot, and he is saying, a bastard stole my horses, I will find you. But Ning Tian is taking Holy Sun inside and saying, stop howling, we have to go and prepare for the auction. At night Ning Tian is doing cultivation in his room and he is saying, yes, thanks to this Thunderwind Dao, this trip is already fruitful. It would be even better if the 2 ingredients I want are at tomorrow's auction. Then the scene shifts to Tianbao Pavilion. And a man is saying, even though there are many auctions happening in Shenzhou City, when it comes to rare treasures, none can compare to the Tianbao auction. And we see Ning Tian Holy Sun, who is walking ahead, and another man is saying, look at the first row, almost all of the top forces of the heavenly spiritual domain are there. And Holy Sun is saying, there are also private rooms on the 2nd floor, open only to some special individuals. Patriarch, if you're to ask me, considering your status, you would differently be sitting on the 1st row. But Ning Tian says, my goal is to look at the rare treasures here. I don't care where I sit. And on hearing this Holy Sun's eyes start shining, and he says, as expected of the Patriarch, a great man who lives so humbly is to be admired. And Ning Tian is thinking, what if they learn of me and I get hunted down? Then they go and sit on their seats, and Ning Tian is saying, I didn't expect to see so many forces in Shenzhou City. And Holy Sun is saying, right, but to my knowledge, the only ones who possess great immortals are the Xiaoyao Holy Land, the Supreme Divine Kingdom, and the Sword Immortal Sect. But there must be some hidden individuals. And then someone says, Princess Yueling is entering. And as soon as Yueling enters, a man says, who would have thought that the person who represents the Supreme Divine Kingdom this time would be Princess Yueling? And looking at Yueling, Ning Tian thinks, the world is small indeed, we have met again. And Yueling says, don't be in a rush, let's see how things go. And then a beautiful girl comes to his place, and she is saying, sorry for the long wait. But seeing that girl, everyone becomes very happy, and they are saying, we didn't wait long. There's no need to apologize. Sister Tian Mei is hosting the auction, so we can wait a little longer. Sister Tian Mei, you're getting prettier day by day. We can wait as long as it takes for our sister. And Holy Sun is saying, she's the best auctioneer of the Tianbao Pavilion, Tian Mei. We all call her Sister Tian Mei. But Ning Tian is thinking, even though the auctioneer is a strong cultivator of the celestial realm, the Tianbao Pavilion's might cannot be underestimated. And that girl says, now that everyone's gathered, I declare the 328th Tianbao Pavilion auctions beginning. Please, look at the first auction item. And then Ning Tian notices something and he gets surprised. Then a girl comes with a book and the announcer says, Intermediate Earth Rank Martial Arts Skill, Thunder Wind Divine Palm. Starting price is 1 million spirit coins. Each following bet must be at least 50,000 spirit coins above the last. And as soon as they see that book, they get very shocked and they start bidding for that thing. And one man bids 1 million and another man bids 1.05 million, then the third man bids 1.1 million. And Ning Tian is thinking, it's actually a martial arts skill related to the Thunder Wind Dao. But 1 million spirit coins is. Before I left, my wife gave me this storage ring and said it has some spirit coins, but I don't know how much. And then Ning Tian reaches another space, seeing which he is surprised, and a very bright light starts shining in front of him. And Ning Tian is surprised to see this light, and Ning Tian is saying, why is it so bright? Heavens, my wife is so rich! System, help me count how many spirit coins are in here. And the system tells Ning Tian, counting, spirit coins are approximately 1 billion in value. Total number of weapons and skills are approximately several hundred. And Ning Tian, seeing so many spirit coins, is saying, thank you, my dear wife. I will be able to enjoy having such wealth today. And some people are bidding even more for that book in the same way, and looking at those people, Holy Sun is saying, wow, the competition is so fierce this time. And we see another man, Scar Sect Leader, and he says the Scar Sect Leader is offering 1,600,000. Is there anyone who wants to match this price? And Holy Sun says, although the Thunder Wind Palm is an intermediate earth rank martial arts skill, the requirements to practice it are very strict. One must master the power of thunder and wind, otherwise they can't use its full power. 1,600,000 is the limit. What are you thinking about? Are you shocked by the price? Don't worry, if there is something the Patriarch wants but doesn't have the money for, I, Zhu Yuanbao, will make sure to aid you. So Ning Tian says, 1.65 million spirit coins. And Holy Sun gets very shocked on hearing this, and he says, 1.8 million. But Ning Tian increases the bid even more and says 1.85 million. Then the man bids 2 million, so Ning Tian bids 2.5 million. And now the man gets very angry, because now he does not have that much money, and he says, whatever, this Thunder Wind Palm is yours. Then the beautiful announcer says, if you don't have a bigger bet, then this gentleman wins. Ladies and gentlemen, the first half of the auction has come to an end. We will start the second half in half an hour. And Holy Sun says to Ning Tian, Patriarch, are you really that rich? And Ning Tian says, this Tianbao auction is really something. And Holy Sun says, don't worry, this is just the first half, it's to create the mood. The better things are saved for the second. And Ning Tian says, I see. It would be even better if the 2 herbs I need are there. And then Yueling comes to his place and everyone is very surprised to see Yueling. And Yueling is saying to Ning Tian, my fellow Taoist, are you free tonight? What about dinner together? And everyone is very shocked to hear this. And Ning Tian is also shocked. But he tells Yueling that I am very busy. And on hearing this, Yueling is even more shocked because, rejecting the princess again. This part starts with Yueling saying to Ning Tian, then, when is young Master Ning Shui free? And Yueling thinks he performed so well on the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace, and under the money palm. This person will definitely help me get to that place. I have to win him over. And Ning Tian gives a wonderful reply to Yueling, when you're not free, I will be free. And as soon as Yueling hears Ning Tian's answer, she starts burning inside and gets very angry. And when the crowd hears Ning Tian's words, they get very angry. And also get very shocked. And one man says, who on earth is that guy to ignore the princess? And the other man says, wait, isn't that the guy who stepped on the 8th step of the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace? And a man says, seriously, heavens, he rejected the princess twice. But Ning Tian ignores their words, his full attention is on the reward given by the system. And the system says to Ning Tian, "You shocked everyone in the Tianbao Pavilion. Reward: duplicate momentum card. Duplicate momentum card. While hiding your own aura, you can copy the aura of the first person who senses you." And Ning Tian thinks, duplicate momentum card? Quite interesting. If I use it right, it might have an unexpected effect. And when Yueling sees Ning Tian smiling, she gets even more angry. But she calms herself down, and while leaving she says to Ning Tian, "Young Master Ning is good with jokes. I will not bother you again." But while leaving, Yueling thinks, "Ning Shui? Just wait for me. I don't believe I can handle you." And Holy Sun is completely different, and he says, "What a waste. What a waste. Some people can't even drink tea with her, but others dare to refuse to have dinner with her twice." And Ning Tian says to Holy Sun, "I won't even bother myself with you." And then a servant comes to Ning Tian, and he says to Ning Tian, "Lord, my master has invited you." And when Ning Tian sees the Holy Sun is serious. And seeing Holy Sun seriously, Ning Tian gets a little surprised. Then the servant brings Ning Tian inside a private room, and then someone catches Holy Sun's ear and says to him, "You sneaked out, does your master know about that?" And Holy Sun is in pain, and we see that it is the announcer, and she says to Holy Sun, "You feel pain, huh? I see you're getting bolder and bolder." And Holy Sun says to the announcer, "Sister Tian Mei, I'm coming down the mountain to gain experience and improve my cultivation. Master will understand." And the announcer says, "I see that you're out here just to have some fun." Then the announcer looks at Ning Tian and says, "You also brought your little brother with you. Wonder who that is." Then Holy Sun introduces the announcer to Ning Tian and says, "This is a friend I made on the road, Ning Shui. He wanted to see our Tianbao auction, so we came together." Then the announcer starts leaving and she says, "In this case, this place is for you to use. This is the number 1 room. But still, don't overdo it." Then Holy Sun is saying, what does her last sentence mean? Is there anything special about this private room on the 2nd floor? I don't know either. Although this is the best private room on the 2nd floor, it's pretty peaceful. In previous auctions, the highest realm that has come was only at the celestial realm. Then the announcer announces, "Ladies and gentlemen, in the second half, we will have several distinguished guests." Distinguished guests? And then Ning Tian and Holy Sun feel a dangerous pressure, and they both get very shocked, and due to the pressure everywhere, everyone kneels down. And a man says, "There's actually a great emperor coming to this auction?" And the announcer laughs and says, "Hee, don't be nervous, the great emperors have also come to auction treasures. They won't interfere with us. If you have any treasures you like, you can bid as much as you like." And Holy Sun is surprised and he says, "It's over, now that the rooms next to us are all filled with great emperors. Patriarch, what should we do?" So Ning Tian normally tells Holy Sun, who said there is no great emperor in our room too? But Holy Sun gets confused. And Ning Tian thinks, the 4 great emperors appeared at the same time, so the next auction item must be outstanding. If you want to compete with them, you will face some threats. And this room can help me hide my identity by using the duplicate momentum card. Then a servant brings a treasure, and the announcer says, the first item of the second half is the magical medicine that takes 900 years to mature. The 9 phoenix ice grass, 20 million spirit coins, each bid must be no less than 500,000 above the previous bid. And then an emperor bids 30 million for that grass. And Holy Sun says the great emperor of the 4th room has taken action. 30 million is what this great emperor says, who would dare rebel. But then Ning Tian bids and says, 100 million spirit coins. Excuse me, but I want this 9 phoenix ice grass. And as soon as Holy Sun hears that Ning Tian has bid 100 million, he gets very shocked. And the announcer thinks, the Tianbao saint? No, it's his friend. And a man in shock says, what a big number. He raised the bid from 30 to 100 million in one go. And Ning Tian thinks, the card can only copy the first person who has sensed my presence. I must actively let them sense me so I can copy their aura and shock them. And then the system gives Ning Tian a new reward and says, you shocked everyone, reward, telepathic communication card. And Ning Tian thinks, good, with this card, I won't be exposed easily. Then we see the scene of the fourth room and a man says to his master, Master, the Tianbao pavilion prohibits inquiring about the guest's information, so we can't tell who the other party is. And the master says, but I want to see, who dares to take my item from me? And then the master starts releasing his power, and he directly enters Ning Tian's room, which Holy Sun is surprised to feel. But Ning Tian uses his card at that time, and Ning Tian says to the system, use the duplicate momentum card. And the system says, duplicate momentum card is being activated. Successful. Xiaoyao Saint's Great Emperor aura has been detected and is being duplicated. Successful. The Great Emperor aura can be used for 1 hour. Ning Tian starts using the Great Emperor's aura, and when Master feels this aura, he gets shocked and thinks, is he actually a Great Emperor? I originally planned to take this 9 Phoenix Ice Grass from my collection, but if we become an enemy with such a person, it would be a loss for us. Then Master says to Ning Tian, since you want it, you can take it. And Ning Tian says, I got the 9 Phoenix Ice Grass. Then someone bids 500 million, and hearing this Holy Sun says, it's just a magical medicine, but it's worth 500 million? And then Ning Tian hears that voice and understands whose voice it is. Then Ning Tian says to the system, use the telepathic communication card, and the system says, a telepathic communication card is being activated. Successful. And Ning Tian is looking at the Queen Mother of the West and says, Queen Mother of the West, please give me some face. Or next time, I summon you when you're taking a bath. Queen Mother of the West takes action to snatch the auction item? And Queen Mother of the West says, is what the Patriarch is saying true? Then I will wait for the Patriarch to call me, or can you tell me the time? I can just change into the icy sexy silk underwear that I have treasured for a long time. And after listening to Queen Mother of the West, Ning Tian thinks, this Queen Mother of the West is really. And Ning Tian's eyes are filled with anger, and he says, just wait for me. But Queen Mother of the West laughs and says, never mind, I'm afraid Luo Wuqing will come to Yaoqi with a sword to kill me. I'll give you the 9 Phoenix Ice Grass. And Holy Sun asks Ning Tian, Patriarch, what's wrong? So Ning Tian says, it's fine, the herb is mine. But Ning Tian thinks, I'm sorry, my dear wife, I just wasted hundreds of millions. And Holy Sun says to Ning Tian, Patriarch, I didn't think you'd be so rich. And Ning Tian thinks, right now, the Thunder Heart fruit hasn't shown up yet. If the bidding goes on like this, even if I have 1 billion spirit coins, it might not be enough. And then the temperature of the room starts going minus, seeing which Holy Sun gets surprised and he says, so cold, how did the temperature drop so suddenly? Patriarch, do you feel it? And then Ning Tian notices something and he looks back. And many servants are carrying a coffin on their shoulders. And seeing that coffin, everyone gets surprised and says, such a misfortunate thing is being auctioned as well? The chill makes the whole body shiver, up to the bone. This coffin is a wicked thing. Then the announcer tells the people, it took 1,000 feet of digging to bring it to light from the Tianbao Holy Land's dark forest. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction item in front of you is called the Shameful Ean's Spirit Coffin. Although we don't know what level it is, we speculate that it's most likely a relic from an ancient path to God's ascension. Now, the bidding begins. The starting price is 100 million spirit coins. And then Master bids 200 million. And hearing this, Holy Sun says, the ancient path to God's ascension, that's something countless cultivators would want the most after cultivating for their whole lives. Those powerful emperors on the second floor would have this item, right? And Ning Tian thinks it looks like the Tianbao Holy Land cannot understand the true power of the coffin. For them, rather than it being coveted by others, it's better to auction it and make tons of money. If I'm able to take this to my wife, maybe it could help her improve her cultivation. Then Ning Tian bids 300 million, and hearing this the announcer thinks, is this the Tianbao Holy Sun's friend? And Queen Mother of the West thinks he's joining in the fun, he's really not afraid of dying. And Holy Sun is very shocked and he says, Patriarch, do you need to be so high profile today? You just stole a herb from the Holy Lord of Xiaoyao, now you want to compete again? And Ning Tian says, why would I be afraid? He doesn't know who I am anyway. And Queen Mother of the West says, Patriarch, I know why you do this, but to break through the God realm, only a true will to godhood works. So Ning Tian asks, what do you mean? And Queen Mother of the West says, I need it, but I don't want to break through to the God realm. Although I don't know where you got your Emperor aura from, I hope you won't involve yourself in unnecessary disputes. And Ning Tian thinks, the Queen Mother of the West has helped me several times, and this doesn't sound like a lie. Then Ning Tian says, okay, I will listen to you, Queen Mother of the West. And Queen Mother of the West laughs and says, you're so obedient, next time you come to Mu Yao Qi, I will definitely give you a reward. And Saintess asks Queen Mother of the West, the Patriarch promised not to fight for it, so should we take it? And Queen Mother of the West says, yes. No matter how much money it costs, I, Yao Qi, must take this coffin. I just hope this wicked coffin can solve the troubles of our Yao Qi Holy Land. After this the auction is over, and Ning Tian closes the door of the room. And Ning Tian has a Thunder Wind Divine book and an ice grass. And Ning Tian is thinking after seeing these two items, this time the harvest was good. Apart from proper skills, the only thing left to improve my physique is the Thunder Heart fruit. And Ning Tian thinks, but I have no clue anything about this Thunder Heart fruit. That's troublesome. Whatever, I will take my time looking for it. Let's practice the Thunder Wind Divine Palm first. And the system tells Ning Tian, detected host absorption of the Thunder Wind Divine Palm. Intermediate Earth rank martial arts skill Thunder Wind Divine Palm was mastered. And then someone knocks on Ning Tian's room door. And Ning Tian gets a little surprised and asks, who is it? Why are you here? And we see that Queen Mother of the West and Saintess have arrived here, and Queen Mother of the West says to Ning Tian, take off your mark before talking to us, it's so ugly. And Saintess says, right, it's very unpleasant. Ning Tian starts getting nervous. It seems that Ning Tian's secret has been revealed. Then Ning Tian removes his mask and shows his handsome face to Queen Mother of the West, seeing which the Queen Mother of the West starts smiling and says, this face is still pleasing. And Saintess says, Patriarch, long time no see. And Ning Tian says, Queen Mother of the West, what are you doing here? And then Queen Mother of the West comes very close to Ning Tian and hugs him and says to him, of course, while Luo Wuqing is away, I'm forcing the Patriarch to do things he normally cannot do. And Saintess opens her eyes wide and Queen Mother of the West is very close to Ning Tian and says, haha, I was just teasing you. I didn't expect you to be so naive. And Ning Tian says, Queen Mother of the West, just wait. When I become stronger than you, I will spank you on the butt. And Queen Mother of the West says, you can try now, do you dare? Then a smile comes on Ning Tian's face, and he says, can I? Can I? Then he quickly gets close to Queen Mother of the West and bends her over. Then he starts spanking her butt and says, since you started it, how could I cower away? Don't behave and get spanked. In the last part, Ning Tian was hitting Mother of the West's butt again and again. And Mother of the West gets very shocked. Then she says to Ning Tian, why you actually dare to do this? And the system says to Ning Tian, you shocked the Queen Mother of the West. You shocked the Yaoqi Saint. Reward, Aura Cultivation plus 300. And Ning Tian says to Mother of the West, I'm a man. After all, how could I not satisfy the Queen Mother of the West's request? It doesn't feel bad, quite refreshing. But there is a smile on Mother of the West's face, and she says to Ning Tian smilingly, Patriarch, you hit me. And Mother of the West sits on Ning Tian's lap and says to him, but you have to be responsible for your actions, right? What about tonight? And Ning Tian asks, what responsibility? Should I let you hit me in return? But Mother of the West says nothing to Ning Tian. Then Saintess says to Mother of the West, ahem, Holy Lord, should stop messing around, we need to get down to business. And Mother of the West stands up but she says to Ning Tian, what a boring man. And Ning Tian asks Mother of the West, tell me, why did you come to see me? And Saintess says, Patriarch, we come to you for one thing. And Mother of the West tells, the roots of the 9 phoenix ice grass. And Ning Tian gets a little surprised and he thinks, what I need is the leaves of the 9 phoenix ice grass, so I can give them the roots. Then Ning Tian takes out the phoenix ice grass and says to Mother of the West, sure, you can have it. And Ning Tian cuts the phoenix ice grass into 2 parts, and gives 1 part to Mother of the West. And Saintess says thank you to Ning Tian, and Ning Tian says to Mother of the West, Queen Mother of the West, you made me give hundreds of millions of spirit coins for nothing during the auction. How are you going to compensate me for it? And Mother of the West says, how do you want to be compensated? Don't have any spirit coins, but there are 2 beauties, what about that? Then Mother of the West puts her big boobs in front of Ning Tian, seeing which Ning Tian gets shocked, and Mother of the West was about to say something in Ning Tian's ear very lovingly, and she says, or, I can give you a breath of fresh air. But Ning Tian gets a little nervous and he asks, what compensation is this? And Mother of the West says, there's no other way, I don't have any spirit coins, and you don't want special compensation. This is the only way. But Ning Tian says, whatever? I just need you to answer this question for me. Have you heard of the Thunder Heart fruit? So Mother of the West says, I know a thing or 2 about it. And Ning Tian asks, where is it? So Mother of the West says, it's in the forbidden royal area of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, we can't enter there. And Ning Tian gets a little surprised and he says, forbidden royal area, is it that hard to enter forbidden royal area? The Mirror Moon Pavilion, I got it. Isn't there a perfect candidate for this? Thank you, Queen Mother of the West. Then Mother of the West and Saintess start leaving from here, and Saintess says to Ning Tian, see you, Patriarch. And Mother of the West says, I'm glad to be of help to the Patriarch. Then we'll take our leave first. We will be staying in Shenzhou City for the next few days. Come to us if there are any problems. After this both of them leave Ning Tian's room. And Ning Tian wears the mask again and he thinks, but how can I make Princess Yueling take me to the forbidden royal area? Seduction? No, it would be hard with that face. But then someone comes outside Ning Tian's room and asks Ning Tian, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, are you there? And Ning Tian understands by hearing her voice that it is Yueling. Then Yueling enters Ning Tian's room and she says to Ning Tian, I want to speak with you, so please hear me out. And Ning Tian says, come in and let's talk. And Yueling gets a little surprised that Ning Tian is now ready to talk to her. And knowing this, a smile comes on her face and she thinks, I thought he would shut me off mercilessly, but he actually invited me in. It must be my sincerity and efforts that moved him. Then both of them sit at one place. And Ning Tian asks Yueling to tell, so Yueling tells Ning Tian, I came here this time because I hope that fellow Taoist Ning Shuai will come to the forbidden royal area, the Mirror Moon Pavilion, with me for a chat. And as soon as Ning Tian hears about the forbidden royal area, he gets surprised and he says, Princess Yueling is asking me again and again, it must be something important. It would be unkind to refuse, so I will come with you. But Ning Tian is happy from inside and he thinks, I'm simply happy to be helping out others, always kind and generous. And Ning Tian gets ready and Yueling looks at Ning Tian and thinks, actually, if you look at Ning Shuai more often and get used to him, you'll find him quite handsome. Then Yueling stands up and she says to Ning Tian, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, why don't you come to the Mirror Moon Pavilion with me now? So Ning Tian agrees to go. After this the scene shifts and we see a girl who is speaking to the horse. Horse, I really think you're cute. But my senior sister said a distinguished guest is coming, and you're the shadow gale horse I found with great difficulty. If you want to blame someone, blame the distinguished guest. And that girl attacks the horse, and this is the same girl who had stolen Holy Sun's horse earlier. Then Ning Tian and Yueling start going out of the room, and Holy Sun sees them. And Holy Sun gets very shocked, and he asks Ning Tian, you two, a man and a woman alone in the dead of night. Then Ning Tian laughs and says Princess Yueling had something to ask. But Holy Sun says you're up to no good. But Ning Tian puts his hand on Holy Sun's mouth and tells him, stop with the nonsense. Then Yueling says, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, let's go. And as Ning Tian was about to go with Yueling, Holy Sun held Ning Tian's hand and told him, I want to come too. Let's go together. And Yueling says, it's fine, the Holy Sun of Tianbao can also come along. After some time, all three reach their destination. And Holy Sun, seeing this place, says, what's that smell? It smells so nice. And Yueling says, my junior sister has prepared an excellent feast for you, please come in. And Yueling's junior sister welcomes Yueling and her guests and says, "Senior sister, have you brought the distinguished guests, Dado?" And she has prepared a very nice dinner for them, but when she looks in front, she gets very surprised and thinks, "Wait, why are they here? And this is the same girl who stole Holy Sun's horse and killed it today." Then the girl makes a strange face, and Yueling asks her what is the matter. But she doesn't say anything. And Yueling introduces the Holy Sun and Ning Tian to her junior sister and says, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, Holy Son of Tianbao, this is my junior sister Yuqin. Yuqin, this is fellow Taoist Ning Shuai and the Holy Son of Tianbao, the distinguished guests I talked about." And Yuqin says hello to both of them, and Ning Tian also says hello to her. But Holy Sun is smelling the dinner very nicely, and so he quickly pounces on the food and his mouth is watering and he says, "Wow, what kind of delicacy is this? It smells so nice. I have never seen food that smells so good." And Yueling says, "This is the full banquet my junior sister has specially prepared for you, with the rare Shadow Wind horse." And as the Holy Sun was about to eat, and when Yueling told him that this meat is of Shadow Wind horse, the chopsticks fell from his hands, and he got a very big shock. And seeing the Holy Sun's reaction, Yueling asks Ning Tian, "What's up with the Holy Son of Tianbao?" So Ning Tian tells, he lost 2 Shadow Wind horses in the city a few days ago. And as soon as Yueling hears this, she gets surprised. And we see that Yuqin starts running very fast, and Yueling asks Yuqin, "What are you trying to do?" So Yuqin says that some emergency has come up, so I am leaving. But then Holy Sun comes in front of her and asks Yuqin, "Tell me, where did your Shadow Wind horse meat come from? I was wondering why my horses were lost right after arriving in Shenzhou City." "So, it's you, you horse thief!" And Yuqin says, "Why so angry about it? You tied them on the roadside. How could I know it's yours?" And they both start fighting like this. But then Holy Sun sees Yuqin's big boobs, due to which he starts blushing and becomes silent. And Yuqin is happy that he has become silent. But Yueling is getting very angry and she says to Yuqin, "Yuqin, you went too far." And then Ning Tian comes between them and he says, "She doesn't seem to feel guilty, she stole our horse and should be punished. Princess Yueling, do you mind if I help educate your thief junior sister?" Then Ning Tian moves his hand forward and catches Yuqin and bends her. Then he stretches his hand and Ning Tian's nose starts bleeding slightly. But he hits on Yuqin's bum, which hurts Yuqin a lot, and Ning Tian's hit was very strong, and in one hit Yuqin reaches directly to Yueling. And Yuqin says to Yueling, "Wah, senior sister, I doubt I can't get married now." And Yueling says, "Well, you're the one who did something wrong first, go apologize to the Holy Son of Tianbao. Otherwise I will put you in solitary confinement." Then Yuqin says to Holy Sun, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stolen your horse." Then Ning Tian says, "Princess Yueling, can you tell me what I can do for you now?" And Yueling says, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, I want you to help me become an empress." And Ning Tian says, "An empress? A rebellion? What happened?" And Yueling says, No, that's not it. You two don't know, but what I want to fight for is the right to inherit the throne. My ambitions are not just to break through the great emperor realm in terms of cultivation, but also become the Supreme Divine Kingdom's Empress. I want to make this Supreme Divine Kingdom peaceful and prosperous." And Ning Tian says, "So, what do you need me to do?" Then Yueling says, "This is a forbidden area of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, called the Supreme Secret Realm." And Ning Tian remembers the place the Queen Mother of the West mentioned. And Yueling further tells Ning Tian, "It's created by the founder of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, specially used for the cultivation of the disciples of the kingdom. There's something I need urgently. But in order to get it, I must go through a thunderstorm. The power of that thunderstorm is as strong as the 8th step of the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace. I tried for several years, but couldn't get through." And Ning Tian says, "No wonder you've been looking for someone who can step onto the 9th step of the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace." And Yueling says, "In 2 days, the Supreme Secret Realm will open. I beg fellow Taoist Ning Shuai to accompany me. Whether I can get the inheritance rights or not depends on you." So Ning Tian says, "Okay, but princess, shouldn't you tell me about the reward?" And Yueling says, "Of course, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai can make any request he wants." And Ning Tian thinks, I don't know whether the Thunder Heart fruit is an important fruit or just an ordinary fruit in the secret realm. And when Yueling sees Ning Tian, she starts seeing a handsome man and the ugly man. And Yueling starts losing her virginity. She turns her face away and starts blushing and says, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shui, please don't think of something like that. It's impossible." And hearing this, both Ning Tian and Holy Sun turn pale. And Ning Tian says that in the end, what should I not ask for? And Holy Sun says she might have thought of obscure things. But Ning Tian says the reward is very simple. I want 1 Thunder Heart fruit. And then Ning Tian feels something and he gets shocked, and the system says to Ning Tian, "You shocked Princess Yueling. Reward aura cultivation -100. And Yueling says to Ning Tian, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shui, you're really asking for too much?" In the previous part, Yueling became serious after listening to Ning Tian's demands. And seeing her, Ning Tian asks Yueling, "Princess Yueling, what do you mean?" So Yueling tells, the Thunder Heart fruit tree only produces dozens of Thunder Heart fruit in 1,000 years. It's very precious, even our royal family can't get it easily. But since it's fellow Taoist Ning Shui's request, I will try my best to get it for you. And Ning Tian becomes happy after listening to Yueling and he says, "How about adding a heaven-rank martial arts skill and 10 billion spirit cons too?" And Yueling says, "Will you ask for me next?" And Ning Tian says, "This won't do, my wife will come and stab me." And when Yueling hears that Ning Tian is a married man, she gets surprised. And she also gets excited and she asks Ning Tian, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shui, do you really have a wife? Who is she? What does she look like?" So Ning Tian tells about his wife. "My wife is the heavenly demonic sex empress." And when Yueling hears about Ning Tian's wife, she gets surprised. Then she laughs a little and says to Ning Tian, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shui, don't joke around. If the empress is really your wife, then the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect is my husband." And Ning Tian says, "The patriarch is your husband? How didn't I know of this?" And Yueling says, "What? If you can say the empress is your wife, why can't I say the patriarch is my husband? He's handsome and is known through legendary tales, he's an idol worshipped by thousands of girls. Who doesn't want such a husband?" And Ning Tian says, "That's right, the patriarch is indeed handsome, just like me." And Yueling says, so confident, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shui is truly amazing." Then Yueling gives Ning Tian a token and says to him, "This is the entrance and exit token for the forbidden area. Fellow Taoist Ning Shui can move freely. I'll be waiting for you at the Mirror Moon Pavilion." And then Ning Tian hears someone's voice. And when he looks back, Holy Sun and Yuqin both are drinking and enjoying a lot. And Yuqin says to Holy Sun, "How about it, Tianbao Holy Sun, the horse meat is nice, right?" And Holy Sun says, "This is the best meat I have ever eaten. Tomorrow, I will bring all the horses from Tianbao Holy Land to you. We'll open a shop called." Then both of them stand on the table and start laughing loudly. And Ning Tian's face turns pale after seeing them. Then Ning Tian starts taking Holy Sun with him, and Yuqin says goodbye to both of them. After a while Ning Tian comes to his room and sits down to do cultivation. But he is not able to do cultivation because Holy Sun is snoring and sleeping. But Ning Tian starts doing cultivation by concentrating and he thinks, "I'm going to the Supreme Secret Realm tomorrow, so I should seize this chance to practice and improve." And then a very bright light starts going towards the sky from Ning Tian's room, which is visible from a very far distance. And a man is watching this power and he says, "The divine moon phenomenon, I didn't think the supreme legend was true." According to the legend, the Supreme Emperor once left a treasure in a secret realm, and the divine moon phenomenon is a sign of the treasure's appearance. As long as I get this treasure, there's no way they can compete with me for the throne. And he is the eldest prince, Qin Hadran. Next day Ning Tian goes to the pavilion to meet Yueling, but 2 soldiers stop Ning Tian from entering the pavilion. So Ning Tian shows them a token and they get surprised and say, "It's Princess Yueling's distinguished guest. I apologize for the offense, please enter." And Ning Tian now starts entering the pavilion and there are many people inside the pavilion and Ning Tian thinks, "Why are there so many people?" And Yueling looks at Ning Tian and she says, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shui, I have been waiting for you for a long time." And as soon as some people see Ning Tian, they get surprised and they don't understand who that man is. And another man says, "Is he Princess Yueling's guest?" He looks ordinary, and Yueling says, "Today's the day of the Supreme Secret Realm's opening. So, all the princes and princesses who can compete for the right of succession will bring their people here." And then we see that a man is running very fast on his horse, and he comes inside the pavilion along with the horse. And seeing two horses in front of them, those people get very scared. And then both of them come in front of the people, and the lady sitting next to that man says, "You can't even avoid a carriage, trash, get out of here right now. Don't get in Big Brother's way." And Ning Tian asks Yueling, "Who are these arrogant people?" So Yueling tells, "This is the eldest prince Qin Haoren, and his sister Qin Yueme. They are siblings of the same mother. Qin Haoren, the first son of the Lord of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, is just one step away from reaching the celestial realm. He's also one of my biggest opponents. Before we get the item, it's best to have a head-on confrontation with him." And then a dangerous pressure starts mounting on them, due to which they bend on their knees, and Yuqin is not able to breathe properly, seeing which Yueling tells her, "It's the third uncle Qin Feng. He's a powerful immortal emperor. It's understandable to not be able to withstand this pressure. He's an immortal emperor, but why aren't you reaching at all?" And Ning Tian says, "Yes, I'm in shock. There are so many masters around me, do I need to reach all the time?" Then we see third uncle, who has dangerous spiritual power coming out of him. Then he comes in front of the people and says to them, "Is everyone here?" "Third uncle, we can say that everyone is here. We can open the Supreme Secret Realm." Then uncle takes out the crystal stone. Seeing this, Ning Tian thinks, the crystal stone contains a lot of aura, but the output is small, making it very precious. The Supreme Divine Kingdom has such a big piece. The opening of the Supreme Secret Realm comes at a high price. And now, because of the stone, the Supreme Secret Realm starts opening, and seeing this, Ning Tian thinks, the Supreme Secret Realm is opening. And uncle says, "Open this door and enter the Secret Realm." By the way, the Secret Realm lasts for 2 days. When the time is up, you'll be teleported back. There's no need to deliberately try to go further into its depths, just focus on becoming stronger. Then Qin Yueme says, "Ha! A bunch of trash, you want to become stronger?" And they both start going inside the Supreme Secret Realm, and seeing them, Ning Tian says, "So arrogant, why didn't you steal their horse too? I think his precious horse is also nice." And Yuqin says, "Although your suggestion is good, big bad guy, I, Yuqin, am a disciple of the Misty Sect. How could I do such a thing as stealing horses?" And Ning Tian says, "Misty? I haven't heard of this sect. Princess Yueling, you as well?" And Yueling says, "Yes, and the Misty Sect isn't in the heavenly spiritual domain, but in the heavenly sky domain, which is far away from the Supreme Divine Kingdom. It's normal for fellow Taoist Ning Shui to not know about it." And Ning Tian understands all that Yueling says. Then Yueling asks him to go inside, and Ning Tian thinks, she's clearly a princess in this domain. So why would she join the Misty Sect in the distant heavenly sky domain? Whatever, I will learn about it later. And as soon as they go to the second Supreme Secret Realm, they are completely shocked to see the scene in front. But then Ning Tian does not have ground under his feet, he is in the air, so he starts falling down. And he falls on the ground with a lot of force, due to which a pit is formed on the ground. And Yueling and Yuqin come down very easily, and Yuqin says, "Senior sister, I hope he didn't fall to his death." And Yueling says, "It would be a shame. Fellow Taoist Ning Shui, although you have failed, I will wait until the secret realm ends, and I will burn a few pretty paper wives for you." But Ning Tian is fine, and he sits down. Then he says, "Ha, I suddenly lost balance and couldn't react for a moment. That's terrifying." And seeing Ning Tian safe and sound, both of them get very shocked. And Ning Tian checks his face whether his mask is okay or not. And he thinks, good thing that my face hit the floor first, otherwise I would have been in pieces. And Yueling says, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shui, are you okay?" Also she thinks, at a height of several thousand meters, I managed to keep my balance at the last moment. He is an Earth King and fell hard to the ground, but he's not hurt at all. And then the system says to Ning Tian, "You shocked Princess Yueling. You shocked Yuqin. Reward, Beast Tamer has been upgraded. Host can now tame 4th-level beasts, and Ning Tian thinks a 4th-level beast is equivalent to a human in the Earth King realm. Being able to control such a beast is worth the fall. Then Ning Tian says, I'm okay. It's worthy of being called the Supreme Secret Realm. The aura is clearly richer than outside. And Yueling says, yes, this is also a very suitable place for cultivation. And then Ning Tian notices something and he looks ahead and says, what's that? A little dragon man? So Yueling laughs and says, haha, what? Little dragon man? This is the demon general that the supreme ancestor of the supreme divine kingdom killed hundreds of years ago. He's carved into a stone statue and placed here. But Ning Tian says to the system, why didn't I know there are demons in this world? Aren't there only humans and beasts? So the system says, host, your original body is just a man deemed as a minor character. The knowledge he has of the heavenly profound world is not complete. And Yueling says, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, you and the holy son of Tianbao look close, but don't you know about the demon general of the demon clan? And Yuqin says, yes, are you actually from the heavenly profound world? So Ning Tian laughs and says, I usually only focus on cultivation, I rarely care for worldly affairs, so. And Yueling says, in this world, there are thousands of races, but after the Dark Riot, a 3-way confrontation between the humans race, demon race, and the beast race was formed. Each one of them guards their own territory. For example, the heavenly spiritual domain is controlled by the human race. The heavenly sky domain is mostly beasts. And the demon generals of the demon race are comparable to the god realm humans. And Yuqin says, I really envy your heavenly spiritual domain, it's not like our heavenly sky domain. We have to go out every now and then to carry out sect missions and exterminate beasts. It's so annoying. And Ning Tian says, so, what's this dark riot? So Yueling says, I'm not sure about this, but this is how it's recorded in the ancient records. And Yuqin says, it's too long ago, I heard it happened millions of years ago. Then Yueling points to one side and says to Ning Tian, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, after passing this statue, the lightning cliff is right in front. What I am looking for is there. And when they look at the sky, there is purple thundering in the sky. And seeing that, Yueling says, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, this is as close as we can get. And Ning Tian asks, hey so, what do I do now? So Yueling says, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai just needs to pass through this minefield and take the item in the purple light sphere. And then a thunder falls in front of them and Ning Tian says, to enter this scorched minefield with your physics, and then resist purple lightning. Also he thinks, no wonder the princess didn't succeed. This scorched minefield alone is enough to make one celestial realm suffer. Not to mention, the purple lightning on the cliff is even more terrifying than these ones. But Yuqin gets a little nervous and says, senior sister, do we really need to do this? It would be terrible if the big bad guy was electrocuted and turned into a piece of charcoal. So Yueling says, although you performed well on the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace, you're still an Earth King, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai. You can just do your best. Even if you fail, I will still give you the Thunder Heart fruit as promised. And Ning Tian says, I don't like to owe favors to others. Since I promised, I'll do it. And now Ning Tian's respect increases even more in Yueling's eyes. Then we see both of them and Qin Yueme says, I wondered who's so arrogant to want to seize the treasure of the lightning cliff. So it's you, big sister, why did you get a kid at the Earth King realm as your aide? Could it be that he's your kept gigolo? Bring him to such a dangerous place, aren't you afraid he would die? And Qin Yueme's story hearing this, Yueling gets angry, but Ning Tian gets even angrier than her due to which he starts moving rapidly towards both of them. And seeing this both of them get very nervous and Ning Tian tells them both, it only takes one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it, do you understand? And Qin Yueme gets very nervous because Ning Tian has slapped Qin Yueme hard on her face. And seeing this her brother gets very angry and says, you dare to do this right in front of me, looks like you're tired of living. In the previous part, Ning Tian insulted Qin Haoren and Qin Yueme, and slapped Qin Yueme hard on the cheek. And to take revenge Qin Haoren attacked Ning Tian. But Ning Tian is standing very calmly and Qin Haoren gets shocked and he thinks, what? He was able to dodge it at such a close distance? He can actually move freely under Qin Haoran's command, and the system tells Ning Tian, "You shocked the eldest Prince Qin Haoran. You shocked Princess Yueling. You shocked Yu Jin." Reward: Tao of Music, the Song of Thunder Tribulation. A song to overcome a thunder tribulation, played using the Tao of Music. It can absorb the divine thunder Tao rhythm in the thunder tribulation. And Ning Tian thinks, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise to come. And Qin Yueme says, "Brother, look at his face, kill him right away." And Qin Haoran thinks, this kid is not simple. I haven't gotten the treasure yet, but a random battle is consuming my power already. Why don't I let him explore the Thunder Cliff to see if he can find any traces of the treasure? Then Qin Haoran says, "Yueling, we're siblings after all. And if that guy is one of your men, I don't mind giving you a favor. If he can pass the Thunder Cliff alone, we will leave it at that. How about it?" And Ning Tian says, "Sure, it's a promise." Plus he thinks, after all, you're the Supreme Divine Kingdom's eldest son. It would have been different if I didn't wish to offend the kingdom and cause trouble for my wife. If you can pass the Thunder Cliff alone, will we leave it at that? And Qin Haoran thinks, "You brat, even if you have a secret method, you're still at the Earth King realm. The power of the Thunder Cliff is enough to kill you thousands of times." And Ning Tian starts moving forward, and as he is moving forward, the thunder pressure was increasing. And Yuqin gets a little surprised and she says, "This big bad guy looks so calm." And Qin Haoran says, It's just the start. The very center of the scorched earth minefield contains a strong shock from the Supreme Ancestor. And Ning Tian says to the system, "Is there really a Supreme Ancestor who left behind the Divine Thunder Tao rhythm?" And the system says, "Naturally, the host can use his Song of Thunder Tribulation to sense and absorb it." And Ning Tian takes out the absolute Yuqin, but he thinks this won't be simple. And Yuqin is a little surprised and she says, "Is he still interested in playing music at such a moment?" And Yueling says, "He actually took out a magical weapon. Fellow Taoist Ning Shui is not simple." Then Ning Tian starts playing the absolute Yuqin, and due to this the Thunder Tribulation gets activated. And the Thunder Tribulation starts falling on Ning Tian, which is very dangerous. And the thunder takes the form of a dragon, seeing as Yueling says, it's the Divine Thunder Tao rhythm. He actually activated the rhythm left by the Supreme Ancestor during the Thunder Tribulation. And another man is watching Thunder Tribulation, and his name is Xiao Yao, and he says, "It's not easy to control the Thunder Dragon with the Tao of Music, that's amazing." And a very dangerous thunder starts falling on Ning Tian. Then Yueling says to Xiao Yao, "Even the Xiao Yao Holy Son is interested." And Xiao Yao says the Thunder Dragon is so strong that it might be related to the legendary treasure of Xinhui. Of course I won't miss this. And Qin Haoran thinks, if the legendary treasure really appears, don't blame me for being cruel. And the Thunder Dragon starts moving towards Ning Tian, and Ning Tian thinks, these lightning bolts are attracted to the sound and gather together. I will catch them in one go. And Ning Tian also attacks the Thunder Dragon with lightning bolts, which stops the Thunder Dragon. And Yuqin gets surprised seeing this, and she says, oddly, "Why do the lightning bolts seem to get smaller and smaller?" And Xiao Yao says, "He's refining the Thunder Tribulation Dragon." And Qin Haoran gets shocked, and he says, he actually wanted to absorb the Divine Thunder rhythm left by the Supreme Ancestor. And Yueling says, could it be that, as the third uncle said, he actually had stepped onto the 9th step of the Thunder Wind 9-step terrace? And Ning Tian starts increasing his power, due to which the Thunder Dragon is getting weaker. But still Ning Tian is not stopping. And the system says to Ning Tian, "Congratulations to the host for absorbing the Divine Thunder Tao rhythm, and reaching a new level in the Thunder Wind Tao. Thunder Wind Tao has reached a peak stage. Host can master the strong power of lightning attack. You shocked the Supreme Divine King's eldest Prince Qin Haoran. You shocked Princess Yueling. You shocked Yu Jin. You shocked the Holy Son of Xiao Yao, Zhuge Yu. You shocked everyone." Advanced Achievements, the Song of Thunder Tribulation. Reward, Celestial Realm EXP card. Celestial Realm EXP card. After using it, the host can gain celestial power for 2 days. After using it, this card is invalid, and Ning Tian says this reward isn't bad. And then thunder starts falling on the top of the mountain, seeing what Ning Tian says, that must be what Princess Yueling wants. And Ning Tian starts moving towards the peak and he tries to catch the thing that is on top of the peak, and he says, "Oh, you still want to resist?" And Ning Tian catches that thing. And we see that this is the Divine Thunder skill book, and Ning Tian says, "Advanced Earth Rank Skill Divine Thunder." So what the princess wanted was to cultivate the Divine Thunder Tao like me. Then Ning Tian shows that Divine Thunder skill book to Yueling and says, "Princess Yueling, I got what you wanted." But then some movement starts and Ning Tian starts looking back. And Yueling panics and says to Ning Tian, "Ning Shui, watch out." And Qin Haoren thinks, could it be that the legendary treasure is being revealed? And Ning Tian looks back and sees someone behind him, and she says, "It's been tens of thousands of years. Finally there is someone who is able to awaken my imperial soul that remains in the supreme secret realm. And this is a supreme ancestor." And seeing the supreme ancestor, everyone starts greeting the supreme ancestor. And the supreme ancestor says to Ning Tian, "You won't give your greetings and bow?" So Ning Tian says, "You are just a remnant soul, what are you talking about?" And Ning Tian is standing in front of the supreme ancestor, and Yueling thinks, Master Ning Shui somehow awakened the old ancestor's soul, what type of god is he? And Qin Haoren thinks, I never thought there would still be any souls of his direct ancestors here. He must have some sort of connection with the legend of the Divine Moon's treasure. And the Supreme Ancestor says, "An insignificant yellow-haired brat dares to be this arrogant." But then the Supreme Ancestor notices something and thinks, wait, on the brat's body, the Emperor's energy is there? With the great Emperor's protection, it seems like the descendants who didn't go into the heavenly spiritual domain did not slack off either. The country's power is definitely getting stronger by the day. And the Supreme Ancestor says, whatever, since you're the one who awakened me, a direct ancestor, I won't look further into this. And Ning Tian says, when did I awaken you? And the Supreme Ancestor says, you don't know? Thousands of years ago, I left the legend of the Divine Moon, which said, sweep the snowstorms, and the souls of the deceased awaken. And Qin Haoren thinks, so the treasure in the legend of the Divine Moon is something our direct ancestors really left. And Ning Tian says, never heard of it before. And the Supreme Ancestor says, you brat, looking at your bones and energy, it's a 1 in a trillion talent, and I have a secret book for you. And Ning Tian laughingly says, ha ha ha, you old man, your script is a little old-fashioned, aren't they? And the Supreme Ancestor gets very surprised and he says, an old man? This is a priceless mid-grade hand-to-hand combat manual, Supreme Chaos Cloud Technique. And Ning Tian says, priceless mid-grade hand-to-hand combat manual? Old man, are you trying to scam me? Ancestors, how am I supposed to defend against the descendants who didn't go into the heavenly spiritual domain? And the Supreme Ancestor says, now I'm placing this Supreme Chaos Cloud Technique in your hands. The future of the Supreme Heavenly Domain will now be in your hands. And Ning Tian says, Ancestor, do not worry. With this Supreme Chaos Cloud Technique, I'll definitely protect our Supreme Heavenly Domain. And then Qin Haoren shouts and says to the Supreme Ancestor, Old Ancestor, that person isn't the descendant of the Supreme Heavenly Domain. He doesn't deserve to inherit this from you. And Qin Yueme says, right? He's only an annoying brat with an unknown history. And when the Supreme Ancestor comes to know about this, he gets very shocked. But before that, Ning Tian takes his technique and says thanks man to Supreme Ancestor. But the Supreme Ancestor says, you impudent little thief, you dare to lie to an ancestor? But Ning Tian says, I never said if I'm someone who didn't enter the Supreme Heavenly Domain, but since you said you wanted to give this to me, then you can't take back your words, am I right? And the system says, inspecting absorbed princess mid-grade martial arts, Supreme Chaos Cloud Fist, 10-fold comprehension, Supreme Chaos Cloud Fist, comprehension successful. And Ning Tian learns the Cloud Fist technique very easily with the help of the system. And seeing this, the Supreme Ancestor smiles and he says, forget it, even though he's not a descendant who didn't go up to the Supreme Heavenly Realm, but fate is involved in our meeting. All this is predestined by fate. And the Supreme Ancestor leaves. But then Qin Haoren starts moving towards Ning Tian and says to him, you brat. Give us the Supreme Chaos Cloud Fist back. And Yuqin says, Senior Sister, what do we do? The eldest prince is the top of the immortal emperor's realm. That bad guy isn't his enemy, right? And Yueling says the supreme chaos cloud fist is still our direct ancestor's famous ending move. Qin Haoren definitely won't let this go. But Ning Tian says, have your brains been soaking in water? Whatever I eat, only an idiot would spit it out. And Qin Haoren says, you arrogant little brat, then don't blame me for not being merciful. And Yueling says, Master Ning Shui, you should still give it back, otherwise it won't be able to protect you. So Ning Tian says, don't worry, he can't help himself. And Qin Haoren gets angry after listening to Ning Tian's words, and he starts releasing his power, and he says, you're rather arrogant. And Yuqin gets scared after seeing Qin Haoren's power, and she says, this is bad. That big bad guy is going to explode. And Yueling says, with his energy, it's no wonder that his power is greater than mine. And Qin Haoren moves forward to kill Ning Tian. Then Ning Tian says to the system, use God Realm card. And the system says, currently using God Realm card. God Realm card usage complete. You have gained 1-star God Realm physique, usage time, 2 days. And Ning Tian releases his power, and we see that Qin Haoren's attack is not able to hit Ning Tian. Ning Tian has created a barrier, and from inside the barrier Ning Tian is smiling seeing Qin Haoren's condition. Then Qin Haoren makes a hand gesture due to which Qin Haoren falls away and gets injured. And he gets very shocked because Ning Tian's power is very high and he says, Kook. God Realm. Isn't he the Earth-kind realm? And the system says, you shock the crowd. Rewarding you with aura cultivation plus 100. And Ning Tian thinks, I never thought this supreme chaos cloud fist was so powerful. I only used 1/10, and it's already so powerful. Then wouldn't it be possible to copy this supreme secret realm a few times? On the other hand, outside the secret realm, the crowd is saying, who knows this time, who would be the one to stand out? And another man says, I think it's the eldest Prince Qin Haoren, he's the strongest person to enter the secret realm. And one man says, not necessarily, even in the supreme secret realm, fated chances are important. And then some movement starts happening in the secret realm, seeing which the elder is surprised, he is not able to understand what is going to happen. And we see Ning Tian coming out from the gate of the secret realm, and the crowd is surprised to see Ning Tian, and they don't know who Ning Tian is. And Ning Tian has a smile on his face. This part begins. And Ning Tian has caught hold of Luo Wujing's hands and stopped her. And Luo Wujing is saying to Ning Tian, you're always like this, you should stay behind. But Ning Tian is saying, I said I will kill them both with my own hands. Then the system says, if the host continues to hold on like this, his cultivation will be ruined completely, then even the rejuvenation pill wouldn't be able to help the host. And Ning Tian says, Spirit Feature Sparrow died saving me, even if I have to give my all, I must not let them go. And the system says, the host unyielding will has shocked them. Heavenly Great Emperor Phantom earned. Time of use, 5 minutes. Heavenly Great Emperor Phantom, summoned. And they all get very surprised to see this kind of power of Ning Tian. And Luo Wujing is saying, he was actually able to summon the phantom of the Great Emperor again. Could it be that there are more than great emperors backing him up? But if that was the case, it would be impossible for me to not notice that. And the first elder says, this brat. Again, here it comes again. And the second elder is saying, this kid, what on earth is going on? Isn't he in the spiritual realm? Why is he able to summon the great emperor's phantom? And Ning Tian is moving forward to kill both the elders. And he attacks those 2 elders, due to which both of them get very scared. And both of them want to run away from this place, but Ning Tian attacks one of the elders, due to which he dies. And when the second elder is running away, Ning Tian attacks him too, and seeing this, Luo Wujing and Queen are very shocked. But the second elder has survived Ning Tian's attack, and is running fast. But then Luo Wujing appears in front of him, and attacks him. And Luo Wujing is saying to that elder, he's putting his spirit in his aura, this is his last attempt to escape. And the queen says, this one too, I will stop it. And the second elder is running and saying, I have to escape from here quickly. No! I have to leave the heavenly spirit domain. I'll never set foot in this place again. But Ning Tian cannot leave the second elder so easily, and he attacks the second elder, due to which the second elder dies on the spot. But Ning Tian starts fainting due to using too much spiritual energy. But he is saying, the time is almost up. Let's just hold on for a bit longer. And Ning Tian holds the sparrow in his hands, and seeing this, queen is asking Ning Tian what he wants to do. So Ning Tian becomes very emotional, and he buries a sparrow as a tribute. And seeing this, the queen says, I didn't expect Ning Tian to show such affection and righteousness, using the mountain as the bird's tomb. As a level 6 beast, this is not a bad place for it rest after sacrificing its life for its master. And Luo Wujing is thinking, those who keep kindness in their hearts will surely go far in their cultivation journey. I know it, I choose the right person. But then Ning Tian starts fainting, and Saman also notices this thing, and she quickly goes and catches Ning Tian. And Luo Wujing brings her to the ground, and she is thinking, forgive me. Although I was hiding in the space-shifting formation I gave to you, I was still a step too late, and you ended up seriously injured. And the queen says to Luo Wujing, put him on that rock over there. My fighting skills are not as good as yours, but I'm confident in my medical skills. I have many flutes, and this one is specially used for stimulating life. It's really helping, he's responding. And Ning Tian slowly starts healing, and Luo Wujing is saying, what happened? So the queen says, although his external injuries are almost healed, the internal injuries are. My music of life was unable to integrate with his body. And Luo Wujing is thinking, whether I have to travel through the third heaven or pass through the 9 spiritual domains, I will find a way to cure Ning Tian. And the queen says to Luo Wujing, but I know of a way that may be able to cure him. So Luo Wujing asks the queen, then queen tells Luo Wujing, the Yaoqi elixir originally promised to you still needs 2 months to be ready. If you give it to him, there could be a glimpse of hope. But, and Luo Wujing says, give it to him? But the queen is speaking, that quickly? You have to wait 2 months for the elixir to be ready. You must know that if you take it, it might be possible to break through and reach their god realm. But Luo Wujing said to the queen, I said, give it to him. I won't gamble with his life. So the queen says, I understand, follow me back to Yaoqi. After a while, Yaoqi Holy Land. The queen has made Ning Tian sit in a tub, and she is looking at Ning Tian. And then someone comes to that place, and says to the queen, Queen Mother of the West, the Yaoqi elixir is here. And Luo Wujing is saying, Queen Mother of the West, are you sure taking the elixir can cure Ning Tian's injuries? And the queen says, he's seriously injured, but his spiritual sea and spiritual veins are intact, which is bizarre. But as long as they are, Yaoqi elixir can cure him. Then we see that something starts happening to Ning Tian, and Luo Wujing is saying to Queen Mother of the West, didn't you say that Yaoqi elixir can cure him? So the queen says, that's right, but you didn't hear me out until the end. An incomplete elixir has side effects, similar to the aphrodisiac. Then Luo Wujing asks the queen, how to cure him? So the queen says, well, the aphrodisiac must be resolved. As his wife, you must know, you've been married for so long already, have you not done that yet? Why not choose one of my disciples then? What about the Yaoqi saintess? And after thinking for some time, Luo Wujing says to the Queen Mother of the West, you should quickly get out. And the queen says to Luo Wujing, then I wish the Empress and the Patriarch a joyful time. And they leave this place. And only Luo Wujing and Ning Tian live at this place. And Luo Wujing is saying, this turns out so advantageous for you. Oh well, I can't simply watch you die. Then Luo Wujing starts having fun with Ning Tian. After this the scene shifts, and we see that Ning Tian is dreaming, and he is seeing someone's face. Then Ning Tian suddenly wakes up. And he is saying, who was she? Then he holds his head and says, just now. Was I dreaming? My whole body seems like it's falling apart, especially my waist. And then Ning Tian notices something, and there is a mark of a girl's love bite on his neck. And Ning Tian is remembering, and he is thinking, so, to save me, my wife gave me the Yaoqi elixir. And then for me. And at the same time Ning Tian's power has increased, and the system is saying to Ning Tian, host, this is the medicinal power left from the Yaoqi elixir. The host can absorb it. And seeing his increased power, Ning Tian is saying, the remaining medicinal power of the Yaoqi elixir is actually greater than all the aura of my spiritual sea combined. With this amount of power, I might be able to break through to the next realm. Then Ning Tian sits at that place and starts doing cultivation, and he starts absorbing a lot of spiritual energy. Then we see the scene outside, and someone is saying to Luo Wujing, two powerful men of the immortal the Emperor realm were reduced to ashes. This incident will definitely cause an uproar in them entire heavenly spirit domain. And Luo Wujing says, I heard that those of the righteous path have been eyeing us for a long time, but this, daring to touch us, they were looking for death. As for them guys of the righteous path, I'll deal with them myself. And the queen says to Luo Wujing, the empress is protecting her husband so strongly. If the word spreads, I don't know how many men would be heartbroken. But I'm a little curious, why are you wearing my clothes? But Luo Wujing says to the queen, you don't need to know. And Luo Wujing is remembering and she is thinking, I can't tell her that guy tore all my clothes to pieces. But then a lot of spiritual energy starts going into Ning Tian's room, seeing which both of them get surprised and they are saying, Luo Wuring, your husband has a splendid physique, doesn't he? After a few hours of labor, he started cultivating again. And then there is a blast at that place, and Ning Tian has made a breakthrough. And seeing this, both of them become very surprised, and the queen says, he's not simply cultivating, he's making a breakthrough. How did he do it in such a short time? And the system is saying to Ning Tian, congratulations to the host for breaking through and reaching the 6-star spiritual realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and reaching the 7-star spiritual realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and reaching the 1-star Earth King realm. You shocked the Queen Mother of the West, Dad of music skill obtained, heavenly sound slasher. Tenfold comprehension activated. Comprehension complete. And Ning Tian is thinking, as expected of the Yaoqi elixir, it allowed me to break through to the next realm. And then both Luo Wujing and Queen come to that place, and Queen is saying to Ning Tian, Earth King realm? You actually broke through the Earth King realm. And Luo Wujing says to Ning Tian, he absorbed most of the Yaoqi elixir's medicinal power. As a blessing in disguise, it let him break through to the next realm. And Luo Wujing and Ning Tian are looking at each other. Then Ning Tian says to Luo Wujing, dear wife, you look so beautiful today too. And Luo Wujing says, stop talking your body. But Ning Tian says, don't worry, I have completely recovered, I'm full of energy now. Dear wife, thank you. I know that you. Then the queen says to Ning Tian, Patriarch Ning Tian, why do you only thank her? And Ning Tian says to the queen, thank you as well, Queen Mother of the West, for coming to my rescue. And the queen is saying, there is no need to thank me. Patriarch Ning Tian just has to remember to come often to my Yaoqi holy land. After all the disciples are ready to welcome the patriarch. And Ning Tian says, thank you Queen Mother of the West for your kindness, but I shall decline. Now that I've recovered, we should return to the heavenly demonic sect. After this the scene shifts, and we see heavenly demonic place. And two elders are talking to each other, and one elder is saying, Great Elder, I heard that two immortal Emperor's realm cultivators teamed up to attack Patriarch Ning Tian, and the Empress went to rescue him. Why has no news come back yet? And the Great Elder says, how would I know? The Patriarch is the treasure of our sect, nothing must happen to him. And then both Ning Tian and Luo Wujing come to that place, and Luo Wujing is saying to Ning Tian, alright, you can. Let's go now. And Ning Tian says to Luo Wujing, dear wife, can't a strong cultivator of the immortal Emperor realm step through the void travel thousands of miles in one step? Why did we have to fly so far at such a speed? It was so scary. And Luo Wujing says, I can definitely do that alone, but you might die in the void. And Ning Tian is saying, oh. Then thank you dear wife, for being so considerate. And as soon as everyone sees Ning Tian, they start crying and they are saying, Patriarch. It's great that you're well. Yes, Patriarch. What would we do without you? And everyone is very happy, but suddenly an injured man comes to that place, and he is saying, Empress, Patriarch. the heavenly wind city, was slaughtered. And hearing this, everyone becomes very surprised, and Ning Tian is asking who has done it? This part starts, and we see that Ning Tian has thrown Chang on the ground. And he is speaking to his disciples. I purposely left his legs so he could kneel and pay respects to the deceased. You handled the rest. And everyone is surprised to see Chang, and one of the disciples says, Chang de, Taozi, fellow disciples who died unjustly, and another disciple says, I will avenge you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Then another disciple says, that's right, the disciples of the heavenly demonic sect are not that easy to kill. And Chang's condition has become very bad. Ning Tian has beaten him very badly, and so he is apologizing to all of them, and he is also saying, don't come closer. But Ning Tian does not listen to him. And we see that Ning Tian has killed him, tied a rope around his neck and hung him. Then the first disciple said to Ning Tian, I was feeling a bit down, so I took a casual walk and dealt with this guy along the way. So Ning Tian says, rest assured, the Beast Tamer sect people have been dealt with as well. You wiped out the entire Beast Tamer sect by yourself? And after listening to Ning Tian, the disciple says, Patriarch, did you just go to deal with Yiling? And the other disciple says, and you came back without a scratch. And then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, and the system says to Ning Tian, you shocked Li Changda and others, rewarded with 5,000 aura cultivation. And we see that Ning Tian's aura starts increasing. Ning Tian is saying this feeling. Am I about to break through? And the system further says, congratulations, the host has broken through to the 4-star Earth King realm. And all the disciples are shocked that Ning Tian's power is increasing so much, and they are saying, ordinary people would be somewhat depleted of their spiritual energy after a fight, but the Patriarch has broken through again. As expected of the Patriarch. Awesome! Then Ning Tian says, now that things are settled here, let's head back. And everyone says yes to Ning Tian. But then an earthquake starts at that place, and Ning Tian is surprised to see this. And he is saying, no, this commotion. It's a beast tide. And on hearing this the disciple says, another beast tide? But wasn't the Beast Tamer sect dealt with by the Patriarch? And Ning Tian is saying, the heavenly wind city just regained its peace, if we encounter another beast tide. Heavenly wind city just regained its peace, if we encounter another beast tide. Changxing, come with me to investigate, the rest of the disciples stay here. And all the disciples agree with him. After this the scene shifts and we see Dark Wind Mountain Range. And Ning Tian and the disciple are moving forward, and the disciple is saying to Ning Tian, Patriarch, I've heard that the demonic beasts of the Dark Wind Mountain Range usually appear at night. It's strange for them to appear now. And as they both move forward, there are many beasts in front of them, seeing whom Ning Tian says that those people are there. And we see that many beasts are moving towards Ning Tian and his disciples. And Ning Tian has taken out his music instrument, and the disciple is saying to Ning Tian, Patriarch, the beast tide is huge. Just the two of us might be overestimating our abilities to kill them all. And as soon as Ning Tian plays the music, the disciple is surprised to hear his voice, and he is thinking, the Beast Tamer sect's beast taming technique? Sword Dao, music Dao, and now the beast taming Dao too? Is the Patriarch really going to master all 3,000 Daos? And we see that due to Ning Tian's music all those beasts start becoming calm, because Ning Tian has taken them under his control. And Ning Tian calls them towards him, and one of those tiger beasts goes to Ning Tian, and seeing this the disciple gets surprised. And he is speaking to Ning Tian, Azure Tiger, rank 2 demonic beast. And Ning Tian says to that tiger, speak, why did you come out of the Dark Wind Mountain Range? And he starts telling the tiger beast. But Ning Tian does not understand anything, and so he uses another power. Then he says to the tiger beast, take me inside the Dark Wind Mountain Range and show me what scared you so much. And Ning Tian takes the tiger under his control. Then the tiger beast brings Ning Tian to a deep ditch, from which a lot of demonic energy is coming out. And seeing this, he knows that there is a coffin in front of it. And then a gate opens. And a lot of energy starts coming out from inside it. And seeing this the disciple is very surprised, and he is saying, when heavenly phenomena occur, there must be great treasures. Then Ning Tian starts running downwards and he is saying, I'll go down and take a look. You wait here. But the disciple says, Patriarch, should we go back and report to the Empress first? But Ning Tian does not listen to him, and he directly jumps into the ditch. And he starts going downwards very fast, and a lot of demonic energy is coming out from inside. Then we see that something is coming towards Ning Tian. And Ning Tian dodges that thing. And we see that a female snake has come to the place, and she is talking to Ning Tian. Haha, I didn't expect the first to come, to be such a handsome little brother. And seeing her, Ning Tian says to the system, do you know what this creature is? So the system tells Ning Tian, based on system detection, this should be a guardian beast of at least rank 7 or higher. And after listening to the system, Ning Tian is thinking about the guardian snake, a guardian beast above the Saint Emperor realm. I wonder if my beast taming music will work on her. No matter, I'll just give it a shot. And Ning Tian attacks her, but the guardian snake stops his attack very easily, and she is telling Ning Tian, making a move right upon meeting. I wasn't ready yet. And after saying this, the guardian snake attacks Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is able to dodge her attack with great difficulty. And when Ning Tian is in the air, he is thinking, I'm no match, I need to make her lower her guard and then find a way to escape. And the guardian snake again attacks Ning Tian, and this time she attacks with her tail and says to Ning Tian, is that so? I've guarded this tomb for 20 years. And the guardian snake's attack hits him, and the guardian snake catches Ning Tian with her tail and tells him, I've been waiting for the tomb to open, and it's too much of a coincidence that you show up right as it does. Little brother, since we're so fated, let me take good care of you. And just as the guardian snake is about to eat Ning Tian, a golden-colored energy is seen shining from the sky. And we see that a huge spiritual sword hits that spot from the sky, due to which Ning Tian is saved from the guardian snake's tail, and Luo Wuqing comes to that place. And on seeing Luo Wuqing, the guardian snake is very surprised at how an immortal emperor has come to this place. And Ning Tian's wife has come here. Then the guardian snake says to Ning Tian, Oh little brother, your wife arrived, you should watch closely. And we see that Luo Wuqing gets angry at the guardian snake and she says, a mere rank 7 demonic beast dares to cause trouble. And the guardian snake says to Luo Wuqing, don't worry, this one isn't interested in your husband. But then Luo Wuqing attacks the guardian snake and she thinks, is she that easy to defeat? Then the guardian snake is killed. And Ning Tian comes to Luo Wuqing and says to her, is this a barrier? And they both start going ahead, then there is a palace in front of them, seeing what Ning Tian is saying, for a high-ranked guardian demonic beast turning into a barrier automatically. And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, looks like it's a tomb of the level of at least the celestial or immortal emperor. And then some people come to that place, and one of them is saying, Empress is indeed resourceful. Long time no see. And seeing that man, Ning Tian says, what's with that guy again? And Luo Wuqing is saying, although this place belongs to the heavenly demonic sect, it's also in the Dongxing Kingdom's region. It's a phenomenon, so naturally the king would appear. And the king says to Luo Wuqing, Empress, although this celestial tomb is not as good as the great emperors who can shake the whole heavenly spiritual domain, many sects and factions would be coming this way. And Luo Wuqing says to the king, what are you implying, king? So the king says, in 10 days, the barrier will dissipate and the tomb will be opened. I wish to cooperate with the heavenly demonic sect. And on hearing this, both Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing get surprised. Then Luo Wuqing says to the king, what cooperation? So the king says, naturally, we'll help each other. When the time comes, our people will enter the tomb together. The Dongxing Kingdom doesn't desire the treasures in the tomb. We only want the heavenly demonic sect to help us find one thing. And Luo Wuqing is asking the king, what is it? So king shows herb and he says, the pure clear herb. It can help with my son's injuries. This herb only grows in places with the most Deen energy. So it might be in this tomb. And Ning Tian says to the king has so many talented people under him, why would you need the cooperation of our sect? And on hearing this the king becomes happy and he is saying, there's unwritten understanding in the heavenly spiritual domain. For the purpose of balancing the great powers, if not for the great emperor's tomb, someone in the immortal emperor realm cannot get involved. My disciples aren't equipped to fight the disciples of other forces either. And Ning Tian is smiling and thinking, on the day the tomb opens, all major sects will send their people. There's no way fights can be avoided. You're simply trying to use our sect enemy's attention. But then Ning Tian says to the king, King Lin, I cannot help your son. On the day my wife and I got married, there's no courtesy or proper etiquette in sight shown to us. With Taoist heart as weak as tofu, there was no word or skill. I advise you to return and reconsider, King Lin. And on hearing Ning Tian's words, the king probably gets angry. And we see the king's friends, who are thinking, the heavenly demonic sex patriarch is so bold to scold the king like that. The matter of the holy son of the king is a sore spot for him. And Ning Tian is saying to the king, well, as long as you lose your temper, no way we would cooperate. But the king controls his anger and laughingly tells Ning Tian, is the patriarch worried about the previous incident that damaged the peace between the two parties? It's true that my child was ignorant and offended the empress and patriarch. On behalf of my son, I ask for your forgiveness. And hearing such things from the king, both Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing get shocked. The king's friends are also shocked. But they all together apologize to Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is thinking, he responded so efficiently, you really cannot fight with someone who's smiling at you. In that case, we have to find another way, and Luo Wuqing tells Ning Tian, no need to apologize, king. I'm not interested in this cooperation offer. Then the king shouts and says, what? But I, the king of Dongxing, is being so sincere. And Luo Wuqing says to the king, our heavenly demonic sect is fully capable of handling this on our own. We don't need to cooperate with others. Others would slow us down. And the king starts leaving from this place, but while leaving he says to Luo Wuqing, sure. It looks like your sect is going to be our enemy. Don't regret this later, Luo Wuqing. At the same time the king is thinking, at first, I was a bit hesitant about the cooperation sent by the Righteous Alliance. Now, it looks like we must use their power to teach that arrogant couple a lesson. And the king and his friends leave from this place. And Ning Tian is watching them go, and he is saying, you want to freeload? No way. And then Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, actually, you don't want to cooperate with them, right? You just thought it might be hard for me to handle it, and you didn't want us to offend him head-on. And Ning Tian says, you see right through me, my wife. And then Luo Wuqing comes close to Ning Tian and says to him, if you want to say no, just say it. No need to beat around the bush. I am supporting you after all. Then Ning Tian lifts Luo Wuqing in his arms and says to her, I'm so touched by your gesture. So as your husband, I will reward you well. And after this the scene shifts, and we see that Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing are sitting at one place. And Luo Wuqing is asking Ning Tian, how did you know there was a hot spring here? So Ning Tian tells, I accidentally saw it when jumping down from the mountain. When I was in the spring before, I thought that I should totally come back with you. Although it's not an immortal spring, it's still a wonderful experience. And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, I asked you to go there to strengthen your physique, not make you think of such things. And saying this she clings to Ning Tian, and Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, what? Does my wife think I'm not strong enough now? And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, by the way, stay here for a few days, until the opening of the tomb. I will send the Supreme Elder to assist you. And Ning Tian says, me? Then what about you, wife? Although the king had ill intentions, he's right. And Luo Wuqing says if it's not the great emperor's tomb, it's the rule of the heavenly spiritual domain that immortal emperors cannot get involved, so. And Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, I get it, don't worry. I will make sure our sect is the one on the top. And on hearing this Luo Wuqing says thank you to Ning Tian, and Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing then, my wife needs to show some sincerity, there's still a few days before the tomb opens. And on hearing this Luo Wuqing is a little surprised, and she asks Ning Tian, what do you mean? So Ning Tian makes Luo Wuqing lie down on the ground and says to her, I mean that your husband is a bit ravenous right now, and needs to eat something to have the strength to go exploring. And hearing this, Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, then, let's see. And Ning Tian is also very surprised to hear this, and Luo Wuqing further says to Ning Tian, how hungry are you really? And after this part ends. And what happened after this, you must know that. This part begins. And we see that many people have come to this place. And the barrier of this place is broken. And a man is asking, where did that monster run off? And then that snake girl comes out, and she says, damn humans, I didn't think that in just 10 days that this horrible stench would appear the moment the barrier was broken. And then many people start attacking that snake girl together. And we see that many elders have come to that place. And all of them are attacking that snake girl together. And one of those elders is saying, use more force, we'll be ripping that demonic snake to shred today. And he is, Righteous Alliance Hachi Sect Elder Tianfeng. And due to the combined attack of all of them, that snake girl is defeated, and is killed. Then all the elders come down, and one of the female elders says, why do we have to kill her, we can seal her. Then another elder says, the Righteous Alliance has always eradicated such monsters from the very root. Does the Yaoqi land wish to go against the Righteous Alliance? Then we see another elder who says, good, now that the monster guarding the tomb is dead, we should quickly enter and look for the treasure. And he is, Tianbao Holy Land leader. And the saint says, Elder Qing Lin, this is in the area of influence of the heavenly demonic sect, but no one from their side has come yet. Should we wait? And the elder says, these heavenly demonic people, they must have known our Righteous Alliance was coming here, so they got scared and hid like a turtle. But then someone's voice starts echoing in that place, and he is saying, I'm sorry, but I'll have to disappoint you. And all the elders are surprised to hear that voice. Then when the saint hears that voice, she recognizes whose voice it is. And we see that the Supreme Elder and Ning Tian have come to that place. And Ning Tian is saying, the heavenly demonic sect is naturally here, even more, it's me. And all the disciples are surprised to see Ning Tian, and the saint is thinking, I knew it, of course he would come. Then the disciples start talking and they are saying, is this the man who's once a handyman for the heavenly demonic sect, became the Empress husband, and then broke the hearts of many holy sons with simply his words? Did you know, I heard that he escaped 3 times while being chased by 2 powerful immortal Emperor realm experts too. And the second disciple says 3 times? How is that even possible? And the elders are listening to all those disciples. Then Ning Tian comes in front of them and says to the elders, with no tigers in the mountain, the monkeys are reigning. Since when is the Righteous Alliance strolling through the lands of the heavenly demonic sect? And after listening to Ning Tian, the elder in front of him gets angry and says to Ning Tian, a mere Earth King realm brat, how dare you mock the Righteous Alliance? I'll teach you a lesson. But the Supreme Elder comes in front of Ning Tian and says, Hachi Elder, you dare to teach us? And looking at the Supreme Elder, the other elder says, the Supreme Elder of the heavenly demonic sect is stronger than us, don't act rashly. Then the elder tells his companions, since we'll be exploring the tomb together, we should help each other, and not antagonize each other. Since the heavenly demonic sect has also arrived, let's go together. And we see Ning Tian, who is teasing the elder. And the elder is getting angry, and he is thinking, you brat, if you fall into my hands I'll beat you up. Then Ning Tian is asking the saint, and those sparkling guys are? Then the saint tells Ning Tian, over there are the Tianbao Holy Land Saints Jin Bao Dao and their holy son Zhu Yuan Bao. Next to the holy sun is Heaven Soaring Sect's old void shadow. And Ning Tian says, I have heard of the Heaven Soaring Sect, but this is my first time hearing about this Tianbao Holy Land. Are they really rich or something? And the saint says to Ning Tian, Patriarch, you must be joking. By the way, the Righteous Alliance is known to be narrow-minded. Just now you embarrassed them in front of an audience, you must be careful later. And Ning Tian says to the saint, thank you for the warning, saint. I'll be fine. Then they go forward towards the door. And the elder is staring at Ning Tian. Then the elder says to the man in front of Ning Tian, you, go push the door open. And the man is surprised to hear this, and he says to the elder, me? There must be a trap behind the door though. But the elder starts staring at him and says to him, so, what about it? I remember you're from an ancient martial arts sect. Since you're here to hunt for treasures, you have to work to get it. And Ning Tian is thinking, this old man just wants to use the small sects like us as cannon fodder. If I refuse, they will definitely not let it go. Then that man goes in front, and tries to open that big door. And all the people are watching him from behind, but then demonic energy starts coming out from that door, and seeing that the man starts screaming, and a lot of demonic energy starts coming out from inside the door, but that door opens and seeing this the man becomes very happy, but then Ning Tian says, wait, don't move. Something is. And we see that something comes out from inside that door and a direct hit falls on the man's face. Due to which that man falls on the ground, and seeing this all the people get scared, and they are saying, a ghost. It's a ghost. We must have disturbed the celestial soul in the tomb, he's seeking revenge, but then the elder tells those disciples, shut up. Don't confuse people with your lies. It's not surprising there would be traps in the tomb. And that disciple says, but there's no weapons or formations, and then Ning Tian hears the sound, after hearing what he is saying, the sound of a flute. And as soon as an elder hears Ning Tian's words, he is asking Ning Tian, how can there be any sounds of a flute here? So many of us didn't hear it, but you did? And the saint says, although the legendary patriarch has done many amazing things, in the end, he's still an Earth King realm cultivator. And the elder says, right? How could he notice something the strongest couldn't detect? And the saint says, the patriarch's correct, there's indeed a sound of a flute. It's the sound of the flute of a killing sound formation. And hearing this, the elder is very surprised that there is a killing sound formation in front of him. And the saint tells all of them, I have read in ancient texts that the formation is extremely violent. Once its mechanism is triggered, it doesn't stop unless the intruder dies or the energy within it is used up. And listening to the saint's words, the disciples are saying, the Yaoqi saint has great achievements when it comes to the Tao of music, she must be correct. And the other disciple says, Ning Tian actually heard the sound of a flute. Could it be that he has studied the Tao of music? Another disciple says he's worthy of being called the legendary patriarch, he's quite something. And the elder says that man was killed after pushing the stone gates, so the mechanist must be on the gates. That killing sound formation is very powerful. How can we destroy it and enter the tomb then? Then the saint tells all of them, don't worry, everyone. The Yaoqi Holy Land has sound-breaking art. I just need a sufficient amount of aura. One more person will have to cooperate with me to perform the art. And the saint points towards Ning Tian. Then the elder says, who knows what else is hiding in that tomb? Could it be its energy absorption? And the second elder says, yes, to break the formation, as long as someone is able to continuously giving their energy to the formation, it will break without force. So Ning Tian says to that elder, huh? So the Righteous Alliance is thinking of risking human lives to enter. So the elder says to Ning Tian, what's the big deal? If you've come here, it's because you want to grasp this opportunity. Instead of holding back the others, the ones with not enough power should help us advance. But Ning Tian says to the elderly man, what about you then? You don't look like you have long to live. Why don't you stop wasting resources and take the lead by helping us advance? And after listening to Ning Tian, elder gets angry and angrily tells Ning Tian, what did you say, you brat? Then the saint says, there's no point in arguing, the sound-breaking art doesn't require the energy of many. If the Righteous Alliance doesn't mind, I will help open the gates. And on hearing this the other elder starts getting angry. But the elder behind him says, whatever, the tomb is more important. We can open the gates, but isn't it too foolish for the saint to ask him to help? As far as I know, he's a weird disciple of the Earth King realm. How can he help you in the Tao of music? And Ning Tian says yes, just because you don't know how to do it doesn't mean others don't. Then the saint says to Ning Tian, Patriarch, please reach out your hand, I will pass on to you the sound-breaking art. And Ning Tian says yes to the saint, but the saint starts imagining something, and she is thinking, last time at the Immortal Spring, the Patriarch and the Queen Mother of the West played a piece together, it's remarkable. I have been waiting for this chance to experience it as well. And Ning Tian moves his hand forward and the saint also moves her hand forward. Then the saint passed the art of breaking the sound-breaking formation to Ning Tian. And the system tells Ning Tian, detection of the host absorbing the sound-breaking art, tenfold comprehension activated. Comprehension complete, and Ning Tian is now passing that art he understands. And Ning Tian tells the saint, so, this is the sound-breaking art. Saint, let's begin. And the saint is surprised and asks Ning Tian, you're already done? And when they see this disciple, they all get very shocked. And they are talking, he was actually able to comprehend the sound-breaking art in a minute. And the other disciple says, is he simply bragging? And a disciple says it would be fun if that was the case. Then the elder says, wait, I have never seen anyone comprehend such art so fast. Are you pretending to save face, sprat? And the other elder says, Yaoqi saint, we can't leave our lives in the hands of this foolish boy. But Ning Tian says to both those elders, haha, I didn't expect the people of the Righteous Alliance to cherish their lives so deeply. Don't worry, two little frogs, and take a good look at what it means when people say there's always a bigger person. Then the saint takes out the music instrument and says to Ning Tian, if the patriarch doesn't have his instrument on him, here's mine. And Ning Tian takes the saint's musical instrument, and he says to the saint, thank you, saint. It's really good, much better than my guqin. Ning Tian is thinking, it would be great if I could get a Tao of music spiritual weapon someday. And the saint takes out the flute, and she goes close to Ning Tian. And Ning Tian is asking the saint if she is fine? So the saint tells him that yes, I am fine. Then the saint starts feeling something and she is thinking, my musical instrument is spiritually connected to me. Touching the guqin like this is like touching my body. And the saint says to Ning Tian, patriarch, let's begin. Then now all the elders together start giving their spiritual energy to the saint and Ning Tian. And we see that demonic energy is still coming out from that door. And as soon as that door opens, Ning Tian and the saint start playing the sound-breaking art. And a lot of spiritual energy is coming out of their instruments. And then a skeleton soldier comes out from the front, who has a sword in his hand, and he is coming to attack the saint and Ning Tian. And seeing him, the saint is thinking, he fought back with just a single note. I didn't think the patriarch's Tao of music was that advanced. And Ning Tian is also playing his instrument, and seeing both of them, both the elders are very shocked, and they are thinking, he was actually that good, the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect shouldn't be underestimated. And then Ning Tian gets a reward from the system, and the system tells Ning Tian, you shocked everyone around you, skill card earned, treasure hunt card. And Ning Tian says to the saint, saint, follow along. And now both of them are playing fast, due to which a dangerous spiritual energy comes out, which directly destroys that skeleton soldier. And we look inside, where there is Kalinga flute formation, and the spiritual energy is going directly towards those statues, and due to the spiritual energy, both those statues get destroyed and that formation breaks. And Ning Tian becomes happy seeing this, and he says to the saint, thank you, saint. Your guqin was so easy and comfortable to use. But the saint is imagining about Ning Tian, and she starts blushing. And blushing she says to Ning Tian, no need to thank me, I'm happy it's satisfactory, patriarch. And seeing this, Ning Tian gets a little confused that why is the saint behaving like this, but then we see that all the elders and all the disciples together start going inside the door. And the elder is saying, now that the formation has been broken, it's time to go. Then they all reach inside. And the door also closes. And Ning Tian is saying to them, let's be careful. And as soon as they go forward, there are very big statues of them in front, whose eyes are red in color, and are singing. Seeing this, all the disciples are very surprised. And some disciples are saying, hey, are these stone statues moving? Don't scare me, how can a stone move? And the Supreme Elder says to Ning Tian, patriarch, be careful. Something's off about these stone statues. So Ning Tian says, really? I don't think there's anything off. So, there's no problem. And then all those statues start moving. And those statues are about to attack the disciples. And seeing this, a disciple says, the stone statue came to life. Run away quickly. And some disciples escape from the attack of those statues, but some disciples get killed right there. But then they start attacking those statues, but their attack is not having any effect on those statues. And those statues are about to attack those disciples again, and it attacks a girl. And that girl is very scared, but then Ning Tian comes in front of her, and is releasing his spiritual energy, and his system tells Ning Tian, Spirit Destruction skill is being activated. Spirit Destruction skill is successfully activated. And Ning Tian attacks the statue, and Ning Tian's attack is very dangerous, due to which the statue starts breaking, seeing which Ning Tian becomes happy, and that girl is very scared, but now she is saved. And Ning Tian is asking that girl what happened, are you okay? So the girl says yes to him, and thanks Ning Tian. And Ning Tian is thinking, looking at the things around, as expected, the stone statue moved because of the spirit that's engraved into it. And the spirit is the best nutrient for the spirit pearl. Since such a great gift has been offered to me so nicely, it would be rude to refuse it, and Ning Tian again attacks those statues, and destroys them very easily. And seeing this, a man says, the heavenly demonic sex patriarch. He's that strong? Then we see another man, who is saying, there are so many of us here, but none of us are as good as the heavenly demonic sex patriarch, who's only in the Earth King realm. And his other companion says, the stone armor of these statues is extraordinary. It's something even we would find hard to handle. He's indeed a patriarch. And the female disciples go crazy for Ning Tian after seeing his strength. And she is saying, look at the patriarch dealing with the enemy with ease, he's so cool. He handled these stone statues without breaking a sweat. And Ning Tian starts attacking those statues very fast, seeing which a man gets very angry, and he is saying, Ning Tian, sooner or later, I, Lin Xiaoyao, will make sure you die a miserable death. And the system says to Ning Tian, you shocked the geniuses surrounding you and made them more motivated to fight. 5,000 cultivation aura earned. And Ning Tian is thinking, I'm overflowing with aura, I'm ready to break through. And Ning Tian says to the Supreme Elder, guard me. And Ning Tian sits at that place and starts cultivating, seeing which all the elders are surprised. And one elder is saying, what's he doing? And the other elder says he must have exhausted his aura. Another elder says when in the tomb, having no aura will be your doom. If you're exhausted, it's over. And Ning Tian is sitting comfortably at that place and absorbing spiritual energy, and he is about to break through. And as soon as one elder sees that Ning Tian has spiritual vision, he gets very surprised, and the other elder is saying, he's breaking through right now. And the female disciple is saying, I knew it. The patriarch is so full of energy, he cannot ever get exhausted. And the other female disciple says, yes, after all, Patriarch Ning Tian is the most capable man. And then Ning Tian gets a notification from the system, and the system says, congratulations to the host for breaking through, current 4-star Earth King realm reached. You shocked everyone, 1 more comprehension point in the God's record. Earned. Current comprehension level of the God's record, 40%, slight increase of progression. And Ning Tian is thinking 40%? Another 10%, and it will enter the stage of high proficiency, which will help me open more spiritual veins. Then Ning Tian says to the Supreme Elder, right ahead must be the main hall, let's go. And as soon as they all go ahead, there's a skeleton in front of them, who is sitting on a throne. And some people are talking, is this the main hall? It's bigger than the last one, whose tomb is it? And Ning Tian picks up a technique, and is looking at it, and he is saying, just look around and you're able to find techniques of a high level. The hall is full of top-quality spiritual weapons too. The owner of this tomb is very wealthy. And everyone is very happy to see all those treasures, and they are saying, ha ha ha, it's truly a treasure trove, with all these treasures, we're now invincible. But then we see that the eyes of that skeleton start to glow red. And Ning Tian and Supreme Elder feel this thing, and Supreme Elder is not able to understand what that thing was. And Ning Tian tells the Supreme Elder, it's nothing. Maybe it's just me being too cautious. And the Supreme Elder is looking at that skeleton, and he is saying, the one on the throne must be the owner. Aren't tombs meant to be a place where someone is buried? Why is he sitting down? And Ning Tian says, maybe it's an obsession of his. he's unwilling to perish. Then a man starts going towards that skeleton. Seeing him going, Ning Tian says to that man, "The dead should be respected, the first sword sect shouldn't interrupt him, right?" And that man says to Ning Tian, "Ha, I didn't expect the heavenly demonic sect's patriarch to be a coward, you're even afraid of the dead. The owner of the tomb is wearing such nice things on him, for example, the ring he's wearing even if he's already dead, it's definitely an immortal weapon." And the man is about to cut off the skeleton's hand, but then the skeleton wakes up, and he grabs the man's face. And the man is screaming very loudly. And we see that the skeleton is fully awake, and he stands up. This part starts, and we see that the skeleton has attacked that man. And that man is asking his master to save him. And when his master hears that man's voice, he is very surprised. And he turns back and says, "Silent sword. What's going on?" And when he looks ahead, the skeleton has prepared to kill his disciple. And the elder is saying, "Damn it! Why is that withered skeleton moving?" And everyone is very surprised to see this, and there is silence at that place. And an elder is saying, "Did it revive?" And the female elder says, "Elder Sword Moon, that's your sect's chief disciple Silent Sword, right? Incompetent fool! There's so many dangers lying in this tomb. Why didn't you make sure your disciples stayed put? Do you want to kill us?" And Ning Tian is smiling and saying, "With such a treasure right in front of our eyes, of course there'll be someone greedy enough to try to take it away for themselves." And when the elder hears Ning Tian's words, he is very surprised to hear that there is a very good treasure in front of him. And when they look carefully, there is a ring on the skeleton's finger, and seeing which the elder says whether it is a storage ring. And one elder says this type of storage spiritual weapon must be hiding the tomb owner's treasures within, Sword Moon. And another elder is thinking, that idiot tried to get something so good for himself without telling me first. Then the elder moves forward to attack that skeleton to save his disciple. And the elder is saying, "Silent Sword, Master is here to save you." But that elder has a different plan, he is interested in that ring. The elder wants to make that ring his own. And the elder attacks the skeleton, but the skeleton creates a barrier, and the elder is saying, "If you like to pretend to be dead, I'll kill you and leave no bones." The barrier created by the skeleton is very strong, due to which the elder's attack does not hit him. And we see that the elder's sword breaks, and seeing this the elder gets very shocked, and he is thinking, "How can this be? My spiritual weapon broke?" And then the skeleton attacks the elder, due to which the elder falls very far away, and we see that the skeleton has injured his disciple very badly. He has absorbed all his energy. And Ning Tian gets very shocked seeing this, and he says, "Elder Sword Moon is a 8-star celestial realm expert, but he was sent flying with one move? And his letter kills that man, and his letter is moving forward and he is laughing." Then that skeleton attacks again, on those elders. But those elders are able to escape from his attack with great difficulty. And the elders are saying, "Are they the people of the Tianbao Holy Land? No wonder I didn't see them around. It looks like they have sneaked away somewhere else." And the other elder says, "Damn it, the information's wrong, it's actually the great emperor's tomb." Another elder asks, "Old miser, what have you done?" So the elder says, "We just found another dark room, we didn't expect that there would be another formation inside. Most of my disciples were trapped inside the room, just now we got thrown out of nowhere. With only the power of the celestial realm, with the loss of so many men, this tomb may turn out to be too dangerous." And Ning Tian says to the saintess, "The great emperor is the strongest among the immortal emperors. If it's him." And the saintess says, "It's not something we can handle." And the skeleton is releasing its dangerous aura. And Ning Tian is thinking seeing this, "Why are you looking at me? Are you targeting me?" And the skeleton starts spreading its aura everywhere, and Ning Tian is thinking, "Damn it, is it towards me?" And the elders are saying, "Fellow cultivators, this place is too dangerous," and now they get ready to fight together, and all the elders together move forward to attack that skeleton. But then the skeleton uses his power, and traps them in a barrier. And seeing this the skeleton laughs very loudly, and Ning Tian seeing this situation thinks, "Such scary oppression. God's record." And Ning Tian uses God's record to escape from this pressure. And he attacks the skeleton, And seeing this, another elder says, I didn't expect that the patriarch, who's at the Earth King realm, would have such a fighting spirit. We must not fall behind either. Then all of them together again do a fusion attack on the skeleton. And a huge explosion takes place at that place. Then Ning Tian is saying, it first trapped the 6 celestial realms, then suppressed us juniors. What's its a plan? Although I don't understand its plan, the only thing I'm sure of is that it doesn't want to kill us. And then we see that something comes out of that ring of the skeleton. And that thing takes the form of a girl, who goes in front of Ning Tian laughing. And Ning Tian gets very surprised to see that girl, and that girl says to Ning Tian, you're very smart, I like you. And the saintess gets very surprised, and she says, what a monster, you're toying with us. Then the little girl sits on the skeleton's shoulder, and laughingly says, welcome to my tomb, dear challengers. And everyone is very surprised to see that little girl, and they are saying, she's the tomb's owner? But she just looks like a little girl. And listening to that girl, Ning Tian is thinking, challengers? She called us challengers instead of robbers. That means this isn't just a tomb. Or is this tomb a trap, and she's been waiting for our arrival? Then the saintess says to that little girl, may this junior, Yaoqi Saint Jiao 11, ask about this senior? And the little girl says, oh, you're Yaoqi's child? I didn't expect that there would be a new saint so soon after Yao Xian. And hearing this, the old elder gets surprised, and she says, to actually call the great saintess Yao Xian by name, is this senior the third great sage? And Ning Tian gets surprised and he asks the saintess. Then the saintess tells Ning Tian, the third great sage and the great saintess Yao Xian were 2 powerful figures of the same generation who were close to one another. And the old elder is saying, didn't this senior embark on the path of becoming a god with the great saintess Yao Xian 300 years ago? The great saintess Yao Xian has fallen, so why? So the little girl says, why am I still alive? And the old elder says, that's not what this junior meant. So the little girl says, what is that path of becoming a god? It's better to say it's the path to destruction. It doesn't matter if you're an emperor, as long as you step onto this path, you're destined to fail. Heavenly demon, Yao Xian, and all the rest, since you're Yao Xian's descendants, I won't let you go down that path of no return. I'll prevent it. Yes, all those strong emperors have fallen. And Ning Tian is surprised to hear this and he says, what's the meaning of our training? It's better to end it now, once and for all. And Ning Tian is thinking, no, this old monster is attacking us. The powerful enemy is truly unpredictable. The elders have also been trapped. Rather than wait for her to wipe us all out, it's better to take the risk and try to escape. But then Ning Tian starts laughing loudly, and the echo of his laughter spreads everywhere. And the little girl is surprised to see Ning Tian laughing, and she says to Ning Tian, what are you laughing about? At the same time the little girl is thinking, the Tao heart of this ordinary disciple is unstable, so why did he wake up so quickly? And Ning Tian says to the little girl, I think what the senior said is absurdly wrong. And hearing this the little girl gets angry, and she says to Ning Tian, so brave. You dare to say I'm wrong? And the Supreme Elder says, Patriarch, the third great sage is as strong as the Empress, don't anger her. Then Ning Tian says to the little girl, people who practice the Tao are the ones going against nature. If that's what the senior truly thinks, then this senior should have fallen together with the great saintess Yao Xian. Why would this senior be here now? And the little girl looks at Ning Tian and says, you kid, you dare to speak so arrogantly? But then she starts laughing and says, ha ha ha, great. Great. With such a will, you're like a great emperor. But everyone gets very surprised to hear the words of the little girl, especially Ning Tian. And he is saying, like a great emperor? Me? And the saintess is thinking, as expected of the patriarch, he was able to affect the third great sage. Then the little girl starts going towards Ning Tian, and she is saying to Ning Tian, boy, seeing that you have impressed me, I'll give you an opportunity to improve your mortal physique. Then the little girl starts putting her power inside Ning Tian's soul, and she is saying, don't blame this senior. Not everyone would encounter such a good thing. And as soon as the little girl reaches inside Ning Tian's soul, she gets very shocked, when she looks in front of her, and she is saying in a very shocked state, This is Thunder Dragon's spiritual vein. And when she sees the thunder dragon in front of her, she gets even more shocked, and she is saying, "He's a true god." And the little girl gets scared on seeing the thunder dragon, and she says, "Was passing by and got curious, so I took a look. Don't worry, I'm leaving right away." And just then the thunder dragon is about to attack the little girl, seeing which the little girl gets very scared, and she quickly comes out of Ning Tian's sea-soul. And she is saying to Ning Tian, "This boy, so wicked, not only does he have the godly physique, but his spiritual veins can also restrain a spiritual body's power." And then the system says to Ning Tian, "You shocked the third great sage. Mind reading card earned. Mind reading card. See through people's thoughts and hear their inner voice. It works for 1 hour, and becomes invalid after use." And Ning Tian becomes very happy after getting this reward from the system. Then the little girl says to Ning Tian, "Ahem, your physique is very good. Looks like this opportunity of mine isn't suitable for you." And Ning Tian says this senior's excuse is acceptable. But the little girl says, "Shut up, give me some face." And the little girl again starts going near this skeleton, and she says to the old elder, 300 years ago, I was gravely injured and only a wisp of my spirit could be sustained. This tomb is just the last of my inheritance." And the old elder gets surprised to hear about inheritance, and she says, "The third great sage's inheritance?" And everyone is very surprised. And a girl says, This is a big opportunity." And the little girl says, "The pressure you felt just now was the first round of the trial. Those who were unable to break through the pressure have lost. There's only one ending for the losers. There's only one ending for the losers. Die." And hearing this, everyone gets very surprised, and the little girl starts using her power. And we see that there is something like a shadow behind those people, and a man is saying, "If you fail, you die. This senior is too cruel." And the little girl says, "Let the trial continue. Also, I would like to remind everyone that you can obtain my inheritance only if you can get out alive." And Ning Tian is thinking about that little girl. She's a madwoman. This part begins. And we see the little girl, using her power, saying, "Ah, right, children of Yaoqi, wait here. My inheritance isn't suitable for you. When the trial is over, I'll send you out of here." And the female elder is surprised to hear this. Then she comes down and says thank you to the little girl. And the female elder is thinking, it's best to not get involved in such a matter. And then some disciples are talking, and one of the disciples is saying, "It's so enviable that Yochi gets such treatment." And the other disciple says, "Right, who else is close to the third great sage?" Then the saint says to the little girl, "Senior, I have another friend here, could be senior." And the female elder and Ning Tian are shocked to hear the saint's words. And the little girl is asking the saint, "What? Is that your husband? Or the one you're in love with?" So the saint says to the little girl, "And no. He isn't my husband or anything like that. He's the husband of the heavenly demonic sex empress." And the little girl is shocked to hear the saint's words, and she says, "He's so young, and only at the Earth King real, but he's such a powerful wife." Then Ning Tian says to the saint, "Saint, there's no need. I'm actually interested in the third great sage's inheritance." And the little girl gets happy after listening to Ning Tian, and she laughs and says, "Good. If I can get the inheritance, my physique will drastically improve." Second stage, and the little girl is about to start the trial using her power. And her skeleton comes down now. Then the skeleton has used its power, due to which many gates start opening at that place. And seeing this, everyone gets very surprised at what is happening here. Then the little girl tells those people, "There are 9 gates. If you enter the golden gate, you'll live. If you enter the black gate, you'll die. And if you enter the purple one, you'll be trapped in a nightmare forever. Now choose." And after listening to the little girl's words, one disciple says, "Is there even a choice? Of course, we want to live. There's no difference between death and an endless nightmare." Then the other disciple says, "Wait, why is she so nice out of nowhere? Is trying to fool us with irony?" Then we see 2 men, and one of them is saying, "No matter what, I'm choosing to live." And the other man says, "I want to see if that great saint is tricking us." And Ning Tian is thinking while looking at the little girl, there is obviously a catch, but I cannot tell what's her point. System, Use the mind reading card. Then Ning Tian activates his card, currently activating the mind reading card. Then Ning Tian is able to hear the thoughts of the little girl, and the little girl is saying, haha, life, death, isn't life death? Is death not life? Is it that easy to escape from death? So, no matter if it's the door of life or the door of death, they both end the same. And listening to the thoughts of the little girl, Ning Tian thinks, only the third door can give me a way out. Then Ning Tian starts going towards the purple gate, and seeing this the little girl is surprised and she is thinking, that kid actually chose the purple door. And Ning Tian goes inside the purple gate. And when he goes inside, he is saying, is this the smell of blood and smoke? Inside is the heavenly wind city? And when he goes inside, he sees a disciple of his sect, who is saying to Ning Tian, Patriarch, avenge us. This place is an illusion, due to which Ning Tian is seeing the scenes of his past. And when he goes ahead, he sees the man who killed the female disciple of his sect. And at that time the girl is asking Ning Tian to save her. But the man who is killing her is saying to her, all men of the heavenly demonic sect are useless, they can't even protect one woman. And Ning Tian sees how he has killed that man. But that man is saying to Ning Tian, what? You want to avenge your fellow disciples? And Ning Tian says to him, do you think I wouldn't dare to? But that man is laughing very loudly and is saying to Ning Tian, kill me. If you don't, I'll slaughter your entire sect. And Ning Tian is getting very angry after listening to his words. And Ning Tian is surrounded by many shadows. And that shadow is saying to Ning Tian, right, I want to avenge them. All these shadows are washing Ning Tian's mind, and Ning Tian is saying, I'm going to kill you all. Yes, all of you. But then a golden-colored aura starts coming out from Ning Tian, and he is saying, as long as you start killing, you'll be trapped endlessly fighting here. No. He's already dead. He's a dead man, why would I kill him again? What's going on? Suddenly, I feel so dizzy. And then Ning Tian's eyes open and he gets up from his bed, and holding his head he says, I'm in my room? Was that a dream? And then Luo Wuqing comes to that place, and she is saying to Ning Tian, you're awake? And Ning Tian is surprised to see Luo Wuqing near him, and Luo Wuqing puts her hand on Ning Tian's head and says to him, you have been sweating profusely. What was your dream about? And Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, I dreamt about a bunch of people in a tomb. I entered the door of nightmares, and then I saw the heavenly wind city. And Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, you must have tired yourself from all the training. Let me help you relax. Husband, how do you feel? Then Luo Wuqing starts coming closer to Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is surprised to see this action of Luo Wuqing. Then Ning Tian holds Luo Wuqing's hand and says to her, I feel like your acting is a bit too much, my wife isn't like this. But Luo Wuqing does not reply to Ning Tian's words. Then we see that the saint is at that place, and Queen Mother is also there. And Ning Tian is very shocked to see those people, and he is saying, damn, why did these two appear too? How on earth am I supposed to fight this? 3 against 1? Then we see that now Queen Mother and the saint both are feeling very horny, and the saint is also looking at Ning Tian very lovingly, and she is saying to Ning Tian, naturally, it's something that will make all of us happy. Then Luo Wuqing snaps her fingers, due to which the whole scene changes. And Ning Tian is very surprised to see this place, and he is saying, the immortal spring? And the saint is in front of him, and the saint is saying to Ning Tian, Patriarch, this spring contains your spiritual cue. Every time I come into the spring to bathe, I can't help but think of the Patriarch's magnificence that day. If we cultivate together here, it'll give us great benefits. Then Luo Wuqing and Queen Mother come close to Ning Tian, and Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, dear husband, come on. Let's break through together. And after listening to their conversation, Ning Tian is thinking, this place is no different than the heavenly wind city. If I cannot withstand the trial, I'll sink into lust and die when they're done with me. Then Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, I said that my wife doesn't act like this. Queen Mother of the West, Yao Qi Saint, this isn't either. And this, I've seen through your tricks. And after listening to Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing says to Ning Tian, I don't believe that you can withstand it. And the Queen Mother says to Ning Tian, "That's right, sisters. We need to show him how strong we are." Then we see that Luo Wucheng uses her power to create a lot of shadows, which start moving towards Ning Tian, and Ning Tian starts feeling the pinch, and all the shadows are saying to Ning Tian, "Dear husband, don't you like me? Why don't you look at me?" But then Ning Tian asks the system to activate God's record, due to which a golden-colored aura starts coming out of Ning Tian's body, due to which all the shadows go away from Ning Tian. And Ning Tian opens his eyes and he says happily that finally it is over? And there is a purple gate in front of him, and he is coming out of the purple gate and saying, "I'm not the simple man you see me as." And when he comes out of the purple gate, there is a very good view in front of him, and Ning Tian is moving forward and saying, "Is that within the dream? Or have I left that hell and returned to reality?" But then someone calls Ning Tian, and when Ning Tian looks back, there are two disciples behind him, and the first disciple among them says to Ning Tian, "The patriarch has returned too." But as soon as Ning Tian sees both of them, he steps back, and seeing this both disciples are very surprised. And Ning Tian is thinking while looking at both of them, "I don't know if they are an illusion or not," and asks the system to activate the mind-reading card, due to which Ning Tian is able to hear the thoughts of both of them, and the first disciple is thinking about Ning Tian, "The patriarch's so strong. If only I could be as strong as him." And the second disciple is thinking in his mind, "Is this the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect? He's kind of handsome. I heard he's a true man of character. I wonder, is he better than me?" And Ning Tian is surprised to hear the conversation between them, and he is thinking, "Why are the Tianbao Holy Land's disciples so weird? Listening to their thoughts confirms that they're real though. It looks like I'm back to the real world." Then Ning Tian said, "Holy Son Ling Ao, when did you return?" So the disciple says, "Patriarch, we just arrived after you." At the same time he is very happy and says, "I'm speaking with the patriarch." Then Ning Tian asks both of them, "Did you come out of the purple door? What dream did you experience? Don't tell me that you came from the life door." And the disciple says yes to Ning Tian, and he tells, "After entering through the door, I met several wicked spirits at the peak of the Earth King realm. I arrived here after killing them." And Ning Tian gets very angry on hearing this, and he says that I have been tricked. And the system tells Ning Tian, the host, to calm down. This isn't the system's fault. While the host was using the mind-reading card, the third great sage happened to be thinking of something else. Then Ning Tian is saying while thinking, "Looks like that senior planned to take advantage of people's reverse point of thinking from the beginning, making the trial hard to predict." And the disciple says to Ning Tian, "Patriarch, could it be? The patriarch came out of the purple door?" So Ning Tian says yes to him. And as soon as everyone hears that Ning Tian has come from the purple door, they all get very shocked, and they are saying, "The dream created by the great emperor was defeated by the patriarch?" Yes, senior brother and others chose the purple door too, but they haven't returned yet. I heard that most of the people who chose that door didn't return. I guess that it's a hard trial to defeat. And then the system says to Ning Tian, "You shocked Ling Ao and the rest. Elementary Earth rank martial art earned, sword tracing shadow. Tenfold comprehension. Comprehension complete." The host's godly physique has slightly improved, and listening to the system, Ning Tian is thinking, "The godly physique always amazes me, but this time, the effect wasn't as good as the system's tenfold speed and thunder tribulation spiritual veins, perhaps because there is no cultivation progress." Then we look at Ning Tian's status. Host, Ning Tian, strength, 4-star Earth King realm, physique, godly physique, small progress, skills, God rank skill, God's record, small accomplishment. Martial arts, water dragon step, heavenly demonic palm, heavenly sound slasher, nimble path, sword tracing shadow. And Ning Tian is thinking, "It happens, but how can I improve my physique?" Then we see a man who is getting very angry at Ning Tian, and he is thinking, "Damn it, how did this guy get so lucky and not die within the purple door?" But then some movement starts happening at that place, feeling that everyone is very surprised, and they are unable to understand what is happening. Then they see a tree. And when they look carefully, they see many weapons, which are very powerful. And these are immortal weapons, And as soon as they look at the weapons, one of those men becomes very powerful. He moves forward rapidly to get those weapons. But then someone attacks that man, due to which he dies in one stroke. And seeing this, all the people get shocked, and one of them is saying, "That man just now was at least at the Sky King realm, but he was killed on the spot with just one palm." Then we see a beautiful, let's look at the lady who is talking to those people. "Those who dare to break my third great sage's rules shall die." She is the third great sage's big sister? This part begins. And all the people are very surprised to see the third great sage, and they are saying, Third great sage? How did she grow up so quickly?" And the other man says, "Wasn't senior outside of the trial?" Then the third great sage tells all those people, "The one left outside is just a remnant. I'm the real trial examiner." And Ning Tian is thinking after seeing the third great sage, so that's why she looks similar to that little girl. And the third great sage tells all those people, "The third trial consists of the ancient tree behind me. You will form a team of 10 people. The ancient tree will give birth to a corresponding number of light species with weapons in them. There'll be different spiritual weapons and an immortal weapon among them." And after listening to the third great sage's words, everyone becomes very happy. And one man is saying, "Corresponding number. So everyone gets one?" And the other man says, "Yes, if you're lucky, you could get the immortal one." Then the third great sage tells them, "Within a stick of incense of time, only the one who gets the immortal weapon will survive." And as soon as they hear what the third great sage says, they are all shocked and say, "If we don't get the immortal weapon, we're dead? Doesn't that mean 9 must die?" Then Ning Tian says, "The meaning is that the path towards becoming a god is by destroying the Emperor's path, right?" And after listening to Ning Tian, the third great sage says to him, "Did you notice something?" Then Ning Tian says, "The battle to become a god. Countless strong cultivators fought one after another to reach that goal. Some couldn't even reach the battlefield to challenge the path. Senior wishes to recreate that battle, right? It's just that the path towards God's path has been changed to that immortal weapon. The trip from the shore to the lake's heart is only a few dozen miles at most, but you gave us 1 stick of incense. I suppose that there's something else waiting in the lake that would be interesting, besides watching us kill each other." And after listening to Ning Tian, the third great sage starts laughing and says, "Ha ha ha, boy, you make me like you more and more. Then the third stage shall begin with you." And the third great sage starts using her power, seeing which everyone gets very surprised. And the third great sage using her power starts making all those people fly in the air, and seeing this Ning Tian is thinking, 6 righteous disciples and 3 strong cultivators of the celestial realm. They must be full of ill intentions, so I must stay cautious. And there is a man behind Ning Tian, and looking at Ning Tian, that man is smiling, and is thinking, "There's always a way if you wait. Ning Tian, you're destined to die by my hands today." Then the third great sage is smiling and saying, "I have 3 more things I would like to remind you of. First, after the beginning of the third stage, you won't be able to see the weapons within the light specks. Second, once you touch the light speck, it's regarded as locked, and you can't change your decision. It cannot be snatched by others either. Third, if your time ends and you still haven't touched one, it's considered a failure. You don't need to guess the consequences of that." And now everyone moves forward to take the treasure, and a man attacks a dragon and says, "Ha, what is all that about destroying the Emperor's path to become a god? Such pretentious words. Just watch me." But that dragon is very powerful, and the dragon attacks that man, and with great difficulty that man is able to dodge the attack of that dragon. And Ning Tian is also dodging that dragon's attack with great difficulty. And the dragon attacks Ning Tian again, and at the same time he is thinking, I didn't expect monsters in the lake." But then someone attacks Ning Tian from behind, which Ning Tian notices, and very easily dodges that attack. And we see that there are many people attacking Ning Tian, and one of them is saying, "You actually managed to avoid 2 consecutive attacks, Ning Tian. You're so resilient." And Ning Tian says smilingly, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out it's the Lin bastard who's thinking of others' wives." And after listening to Ning Tian, that man shouts and says to Ning Tian, "Ning Tian, you're only in the 4-star Earth King realm. The weakest among us are at the same level, and young Master Xiao Yao is even an 8-star. We will definitely end your life today, Ning Tian, don't worry as after you die. And Ning Tian gets very angry after listening to those people, and he says, you have a death wish. Then Ning Tian starts using his power, due to which a golden-colored aura comes out of Ning Tian's body. And the third great sage is also watching all this, and she is surprised and says, so that boy has more than just the thunder tribulation spiritual vein. And Ning Tian asks the system to activate Sword Dao. Then Ning Tian attacks those people, and Ning Tian's attack is very dangerous, seeing which everyone is surprised and they are saying, how is that brat so quick? Quickly circulate your aura. But Ning Tian kills them very easily, and the system is saying to Ning Tian, elementary earth rank martial arts, sword tracing shadow activated. Your sword follows your will. And all those people are killed, and among them there is only one man, a kid, who is very shocked and is saying, he killed 5 people in an instant. How is that kid so strong? And then Ning Tian comes behind that man and says to him, how can you lose your calm during a battle? And before that man understands anything, Ning Tian attacks him with a heavenly demonic palm, due to which that man starts going directly towards the dragon's mouth, and the dragon eats that man. And seeing this, those people get very surprised, and one of them is saying, so strong. He wiped out 6 people in the blink of an eye. Then Ning Tian looks back and is thinking, damn it, Lin Xiaoyao delayed me too much, they have already made their choice. System, activate the treasure hunt card. And as soon as the treasure hunt card gets activated, Ning Tian starts moving towards those people very fast, and we see, a man is about to take the immortal weapon, and he is very happy. But then that man notices something, and when he looks ahead, he sees Ning Tian moving towards a treasure, seeing which that man is thinking, how did he know that's the immortal weapon? This boy is the heavenly demonic sex patriarch, so he must have a way to hunt for treasures given to him by the Empress. That must really be the immortal weapon. Then that man attacks Ning Tian to stop him from taking that immortal weapon, and Ning Tian notices his attack, and with great difficulty dodges his attack, and Ning Tian says to that man, I saw it first, but that man does not pay much attention to Ning Tian's words and tries to take the immortal weapon directly, and he is saying to Ning Tian, but I got to it first. And then everyone sees that the man is about to take the immortal weapon, so they get very angry, and are saying, damn it, he picked the immortal weapon. He's so sloppy. And we see Ning Tian. And Ning Tian is saying, now that it came to it, I can only begrudgingly choose the actual immortal weapon. And Ning Tian is about to take the real immortal treasure, and seeing this everyone gets very shocked. And we see, when Ning Tian is taking the immortal treasure, a very strong golden-colored energy is coming out, and Ning Tian happily says, indeed, the intermediate stage immortal weapon, Great Immortal Guqin. And Ning Tian has taken the real immortal treasure, and the name of this treasure is Great Immortal Guqin. Then we see that man, who is getting very angry with Ning Tian, and angrily saying to Ning Tian, bastard, you tricked me. This immortal weapon was meant to be mine. But Ning Tian smilingly tells that man, but I got to it first. And after listening to Ning Tian, the man shouts again and says to Ning Tian, you're the heavenly demonic sex patriarch, how can you be so shameless and despicable? Your sect has lost all its face because of you. But Ning Tian says to that man, there's no such thing as shame when one does what they can to succeed. Weren't you the same after all? And after listening to Ning Tian, blood starts coming out of that man's mouth. Then we see both of them, and the red-haired man is saying, one sentence from the patriarch was enough to make a cultivator in the Sky King realm spit blood. He's worthy of his title of patriarch, so amazing. He's truly extraordinary. And his partner says, if I had the patriarch's shameless spirit, I would definitely be able to lead the Tianbao Holy Land into becoming the richest power. And then the system says to Ning Tian, you slightly shocked everyone, awarded the title, the Shameless. Effect, increased defensive character. The host shouldn't be surprised, as anything the host can imagine, this system can do. But Ning Tian is not happy with the reward system and he is thinking, what the hell is this title? But then all the people together move forward to attack Ning Tian. and are trying to snatch Ning Tian's immortal treasure, and they are saying, "Brat, even if I die, I'll catch you." But then before they can attack Ning Tian, someone attacks him, and kills him very badly. And we see that the one doing this is the third great sage, and the third great sage is saying to them, "The stage is over. According to the rules, only one shall survive. You actually found the real immortal weapon, I underestimated your skills." And Ning Tian says to the third great sage, "What? You can't bear to part with it? You didn't say that we have to return it." And after listening to Ning Tian's words, the third great sage gets very angry and shouts at Ning Tian, "Who do you think I am? Wait here until the others pass their test." And Ning Tian is thinking, she said it's a 3-stage trial. But who knows what she has in her sleeves? It's better if I make the immortal weapon recognize me as its master as soon as possible to ensure my safety. Then Ning Tian uses his blood and drops it on the immortal treasure, and we see that a very bright golden light starts coming out, seeing which Ning Tian gets very surprised and he is thinking, looks like the master of a Tao of music, an immortal weapon that is directly bound by the soul. Not only that, but its attack will also cause damage to the opponent's soul. It's truly an immortal weapon. And the system tells Ning Tian, the host's perception of the Tao of music increased. And Ning Tian is thinking, wait, if the immortal weapon is bound by the soul, then I used the Yaoqi Saint's Guqin, didn't I actually touch her body? And Ning Tian starts imagining what he is doing, and by imagining this Ning Tian starts blushing, and he is saying, it's just a soul connection, not a true touch, it's nothing. After 1 hour, we see that 4 people are walking towards Ning Tian. Then the third great sage says to them, so few people are left. Yes, there are 5 people left, which is better than expected. And they say, yes, it's finally over. Can we leave now? But the third great sage tells them, don't celebrate too early. Next is the final stage, and everyone gets very shocked after listening to the third great sage's words. But Ning Tian is saying, just as I expected, it doesn't end. And then the third great sage starts using her power, and she is saying, void transpose? This is something only a great emperor can use. As long as you can pass the last stage, the inheritance, and many treasures within the tomb shall be yours. And after listening to the third great sage, all 4 people become very happy, and one of them is saying, Great Emperor, I want to try, and the other man says, yes, no matter what, we want to join. Then the third great sage tells them, the last stage is to kill me. And after listening to this, all 5 people get very shocked, and there is silence at that place. Then Ning Tian says to the third great sage, is the senior serious? It's impossible for us to join forces and kill senior with our current strength. But the third great sage tells them, no, not by joining forces. 1-on-1. This part starts. And we see that the third great sage is still in the air, and everyone is shocked to hear the third great sage's words, and they are saying, how is that even possible? And the other man says, yes, how strong are we compared to senior? And the third great sage says to them, before I became a great emperor, I was invincible in my realm. I'll suppress my power to your level. I won't take advantage of your weakness. And one man says, senior will suppress her power to our level? And the other man says, in that case, there's a chance of winning. So the third great sage says, if you hesitate, you'll fail. And Ning Tian says, but decisiveness doesn't mean victory. And then a man comes out of his aura and says, motivated by the senior third great sage's words, I, Lu Kun, peak of the Sky King realm, wish to fight senior. So the third great sage is also coming out of her aura, and she is saying, then I'll suppress my power to the peak of the Sky King realm at the age of 20, and fight you. And the third great sage moves forward to fight, and Ning Tian is thinking, system, she's not much older than me, but she's already at the peak of the Sky King realm. Then, why am I only at the 4-star Earth King realm? And the system says to Ning Tian, host, age doesn't mean a thing. Have you ever seen anyone who has crossed across 4 realms in just a few months? From 1-star warrior realm to 4-star Earth King realm? And just then a man is moving forward to attack the third great sage. But the third great sage dodges that man's attack very easily and quickly goes behind him and hits him, due to which blood starts coming out of that man's mouth. And the third great sage's attack is very dangerous, due to which that man flies away and falls, and gets knocked out. And seeing this, everyone gets shocked. And one man is saying, she effortlessly killed a master of the same realm with one blow. Then the other man says, her being invincible within the realm was no exaggeration. And Ning Tian, seeing the third great sage's power, is saying, that Tao of the palm. I didn't expect the third great sage to have already reached mastery at the Sky King realm. Then the third great sage is asking people who is next, but we see that they are getting nervous. And then a man is saying in fear, no, I can't do this, I will die. Then Ning Tian comes forward and says, Senior, I would like to fight. So on hearing Ning Tian's words, the third great sage starts laughing and she is saying, Nana Nana. Boy, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. And then the third great sage attacks Ning Tian, and seeing her attack, a man is shouting, what a strong palm strike, Senior in the Earth King realm is already so strong, can the patriarch handle this? And Ning Tian is also ready to fight with the third great sage, and he also starts using his powers and he is saying, Senior, although you're known to be invincible within the realm. Then the attacks of both of them start colliding with each other. And then Ning Tian activates the sound-breaking art, and very easily he is able to stop the third great sage's attack. And seeing this, the third great sage gets very shocked, and she is saying, Yaoqi's sound-breaking art also has a spiritual effect? And as soon as the third great sage gets shocked, the system tells Ning Tian, you shocked the third great sage, and earned the ultimate killing sound array. Then the third great sage is telling Ning Tian, interesting, for so long I have been able to kill each opponent with one strike. I didn't expect you would require a second strike. And Ning Tian says, the unexpected is yet to come. Ultimate killing sound array. Then the third great sage starts having a little problem with Ning Tian's attack, because Ning Tian's attack is a little more powerful, and she is thinking, this is the martial arts skill I created at the Immortal Emperor realm, how did that boy learn it? Then Ning Tian does a spiritual attack on the third great sage, which directly hits the third great sage, due to which the third great sage starts feeling a lot of pain, and she starts screaming. And Ning Tian laughingly says to the third great sage, hee hee, while you're down, I'll end you. And Ning Tian reaches the third great sage and catches her, and he starts hitting on the third great sage's bum, due to which the third great sage starts getting very angry, and Ning Tian is saying to the third great sage, little brat, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. It's fun to play tricks on others, isn't it? And seeing this action of Ning Tian's friends become very happy, and they are also enjoying this thing. But then the third great sage starts getting very angry. Then she makes a dangerous attack on Ning Tian, due to which Ning Tian goes away and falls on the ground. And his condition becomes bad, and Ning Tian's friend is asking whether he is okay or not. So Ning Tian stands up and says, damn it, don't you know you shouldn't hit someone in the face? I thought I was going to get disfigured. And after listening to Ning Tian's words, the reaction of both of them is a little strange. Then the third great sage is saying to Ning Tian, boy, do you have some top quality on your face? I punched you with all my might, but your face is still fine? And Ning Tian asks the system, does my title, the Shameless, have added defense of the face? So the system says, a little bit. Then Ning Tian stands up and says, oh of course, you can be invincible only when you have a face. Senior, I won, didn't I? So the third great sage starts laughing, and those people get very surprised to hear the third great sage's laughter, because due to her laughter earthquakes start coming. And the third great sage starts flying Ning Tian in the air with the help of her power, and while laughing the third great sage is saying, the third great sage's legacy finally has a successor. The third great sage's inheritance. After this the third great sage uses her power, due to which both of them come to each other's place. And seeing this place, Ning Tian is surprised and he says, is this the great emperor's inheritance's space? And then the third great sage comes to Ning Tian and says to him, you're clever. This is the sphere containing my inheritance, all my life's hard work. Whoever gets this inheritance would be a lucky one. And Ning Tian says, so, the third great sage's inheritance can let me soar up in the skies? And the third great sage says, "Ah, that depends on your luck." So Ning Tian says, "Can it allow me to directly reach the immortal emperor realm?" But the third great sage refuses. Then Ning Tian says to the third great sage, "The celestial realm?" But this time also the third great sage refuses. So Ning Tian says, "That won't do, it looks like something's not adding up." And the third great sage says to Ning Tian, "You brat. Who? Don't get mad at his attitude. Adults shouldn't bother with kids' behavior. It's better to teach a man to fish than give him the fish itself. My inheritance is much more useful than an inheritance that gives you power. The reason why I'm called the third great sage is because I have reached the level of sage in the Tao of the palm, fist and music." And Ning Tian says, "Tao can turn one into a sage? Isn't the highest realm of the Tao the pinnacle? How can there be a sage?" But the third great sage says, "You're saying there is no way? Is there anyone who really thinks that the highest realm of the Tao is the pinnacle? Now, no more teasing. For those below the great emperor, the highest realm of the Tao is indeed the pinnacle. In the great emperor's realm, there is also the level of sage. And for the strong ones of the god realm, there's higher levels." And Ning Tian is thinking, so that's how it is. When competing with opponents of the same realm, the comparison is not only through their aura, but also understanding of the Tao. The stronger your understanding is, the more likely you're to be invincible within the realm. And Ning Tian says to the third great sage, "Senior, once you reach the great emperor, can your understanding of the Tao reach the level of sage?" And the third great sage says, "Yes, inside are my master Tao of the fist and the palm. Take this and see how much you can understand." Then Ning Tian says too, "What about your Tao of music?" And the third great sage says, "Ahem, I'm reluctant to admit this, but your Tao of music is remarkable." Then Ning Tian says, "I see, it's not much better than mine, no need for embarrassment." And after listening to Ning Tian, the third great sage is thinking, "That brat is truly horrible." And the third great sage says to Ning Tian, "Ha, I won't waste my time talking with you, little rascal, go learn properly." And she attacks Ning Tian, but this is not an attack, this is some kind of power which goes inside Ning Tian. Then he calms himself down, and starts flying in the air. And the third great sage is saying, looking at Ning Tian, "I wonder how far this kid can reach." The wind of the fist is roaring, the wind of the fist is whistling, and Ning Tian is thinking, with such accomplishments, she's worthy the title of the third great sage. And the system tells Ning Tian, it's detected that the host has absorbed the Tao of the first and palm, tenfold comprehension. Successful comprehension of the Tao of the fist. Understanding of the Tao of the first, proficient. Successful comprehension of the Tao of the palm. Understanding of the Tao of the palm, proficient. And Ning Tian opens his eyes, and the third great sage is in front of him, and the third great sage is asking Ning Tian, "How is it?" So Ning Tian says, "Thank you, senior, I'm not qualified enough." And hearing this, the third great sage becomes happy and she says, "It's okay, it's not half an hour, the point is the feeling, with your talent, it's already considered very quick to understand within a few months." And Ning Tian says, "It has only reached the level of proficiency." And he is thinking, "I thought I could reach the pinnacle in one go." Then the third great sage says, "Don't be too discouraged." "What? You've understood it? You're proficient? It took me 10 years, but it took you only half an hour." And the third great sage is thinking, from ancient times, no one has ever heard of a genius who can reach such a level of understanding in just half an hour. If this boy becomes a great emperor, he'll surely enter the god realm. Then the third great sage says to Ning Tian, "Brat, don't tell anyone that you reached that level in half an hour, even if there's a strong great emperor backing you up. This world is not just composed of the 3 heavens and 9 spiritual domains, there are many other unnamed vast lands. There are even restricted regions that can kill strong emperors in seconds." And Ning Tian gets surprised after hearing this and he says, "Is there another continent in this world?" And the third great sage says, "Boy, do you know what your godly physique is?" And Ning Tian says, "This junior doesn't know much about it." And the third great sage says, "Throughout the ages, most cultivators relied on the comprehension of the basic heaven and earth laws to cultivate, like the wind, fire, thunder and lightning and more. The godly physique not only comprehends those basic laws far better than an ordinary person, but in later stages it also has the ability to master the advanced laws. The law of life. The law that controls life and death. It's rumored that someone with a godly physique can deprive a great emperor of their life. Do you understand now why I tell you to not tell anyone? If I don't get strong, I may be killed. You're worthy to be taught. This is a heavenly rank skill that I created myself. It's suitable for you to cultivate. But Ning Tian says I already have a skill. And he's thinking, God's record is a god rank skill that matches my godly physique. I can't cultivate other skills with it. And the third great sage says, what if I say it cultivates all 3,000 great Daos of the level of sage? All? New skill. If I'm not mistaken, you are practicing the 3,000 great Dao, right? And Ning Tian says, yes, but what does that have to do with senior skills? And the third great sage is telling, there is a saying, a tiger can devour a deer, but not each he can swallow completely. The more paths of Tao there are, the harder it's to move forward. In the future, you could reach the pinnacle at best, and that will be hard to achieve. Then Ning Tian says, Senior has mastered the Tao of the fist, palm, and music. All three of them have reached the level of sage. Is this because of the skills? So the third great sage says, yes, as they say, Tao makes one mere, and this makes all things. Your physique is compatible with my skills. They will help you elevate your comprehension to the level of sage, or even higher. By then, as someone who has the level of sage of the 3,000 great Tao, if even stronger people appear, wouldn't that still shock the entire world? And Ning Tian is thinking, it looks like it's more like a guiding secondary skill, and it won't be in conflict with my god's record. And the third great sage says to Ning Tian, don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. I just don't wish for my skills to get lost in time. With your physique, practicing the two skills won't be hard. Boy, practice well. When you succeed, you'll naturally escape this state. And Ning Tian says, Senior, rest assured, I won't let these skills go to waste. And the system says to Ning Tian, the host has absorbed the comprehension of the third great sage's skills. Tenfold comprehension. There we see the saint, who is saying, why haven't they returned yet? Are they in some type of danger? And the Grand Elder is saying, Patriarch, please be safe, otherwise how can we face the Empress? And the other boy is, he's just a disciple of the Earth King realm, how will he come out alive? In your dreams. But then some people start falling at that place from a portal. And the third great sage appears in front of those people. The saint comes and tells them all that the trial is over now. Everyone is shocked to hear this. The saint wants to ask something to the third great sage, and the third great sage tells them, I have found a proper successor. So the saint is asking the third great sage, Senior, could it be that the successor is among us three? What about the patriarch? Is he dead? And the Grand Elder says, no, it's impossible. How could our patriarch be gone? And the second elder laughs and says, Nana, I knew this would happen. How could a little brat of the Earth King realm get so lucky every time? And hearing this, the Grand Elder gets angry and angrily says, Old woman, just you wait. If our patriarch died because of you, I'll turn your tomb upside down thousands of times. And the Empress will grind your bones into dust and scatter them. And after listening to the Grand Elder, the third great sage says to him, Did I say he's dead? That boy is accepting my inheritance. And as they listen to the third great sage, they all get very shocked. And one man is saying, Aren't these holy sons the ones who received the inheritance? So the third great sage says, Of course not. And the saint says happily, Senior, does that mean the patriarch is still alive and has gotten your inheritance? And the Grand Elder is getting very happy and he is laughing and saying, I knew that our patriarch wouldn't die so easily. But the other elder is getting very angry and he is shouting, Senior, now that the successor has been found, shouldn't Senior let us go? And the third great sage says, None of you are allowed to leave until the boy completely comprehends the inheritance. Then another elder says, What if the kid needs 10 years and we all starve to death here? And hearing this, the third great sage gets very angry and she says, What about it? Don't forget who's the final say in this place. And the third great sage attacks those people and injures them. But the third great sage is thinking, he has already comprehended it in half an hour? And we see that some movement starts at that place. And Ning Tian starts coming out of that place. And his entire appearance has changed. And Ning Tian is saying thank you to the third great sage. And the third great sage goes to Ning Tian and says to him, you comprehended my inheritance in half an hour, although you're a step away from the Sky King realm, you did well. And we see a man who is saying, 9-star Earth King realm? He was only 4-star when he entered the tomb, and the saint says in just a few hours he broke through 5 times. And another man is getting very angry, and he is thinking, not long has passed, and he's already behind me with only 1 star. His speed of cultivation and improvement is terrifying. And the Grand Elder is very happy. And the third great sage says, since my inheritance was earned, I'll fulfill my promise. You can all get out of here alive. Right, boy, this ring contains all the tomb's treasures, it's yours now. And Ning Tian is very happy holding that ring and he thanks the third great sage. And as soon as they see that ring, everyone gets surprised. But they are very happy for Ning Tian. And some elders are thinking, this time, all righteous disciples were annihilated out of the hunt. He's growing too quickly, he may interrupt our plan in the future. He's growing too quickly, he may interrupt our plan in the future. This child must not be allowed to grow. Then an elder says, Senior, please keep the promise and let us go. And that elder is thinking, as long as we leave this damn place, Ning Tian will die with no proper burial. And the third great sage says to them, right, the inheritance has been given, the remaining soul of this senior will not be able to hold for much longer. Then this tomb will rest underground forever, go. And Ning Tian says thank you to the third great sage. But the third great sage is saying to Ning Tian, I feel uncomfortable with you suddenly being polite, boy. Yes, I have one more thing to ask. Can you take my bones back to Kai? I want to be buried with her. And the saint says to the third great sage, Senior, by her, are you referring to the great saintess Yao Xian? Between her and Senior. Then the third great sage starts remembering her past. And she is doing cultivation sitting under a waterfall. But then a girl comes to that place, who is saying to the third great sage, you came to the immortal spring to cultivate again. You work so hard, why don't I help you relax now? But the third great sage pushes her down and tells her, don't cause trouble. The heavenly Tao is about to open the path towards becoming a god. Both of us have been stagnant in the immortal emperor realm for a long time. I must work hard to deserve it, walking down the path and then becoming a god. And the girl says to the third great sage, don't worry. The path that you are working forward to, I'll accompany you. And in the present time the third great sage is saying, later, there was bloodshed and many corpses on that path. After Yao Xian and I parted ways, we didn't see each other again. Then Ning Tian says to the third great sage, Senior, may I ask how Senior Yao Xian helped you relax? So the third great sage says, boy, believe it or you stay here sure me forever. And Ning Tian laughingly says, I just wanted to lighten up the gloomy atmosphere. And the female elder says, Senior, please rest assured we'll fulfill the great emperor's last wish. And the third great sage says to Ning Tian, boy, don't waste my inheritance. And Ning Tian says to the third great sage, don't worry, Senior, I'll definitely make your skills famous in the whole domain. And now the third great sage starts leaving from this place, and her whole body starts disappearing from this place in the form of a spiritual power. Then she leaves this place, and the saint is saying to Ning Tian, Patriarch, since we promised to bring Senior back to Yaoqi, do you also wish to come with us? But Ning Tian is thinking, if I don't go home after I'm done here, my wife will definitely rip me to pieces. But it's the sage, and rejecting her like this would be a bit. And then the Grand Elder says to Ning Tian, Ahem, Patriarch, now that you have the inheritance, in order to prevent others from trying to steal it, it's better to return to the heavenly demonic sect as soon as possible. So Ning Tian says to the cylinder, oh, yes, Grand Elder, you're right. Saint, I'm sorry, I'll definitely visit next time. But then an earthquake starts at that place, and we see that a stone falls on the third great sage, due to which she starts fainting. Then Ning Tian stops the third great sage at the same place, and says to her, Saint, you should stay here and protect the tomb. Grand Elder, let's go and check what's going on. And both of them start going outside, and as soon as they look ahead, a dragon is lying dead in front of them. Seeing which both of them are very surprised. And then another one comes to that place, who is laughing and saying, "Ha ha ha, you're finally out, you bastard." And looking at those two elders, the Grand Elder is saying, "Tianfeng, Jianmei, what are you doing? Do you wish to steal the inheritance?" Then the other elder is attacking them and saying, "We not only want your inheritance, but your life too." But the Grand Elder is also ready to fight with them. And he is taking out his aura, and is saying to both of them, "Just the two of you. We'll have to see if I will let you." And as soon as they see the aura of both the Grand Elders, they understand that the Grand Elder is very powerful, and so one elder is saying, "A peak celestial, close to the immortal Emperor realm, you're very strong indeed." And the other elder says, "But your opponent isn't us." And then another man comes to that place, seeing whom the Grand Elder is very surprised, and he says, "First sword sex leader? Benevolent sword?" Then as soon as Benevolent hears his name, he gets angry and he gets ready to attack the Grand Elder. And he makes a dangerous attack on the Grand Elder. And we see that due to the attack of that man, the Grand Elder falls very far away and the Grand Elder gets injured. And Ning Tian is lifting the Grand Elder, and the Grand Elder is saying to Ning Tian, "Patriarch, run! Has a true immortal emperor." Then Benevolent says, "You're the heavenly demonic sex patriarch?" And Ning Tian is thinking, "Damn it, such bad luck. I always stumble upon these strong immortal emperors." And Benevolent attacks Ning Tian and says, "Ha, an Earth King realm trash." And both elders are getting very happy and they both are thinking, "Ha ha ha, the brat's finally going to die." And Benevolent's attack is about to hit Ning Tian, and there is a huge explosion at that place. But when the smoke clears, we see that Ning Tian is safe, and he is saying, "A second star immortal emperor realm couldn't kill a mere Earth King realm?" Then Ning Tian says to the system, "System, isn't my facial defense a bit too high?" So the system tells Ning Tian, "Generally, yes. But the host needs to pay attention to the fact that if any other part of the host's body but the face is attacked, it'll be slit up to pieces like tofu at the slightest touch." And Benevolent says to Ning Tian, "I don't believe such a thing. A mere Earth King realm, I can't harm you." And Benevolent moves forward to attack Ning Tian, and Ning Tian is thinking, "Damn it, you don't mean to tell me that I have to take this with my face, right? It's so fast, there's no way it." And Ning Tian creates a barrier around himself to stop Benevolent's attack. But his barrier is not very powerful, due to which the barrier breaks. And Ning Tian gets hurt and falls away. But again he tries to stand up, and the saint comes behind him. And Benevolent is thinking, he, a mere Earth King realm, was affected by the aftershock of my attack while standing so close, but he didn't sustain a heavy injury? And the system is saying to Ning Tian, "You shocked the Benevolent sword, reward earned, teleportation card, short distance shift movement, one-time use." And Ning Tian calls the third great sage using the card. And the third great sage becomes Benevolent. She is saying to Benevolent, "How dare a mere quasi-emperor harm my heir?" And Benevolent says, "So it's the third great sage's tomb. But even if you're an emperor in your lifetime, what about it? You're dead now. How many moves can a mere spirit achieve? Watch out, I'll grind you to dust." And the third great sage says, "Ah, you crazy man, I'll kill you in a few moves. Boy, watch carefully. I'll show you for the last time the fist and palm skills. The palm must be strong enough to move through mountains and rivers. The palm must be strong enough to move through mountains and rivers." And as soon as Benevolent sees the third great sage's face, he gets very scared. And the third great sage attacks Benevolent, and to stop the third great sage's attack he has created a shield. But the third great sage's power is so high that his shield starts breaking and he thinks, "Damn it, is this the power of a great emperor? It's just a remnant spirit, but I still can't resist it." But then a man comes to that place and he is saying, "This type of showy move is representative of the Tao of the palm and Tao of the fist?" And an emperor comes to that place, who is seeing this. Benevolent calls him a leader. And the third great sage too is surprised to see that emperor. Then seeing that emperor, the saint too, is a little nervous. And Ning Tian is saying, I didn't expect to see that old man here. And the Emperor gets ready to attack the third great sage, and he launches an attack. And the power of the Emperor is very high, so the third great sage is having some problem, and the saint is saying in a panic, No! We haven't brought the third great sage to Yaoqi yet. And the third great sage is saying such a shame, in the end, I couldn't get buried next to her. And Ning Tian very quickly moves forward to save the third great sage. And there is an explosion at that place. But Ning Tian did not save the third great sage. And the third great sage thanks Ning Tian. Then Ning Tian says, No worries, it's what I should do. And Ning Tian is thinking, fortunately, the system gave me that teleportation card, but even if we all join forces, I'm afraid we can't beat this guy, what now? And the Emperor is thinking, how can you save anyone from under my nose with such a low cultivation? There's something wrong with that kid. And then the system says to Ning Tian, You shocked the righteous Emperor. Reward earned, Great Emperor Summoning Card. Great Emperor Summoning Card. You can summon an Emperor, disregard special movement, one-time use. And Ning Tian becomes happy on hearing this, and he is thinking, Great Emperor Summoning Card? Right on time. Then Ning Tian comes in front and says, Senior Saint, leave this to me. And the Emperor is saying to Ning Tian, You're just a mere Earth King realm. Do you have the courage to challenge me? And Ning Tian laughs and says, When you're running away with your tail between your legs later, you'll see where this courage comes from. And Ning Tian says to the system, use the Great Emperor Summoning Card. Summoning Luo Wuqing, Queen Mother of the West. And the system says, the Great Emperor Summoning Card has been used. Summoning Lud Wuqing, Queen Mother of the West. Summoned, and then there is a very dangerous light at that place, and seeing which both of them get surprised. And the third great sage is saying, This is Great Emperor's aura, and it's two of them. And the saint says, Weird, why is one of them so familiar, and the other? Queen Mother of the West? And we see that the Queen Mother and Luo Wuqing have come to this place. And they both are shocked to see each other, and Luo Wuqing is saying to the Queen Mother, Just now, I was forcibly pulled into a void. And the Queen Mother says, Me too, I was going to shower. The Emperor is very shocked to see them both, and he is thinking, what trick did that brat use to summon both of them in an instant? And then Luo Wuqing notices something and asks Ning Tian, Who harmed you? Then Ning Tian points his finger towards the Emperor and says, Wife, it's that guy who's bullying the weak. And the Emperor also gets angry on hearing this. But Luo Wuqing gets very angry and she says, Righteous Emperor, as an emperor, isn't it a bit inappropriate to attack an Earth King realm? And the Emperor says, Queen Mother of the West, your Yaoqi is known to be neutral. You have never involved yourself in conflicts. Are you picking sides now? And the Queen Mother says, I advise you to think about apologizing first. Then the Emperor says, What? I am a great emperor, the leader of the Righteous Alliance. And the Emperor feels something, and we see that a very dangerous aura is coming out from Luo Wuqing, and she is saying to the Emperor, No matter who you are, if you hurt my husband, I will end you. Righteous Emperor, do you really think you can provoke my heavenly demonic sect with the power of your little righteous alliance? And after listening to Luo Wuqing, the Emperor gets scared and he says, An immortal weapon? Luo Wuqing, think this through carefully. We're both emperors. If we fight, the whole mountain chain will be left in shambles. But Luo Wuqing does not care about the Emperor's words. She directly moves forward to attack the Emperor. And then Ning Tian gets very surprised and he says, Her Tao of the Sword has reached sagehood? And the third great sage says, Boy, watch their fight carefully. You don't see two emperors fighting every day. Your wife is a strong opponent. And Ning Tian is thinking, Luo Wuqing has never used such a strong attack in front of me before. My wife has truly been hiding her talent. And Luo Wuqing attacks the Emperor. And the Emperor is also trying to stop Luo Wuqing's attack. But we see that a very dangerous energy starts getting generated at that place, which is very dangerous for these people. And then the Queen Mother comes forward very fast, and she plays the flute, and due to its music some movement starts happening at that place. And she is saying, Looks like your dear wife is really angry. Luo Wuqing, make sure to not hurt your dear husband with your might. Stop being so noisy, you also have a purpose to be here. But Luo Wuqing says, protect him, I won't be holding back. And Luo Wuqing starts attacking the emperor continuously, and seeing this Ning Tian is thinking, one day, I'll be as strong as you. Or even stronger, and Luo Wuqing defeats the emperor very easily, and the emperor while vomiting blood says to Luo Wuqing, you'll regret making an enemy of my righteous alliance over a mere brat. And Ning Tian says from behind, my wife is the winner. And Luo Wuqing says, but he's always been someone who's afraid of death, I guess that he might not even be here in person. It's a mere shadow of a great emperor who shouldn't dare overstep his bounds. And the people of the emperor are very scared, and they are running, and they are saying, the empress is too strong. The righteous emperor was actually, and benevolent wants to run away from this place as soon as possible. And they are running away, but how could Luo Wuqing let them go so easily? So she attacks them and kills them too. Then she comes to Ning Tian, and while loving him says, how are you feeling? So Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, I'm okay now, you're so kind to me. And seeing the love between these two, the Queen Mother is surprised, and she is saying, ahem, you two should stop with the public displays of affection. Patriarch, I was just about to take a bath when I was dragged here. Was it you who did it? And as soon as Ning Tian hears this, he is very surprised, and the Queen Mother further says to him, yes, if I was already in the bath, what would have happened then? You must explain yourself properly. But Ning Tian is not able to answer any of the Queen Mother's words. And he is thinking, can't tell them I had a great emperor summoning card, right? Then Luo Wuqing says, Ning Tian has his own ways. Let's put this aside and not speak of it anymore. And Ning Tian says to Luo Wuqing, thank you for helping me out, wife. And the Queen Mother is thinking, he's getting more and more mysterious. Then we see the third great sage, whose condition is getting worse, and she is very injured, due to which the saint is getting worried and she is saying, Senior, what's happening? So the third great sage says, I'm just a remnant spirit, my fate has been sealed. Then the saint said to the Queen Mother of the West, the third great sage wished to be buried next to great Saintess Yao Xian. Let's take her back quickly. Then the Queen Mother says, we're far away from Yao Qi, and Senior wouldn't be able to hang on with these injuries. And now the third great sage starts leaving from this place, and while leaving she is saying, it's okay. Reaching the skies and meeting Yao Xian earlier isn't so bad. Patriarch. And Ning Tian says to the third great sage, don't worry, Senior, I won't let your legacy be forgotten. And then the third great sage disappears after thanking Ning Tian. And Ning Tian is thinking, I'll become someone who can fight on equal terms with an emperor. On the other side, the heavenly spiritual domain Zhongzhou. Righteous Alliance hidden chamber. We see the emperor, who is vomiting blood. And he is not dead yet, and he is saying, Luo Wuqing, because of that damn husband of hers. She actually destroyed my strongest shadow clone. And Yao Qi, they dare to help the heavenly demonic sect. They don't take us seriously. But then a man says to the emperor, you're so angry, did I call at the wrong time? And the emperor says, Void God? When did you come out of seclusion? Yao Qi's Queen Mother of the West has gotten close with the heavenly demonic sect lately. If they cooperate, wouldn't our plan fail? So the man says, don't worry about it. I have started to faintly reach upon the border of the next realm. And the emperor gets surprised and says, no way. You don't have guidance towards the path to become a god, and you haven't joined the battle of the god's throne. How did you reach upon the god realm? So the man tells, although I'm no true god, I'm one tier stronger than a great emperor. I call it the false god. Just wait, Yao Qi, the heavenly demonic sect, and that damned patriarch will all crumble dead under my feet.